Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Dated Sinistra. So do 4 blue hearts. Comment, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video, and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Hermione uncensored spicy version, link in description. Professor Minerva McGonagall sat behind her desk in Gryffindor Tower. She was busily finishing the last-minute housekeeping before the start of the new school year began in a week. She kept glancing out of her office window overlooking the courtyard where the first years would have their flying lessons was. She was worried, very worried. All but one letter had been received by prospective students. Today she could no longer wait. She sent her own familiar with the last letter, arguably the most important letter. The oddest thing had happened with the letter: there was no address that magic could find for the boy. She sighed and glanced at the pictures on her desk. One was of her and her husband in their younger years. He had died quite suddenly before they could have any children of their own. The other TWO pictures were of her favorite 2 students, James and Lily Potter. It was the orphaned Potter whose letter was going amiss. She went back to her work with another sigh. Minutes later she sent the RK requests onto the cantankerous caretaker of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. She leaned back in her seat pondering just what she should do. Albus Dumbledore, the man with too many titles and names, had assured her young Harry Potter was fine and safe and sound at his aunt's home. She had realized by now that was very much a lie. The man had once been like a mentor to her, but lately she had grown weary of his endless riddles and somewhat senile ways. He was growing old, and if he endangered Lily's son she would see him out of this school faster than he could eat one his sweets. He would never forgive herself if something turned out to be seriously wrong with Harry. A hoot drew her attention to the window where her tawny elf owl sat, letter still clenched in her beak. Damn! Minerva swore tiredly, and her familiar flew over to her to try and comfort her. Well lady, what am I going to do now? I do not know enough about the Muggle world to try and track down the boy. Lady gave a soft hoot. And Severus is absolutely out of the question for this. She leaned forward looking at the letter whose loopy writing scrawled the name Harry Potter, address unknown. She looked out to the sky and it hit her. Aurora. She shot up rather sprightly for a woman in her 60s, but then magical folk aged a bit differently. Thank you, lady, she said to her owl before grabbing the letter and leaving her office in a bustle. She climbed the stairs to the astronomy tower and took the path to the left about halfway up the stairs. She could continue to the roof, but she wanted Aurora Sinistra's office. She knocked urgently on the door. Come in, came the smooth melodious voice from behind the closed door. Minerva, how can I help you? The tall woman asked from where the corner of the office. She was using her wand to hang a new picture of what Minerva thought was the night sky. That's very interesting, Minerva said, momentarily distracted by the unique painting. It's by Vincent van Gogh, a Muggle artist. Aurora Sinistra was a very attractive young woman, something that garnered attention from numerous male students. In fact, over the last 5 years, the number of MAE students continuing with astronomy past their exams was up 30%. She had light mocha skin with dark amber eyes that glittered like the stars she studied. Her long black hair flowed to id back, and her face inherited the aristocratic features of her pureblood father. Aurora herself was a half-blood, her mother a Muggle bartender that had fallen in love with the wayward wizard that tramped into her bar. She had been homeschooled, never attending Hogwarts. Her father, Matthias Sinistra, had assented to his wife's wish that Aurora attend Muggle school as well as be educated in magic. As such, Aurora had a Muggle's master's degree in science along with her magical master in astronomy. But I'm sure by that knock you didn't come here just to look at my new painting, Aurora said, with a bit of a laugh that sounded bell-like, but her boss's serious look paused her laughter. No, I need your help with a letter, Minerva said. I thought you had heard back from all the students, Aurora said, offering a seat to Minerva. Aurora took her own rather plush desk chair with a confused expression. I have, except for one, Minerva handed the letter to Aurora. You have got to be kidding me. Dumbledore misplaced the savior of the wizarding world. Aurora, having been homeschooled, did not share the love of the headmaster of Hogwarts that most people did. She had seen too much at the school to respect the headmaster. She did not discount his power, but it was time for the man to retire. Aurora, the magic at the school has never failed to locate a student," Minerva said with a bit of reproach in her voice. Aurora lost her joking manner. "The only thing I can think of is that Harry is," Minerva's voice choked, "homeless." Aurora sat forward with a frown. "How could that happen? Dumbledore's been assuring everyone for years that Harry is okay. In fact, wasn't it just months ago he said Harry was happily on vacation with his aunt's family?" "Yes, which leads me to believe he has at the very least not checked on Harry lately." Minerva's eyes were misting as she spoke. "I told that man they were the very worst type of muggles, and now I am afraid that I was right." Aurora stood and came over to lay a hand on Minerva's shoulder. "What do you need me to do?" "I need you to try and find him. You know the Muggle world in ways I cannot hope to, and you know legilimency." "You want me to use legilimency on Muggles?" Aurora asked, just to clarify. She had no problems with it. Minerva very rarely was wrong about one's character. "Yes." Minerva's lips were pressed into a tight line. She did not relish giving her fellow professor this task, but she must know what happened to Harry. "Do you have a picture of James and Lily?" Aurora asked. "Hopefully his features will be recognized in them." "Yes," Minerva nodded. "Come to my office and I'll give it to you and the address." "All right, I'll be there in a few minutes. I need to change." Minerva nodded and grabbed Aurora's hand as she stood. Aurora nodded to the woman who had mentored her. "I'll find him if I can." Minerva gave her smile before leaving Aurora alone. Aurora stood in her office for a few seconds gathering her thoughts before she ducked into her private quarters. She tossed her robe to the side as she walked into her bedroom and quickly changed into a pair of jeans and a button-up stripped long-sleeve shirt. "Shish." Strapped her wand into a holster on her forearm, pulling the shirt sleeve over it. She grabbed her Muggle purse, slinging it over her shoulder so it hung across her chest. Aurora made her way quickly to Professor McGonagall's office. She knocked and was ushered into the office by Minerva. Aurora's fellow professor handed her the picture of Lily and James as well as the address of Harry's aunt and uncle. "Please find him," Minerva said, wishing her colleague speed. The horrible monotony of the suburbs," Aurora muttered as strolled down Privet Drive in Surrey, England. She had been to suburbs before, but this one took the cake. Every house looked the same and were even painted the same. There was nothing other than the numbers that differentiated the houses. Aurora drew a few looks from passers-by but paid them no attention as she came to number 4. She could hear the television from outside the door. She rapped hard on the door so she would be heard. She did not fancy staying on this street any longer than she had to. The door opened and a horse-faced woman stood there as a blast of cold air hit Aurora. The woman was positively unattractive and bristled as she looked the attractive young professor up and down. "Yes?" the woman asked. Aurora raised one perfectly sculpted eyebrow. This was Lily Potter's sister. There was absolutely no resemblance. "Good afternoon, I am looking for one Harry James Potter." The woman in front of her paled and slammed the door shut. The lock clicked into place and Aurora's eyes narrowed. She was really hoping she would not have to resort to magic just yet. She flicked her wand into her hand and waved it at the door. The lock clicked open and the door creaked open, showing a very fat walrus-like man, holding a shotgun. Aurora waved her wand again and turned the gun into a rubber chicken, causing a rather undignified squeak. Aurora gave another wave of her wand and sent both the fat man and skinny horse-faced woman onto a couch in the room off to the side. A very fat child sat watching her with wide, terrified eyes. She smirked at him. "You know, I was hoping I would not have to use magic just yet, but it seems you are intent on being rude. Now listen closely, I simply want to know where Harry is." The husband seemed to go a bit starry-eyed as he heard her voice. The horse-faced woman sneered, though it was somewhat lessened by the fact that she was magically stuck to her own couch. "We sent the freakish brat to the orphanage the day we found him." "Found him?" Aurora asked archly. "The brat was left on the steps the day after my sister got herself blown up." The horse-faced woman's voice went up a few octaves. Aurora fought to control her anger at the woman, as if Lily Potter asked for it. "What orphanage?" she bit out. Gone was her normally cheerful tone. "Street Christopher's in London," the woman said with a sniff. Aurora waved her wand and a phone book floated out of a cupboard. She searched it for the address she needed, before turning abruptly on her heel and apparating out of number 4 with small pop. She did not bother unsticking the family She appeared with a small pop and cancelled her aversion charm as she ooked up at the gloomy orphanage in what looked like one of the poorer areas of London. The apartment buildings surrounding the Victorian-era orphanage were rundown and guarded by derelict cameras and fences. Down the road was an equally rundown school enclosed by a chain-link fence with barbed wire at the top. Are they trying to keep them in or out? Aurora wondered to herself. She opened the door of the iron-barred fence that read Street Christopher's. It made a horrible wrenching sound as she pushed on it. The damn thing stuck. The green space around the dilapidated building was spattered with a swing set and a sandbox. There was an old basketball hoop off to one side. She buzzed the intercom as she stood at the large skinny doors. Yes. A garbled voice came from the intercom. I am professor at a boarding school and I think you may have one of our prospective students here. Aurora said smoothly, holding up a business card to the camera. Come in please. Aurora could hear the kung-fu scion in the woman's voice as she was buzzed into the building. The inside of the building was better off than the outside, but not by much. She heard the footsteps of kids running around the second floor. Behind the desk was a worn out looking old woman. Aurora walked up to the desk and handed the woman her business card. Professor Aurora Sinistra, Astronomy. The old woman read off the card. I'm Sister Mary Stephen, one of the mistresses of St. Christopher's. You're looking for our kids. Yes. This may sound a little strange, but the child's name was put down by his parents the day he was born. Well, magic added his name to the Hogwarts registry, but she didn't need to know that. You see, we were under the impression the boy was placed with his aunt's family after the death of his parents. I just found out today they dropped him off here at the orphanage instead of raising him. Aurora could not keep the bitterness out of her voice. His name is Harry James Potter. I do not have a picture of him, but I do have a picture of his parents. All right, we never had a Harry James Potter, but we've had a couple of boys that were dropped off with no information. Sister Mary Stevens said with a twinge of sadness. Can I see the pictures? Yes, he would be 11 this year. Aurora handed over the picture of Lily and James. The woman took one look at them and gasped. Aurora held her breath. She could tell this would not be good. Aurora used a subtle form of legilimency on the old nun. She saw a happy but isolated little boy that looked like James Potter but had Lily's blazing green eyes. Yes, we did have the boy, Sister Mary Stevens said quietly, looking at the picture. Those eyes, the old woman muttered to herself. I think you should come with me, the sister said, and opened the door to her office. Aurora followed her in and took one of the worn-out leather chairs. We gave him the name Henry. She pulled out a bottle of scotch and poured herself one as well as Aurora. Aurora made a face. It was only noon. Trust me, you're going to need it when I'm done. I was the one who found him early one morning in November. The poor lad only had a blanket. Aurora was using legilimency on the nun as she spoke. She saw the memories that went along with her words. He was happy little baby, but even then, odd things happened around him. Aurora saw instances of accidental magic, summoning toys and bottles to himself. It continued as he grew. The sister took a sip of scotch before continuing. He got along fine with myself and the other sisters, but he was isolated from the other children. She paused, they picked up on the strange things that happened around him. Aurora saw the other children's suspicion of Harry and his ease with adults, his odd behaviors that were caused by his magic reacting to situations. He was remarkably strong for a child with no magical training. The other children started to tease him, torment him. Aurora saw the flashes of Sister Mary Stephen trying to stop the teasing. He became isolated, and then one day it happened. Sister Mary downed her glass of scotch and poured another. Martin Smith, he was a bully and 2 years older than Henry. He was one of Henry's tormentors. We kept them apart, but one day, Martin and his friends went after Henry. We heard the scream and came running. Martin's too furry. NDS held Henry down and Martin used a kitchen knife to slit Henry's throat. Aurora flinched as she saw the sisters' memories. Father O'Mully was here and tackled Martin off Henry. Martin was screaming about Henry being the devil. She downed another glass and Aurora followed her. Sister Mary Stephen poured 2 more glasses. Henry was rushed to the hospital. He lost a lot of blood but pulled through. Martin and his friends were sent to a juvenile detention facility. And Harry? Aurora asked as pictures flooded Sister Mary Stephen's mind. She visited Harry in the hospital and brought him a small brown teddy bear. The police wanted to send him back here, Sister Mary Stevens said, downing another glass. Aurora wondered just how much the old nun could take. She wasn't even slurring her words. Not surprisingly, Henry chose to run. He took off from the hospital one night and I haven't seen him since. She had tears in her eyes. Do you have any idea where he might have gone? Aurora asked. Actually, I do have someone who could help you, Sister Mary Stevens. This is the address for a homeless shelter a couple blocks away. It's run by Sister Peg. She used to see him come in for food. He hasn't been in the last year though. She might be able to point you in the right direction. You didn't have her try to get him to stay? Aurora asked. If I involved the cops at best, he would be brought back here and at worst he would have been treated as a runaway and sent to a juvenile facility. Sister Mary Stevens said. Aurora nodded and stood. Thank you for all your help. If you find him, would you let me know how he's doing? Sister Mary Stevens said as she walked Aurora to the door. I'd be glad to, Aurora said with a soft smile. God be with you, Sister Mary said, ushering her out the door. Aurora left the orphanage with a sigh. I need better pay for this. She made her way out to the street and over to a payphone. She dialed a cab company and waited for them to pick her up. I need to go to St. Elizabeth's shelter, Aurora said as she got in the cab. Sure, I know the place, the cabbie said with a thick Cockney accent. The ride only took about 20 minutes. This is it. That's £25. Here you go. Aurora handed him the notes before getting out of the cab and looking the shelter over. It was all very nondescript. A sister was waiting. G out front and walked up to Aurora with her hand out. You must be Sister Peg. It's nice to meet you, Aurora said. I am, and you must be the professor. Sister Peg was in street clothes and had hair done in short dreadlocks. Sister Stevens said you were looking for Henry. Yes, he has a place at our school. I'm afraid he hasn't come in over a year, but I can still help you. Sister Peg said. He lived in a tent city in one of the abandoned underground sections until a year ago. What happened a year ago? Aurora said wearily. He was taken in by a local mobster, Sister Peg said just as wearily. Please tell me you're joking, Aurora said as she dropped her head back in frustration. It's not as bad as it sounds, Sister Peg said with a small grin. Henry's a runner for them. He delivers packages for them and stays at the pawn shop one of them owns most of the time. Occasionally he stays with other members of the family, usually only when the cops drop by for a visit. Why did a mobster take him in? Aurora asked. Sister Mary Stevens told you about what happened? Sister Peg asked. Aurora nodded. He can't or won't talk, and he doesn't have any family and is a runaway. He's perfect for the running. The pawn shop is right over there. She pointed down the road to a shop that had a large neon sign flashing, we buy gold and silver for fast cash. Thank you. Do you think he'll have any trouble? Aurora asked. Sister Peg shook her head. He's good to Henry. Aurora nodded and started down the street and steeled herself. She unconsciously flexed her wrist where her wand was as she moved down the street. She entered the shop and the bell told that someone was there. She scanned the room and saw a 30-year-old man with slicked back hair at the counter. Over to tea. He sighed. A boy sat with his face in a book, Romeo and Juliet. She read the title and her eyes widened. Well, lo there, the man said from behind the counter. He was rugged looking and gave her glance up and down. He gave her a charming grin and she could see a gold-capped tooth. Are you the proprietor? She asked. I am. Sal Gallo. What can I do for you? Sal said, straightening up. I'm here to talk about Henry. She pointed to the young man who had put his book down at hearing his name. She looked over and saw those green eyes watching her intently. Sal meanwhile straightened up and reached a hand under the desk. What do you want with Henry? You can take your hand off that gun. I am not a cop, Aurora said calmly. Sal's eyes narrowed and he gave her a cold stare. Then what are you? Go. Nay was the cheerful tone and it was replaced by with a chilling tone. I'm Professor Aurora Sinistra and I work at boarding school in Scotland for gifted students. She handed Sal her card. Harry here has a place at the school. He has since birth. His parents enrolled him. We start at age 11. Harry. Came a soft scratchy voice. Aurora looked to her left at the boy who had just spoke. Sal's eyes widened at the boy's word. He had only ever heard him talk twice before and never to anyone new. Aurora moved over to Harry and bent so she was at eye level with the boy. Yes. Harry James Potter. She took out his acceptance letter and handed it to the boy. He read it over and his eyes widened at the witchcraft and wizardry part. That would be the explanation of why weird things happen around you. She spoke quietly to the boy. Both of your parents were magical also. Sal couldn't hear but he saw the boy's eyes sparkle. Well, Henry, do you want to go? Sal asked the boy. Harry nodded. Go get your stuff. I'm assuming you want to take him now. I do, Aurora nodded. I need to get him his supplies as well as take him to a doctor for his physical. Harry took off for the back of the shop. Wait here, Sal said before following Harry. Sal followed Harry into the warehouse part of the shop and took a ladder up to the loft. Harry was gathering the few pair of jeans and shirts he owned. He was shoving the little bear he was given in the hospital into his book bag as Sal came up. Sal had to duck down so not to hit his head in the cozy little nook Harry had. Well, kid, I told you we're special, Sal said with a grin. Harry ducked his head shyly but nodded. Now I don't want to hear that you haven't been keeping up with your work, right? Harry nodded with serious look in his eyes. Good. You have your knife. Sal had given him a stiletto switchblade when he started running for him. Harry nodded again. Good, good. I've got something else for you. He pulled out a polished wooden box. Harry opened it and grinned. Inside was a small Walther P22 handgun and a clip of ammo. Now I don't expect you'll have to use it, but just in case. If you need more ammo, just send me a message. Now let's not keep the pretty lady waiting. Never keep a pretty woman waiting, Sal said as they came back through the warehouse. Harry gave a silent chuckle which Sal knew only because his shoulders shook a little. Sal often chose to impart little words of mobster wisdom on the 11-year-old whether it was appropriate or not. Ready, Aurora said with a grin as she saw Harry with a backpack SL hung across his shoulders and a too big leather jacket in his one hand. Before you go, Sal said, starting back with his charming tone. If anything happens to him again, we're going to have a problem. Aurora nodded and gave him a smile. I'll make sure nothing happens. Come on, Harry, we need to visit a doctor. Harry stiffened a little and gave her puppy dog eyes. Not going to work, Aurora said, with a grin, giving him or her own version of puppy dog eyes. Harry knew his would not work after seeing hers. He groaned a little. They exited the shop and Aurora took his arm. This is going to be unpleasant, she said, and apparated with him. Harry dropped to his knees once they reappeared in a waiting room. Aurora knelt down next to him and rubbed his back. He looked at her with a glare. She chuckled a little. You did well. Most people puke their first time. Harry gave a silent laugh at that. The ill feeling passed and he stood up with Aurora. Harry, while we're here, keep your scar on your forehead covered. I'll explain to you why when we get into the office. Harry nodded. It was not too much of a challenge. His hair was long and hung over his eyes. Aurora walked up to the desk. WOU. LDU, please summon Healer Jacobs for me. The secretary at the desk nodded. They waited for only a few minutes before a sprightly young woman practically glided over to them. Aurora, how can I help you? The young woman with spiky dark brown hair asked. She was only about a foot taller than Harry. I need you to check over one of my future students, Aurora said and placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, ushering him forward a bit. Why, hello there, I'm Healer Jacobs. She held out her hand to Harry. Harry nodded and shook her hands. She saw the scar at his neck and frowned a bit but was acted cheerful so fast Harry almost missed it. If you guys will just follow me, I'll take you back to an exam room. Harry gave his professor a look and nodded to spastic little Healer. Aurora just grinned at him and shrugged. Alright, so why don't you tell me who this is? Aurora. This is Harry Potter, Aurora said once the door was shut. Healer Jacobs' eyes widened and her eyes went up to his forehead. Harry's eyes narrowed and he shot Aurora a look. I have yet to explain things to Harry. Right, why don't you do that and I'll go get his file, Healer Jacobs said, and Aurora shot her a look of thanks. Harry was sitting up on the exam table looking back and forth between the two. Harry meanwhile pulled out a pad of paper and a pen. He started writing and then showed her the pad. Why did she look for my scar? His writing was extremely neat for an 11-year-old street urchin. As you may be able to tell, we wizards have a world of our own. However, just because we have magic doesn't make us immune to problems like war. Harry was listening with rapt attention. Aurora pulled out her wand, gave it to Harry to study. This makes us perhaps more dangerous than muggles. We can kill L without leaving a mark just as fast as we can heal wounds like what happened to your throat. She stopped when Harry started writing. Can you fix my voice? Aurora gave him a soft smile. If Healer Jacobs can, she will. It is an old injury, so I'm not sure how much she can do. Harry just nodded. Anyway, years ago, a war started in our world. A dark wizard who called himself Voldemort. She paused. Don't repeat that name out loud or write it, people get frightened by it. He's that bad. She nodded. He was. 11 years ago a 1-year-old defeated him. Harry did the math in his head and his eyes widened. Yes, it was you. You see, your parents fought against him. They actually fought him to a standstill at least 3 times that I know of. That was unheard of. After the 3rd time, you were born and your parents went into hiding. They were betrayed by a close friend and he found their location. She paused and struggled to find the words. This was harder than she thought it would be. Harry was looking at her with rapt attention as he hung on her words. He attacked them on Halloween. He killed both of your parents and tried to kill you. Harry's hand went to the scar on his forehead. Aurora nodded. You see, there are 3 curses in our world that are considered unforgivable to use. One of which is the killing curse. It is impossible to block and only one person has ever survived. Me, Harry wrote. Yes, you. It left you with that scar. It also left you famous. Aurora said. Harry frowned. I don't want to be famous. I don't blame you, Aurora said. How did I end up at the orphanage? Harry wrote. You were given to your mother's sister to raise. Your mother was Muggle-born, meaning no one in her family had magic. Your aunt left you at the orphanage instead of raising you. Harry's eyes burned with anger. I don't know if her raising you would have helped much. She seemed to hate magic when I was there. Harry was still angry but nodded. A rap on the door came and Aurora called out, Come in. Sorry it took so long. I had to dig the file out without anyone noticing, Healer Jacobs said with a grin. She set Harry at ease and Harry handed Aurora back her wand. All right Harry, I'm just going to cast a few spells on you that will give me your height and weight and it will check for anything wrong. Sound good? She waved her wand around Harry and the end tapped it to a sheet of parchment in his file. Well, that's good. Your weight and height are on track, though you could stand to gain a few pounds, otherwise you're in fine shape. Now I checked your throat. Harry looked at her with interest. Unfortunately, I cannot fix the damage down to your vocal cords. Harry looked disappointed, but I can give you a potion that will help soothe your vocal cords and take away a bit of the gravelly voice you probably have. Harry grinned at her and it lit up his eyes. Healer Jacobs grinned at the boy. She gave him a potion bottle filled with a light blue liquid. Take a sip every day when you wake up and send an L to me when you need more. Thanks Jessie, Aurora said as she stood and Harry hopped off the exam table. Any time. So where are you two? Staying tonight? It's getting kind of late to go shopping for supplies. Aurora checked her watch and groaned. Finding Harry had taken more time than she thought it would. I guess we'll head to the Leaky Cauldron. I need to let Professor McGonagall know I found Harry as well. Harry was fast asleep in his room as Minerva McGonagall and Aurora Sinistra shared a nightcap. The poor boy, Minerva said as she nursed her drink. He seems to have dealt with everything surprisingly well, Aurora said. I'm going to kill Albus. Minerva replied. Aurora grinned at her mentor who rolled her eyes at the younger colleague. He seems to trust you. He didn't seem too fond of me. Probably because I'm the one who found him. Aurora said with a wave of her hand. I would like to be the one who takes him tomorrow. Of course, Minerva said. You will need to take him to the ministry and look up his guardianship. I doubt magic has let Dumbledore stay on after this. Will do. Now let's hit the hay. I want to take Harry to the ministry early before it gets busy, Aurora said. Minerva nodded and took the other bedroom of the suite while Aurora transfigured the couch into a comfy bed. She set an alarm that would tell her if Harry woke up before she did. The next morning found the 3 eating a traditional English breakfast much to Harry's delight. The boy could eat. Where are we going? Harry asked quietly, pleased to hear the roughness was gone from his tone, though it still gave a twinge to talk louder. He had tried to talk while still in his room to practice. First we have to go to the Ministry of Magic to see who your guardian is, Aurora said. She had explained the night before that it was important he have a guardian if Dumbledore was removed. Both professors were worried about who could take Harry's guardianship. Aurora had explained about Voldemort's followers and how some were still at large. Then we'll go into the alley to get your stuff for school. Harry grinned at his professor. Last night the two women had described Hogwarts to him as best they could and it sounded like something out of one of his books. You can leave your stuff here, Harry, Professor Sinistra said. Harry gave her an odd look. We'll be back for it and Professor McGonagall has something to give you that will cover the costs. Professor McGonagall gave Harry an old skeleton key. This is the key to your vault at Gringotts. The Wizarding Bank. Do not ever lose it or give it to someone else. She wanted his confirmation. He nodded at the woman as he took the key. You look so much like your parents. She laid a hand on his shoulder and Harry grinned and his eyes sparkled. I will see you on Saturday. She left through the flow in the room much to Harry's amazement. Professor Sinistra chuckled. It's not that much more pleasant than apparating. Harry made a face causing her to laugh again. All right, take my hand. She tossed a handful of flow powder in the fireplace. She stood with Harry in the green flame. Harry looked rather fascinated with the painless green flames. Ready? Harry nodded. Ministry of Magic Atrium. They stepped out of the flow. Aurora catching had to tch Harry to stop him from falling over as he stepped out of the flow. He looked at Professor Sinistra and frowned, shaking his head. Aurora chuckled. She was getting quite good at reading his eyes. Ow. Though they were so expressive it was easy. She led Harry to one of the lifts and pressed number 4. Magical records, the elevator announced. Professor Sinistra led him past a few doors before she knocked on one. Come in. She opened the door. Professor, what can I do for you? Well, Madam Hopkirk, I need to do a guardianship check for this young man. Aurora said, pushing Harry to the front. She had both hands on his shoulders. There was a pause as Madam Hopkirk's eyes landed on Harry's scarred throat. And who is this? Madam Hopkirk asked. Harry just raised an eyebrow at the woman's blatant stare. He didn't feel like he wanted to bother talking to this woman. Professor Sinistra lost her smile at Madam Hopkirk's stare. Harry Potter. The woman gasped and Harry shrunk into Professor Sinistra. We have other stops we have to make, Professor Sinistra snapped, now thoroughly annoyed at the woman. Madam Hopkirk nodded and moved over to a filing cabinet and drew out a large leather-bound book. It hit the desk with a thud. She used her wand to flip through the pages. She kept glancing at Harry and his scar. Professor Sinistra grew more agitated with the woman when finally, she came to Harry's name. Well, she stuttered. Yes, Aurora said with heat in voice. Harry grinned. It seems that magic has decided you're his guardian. Both Harry and Professor Sinistra's eyes widened. Professor Sinistra grabbed the book and spun it so both she and Harry could see it. In elaborate script next to Harry James Potter was written Aurora Lynn Sinistra, and under the relationship column was listed as magic. Aurora dropped into a chair while Harry stared at the book and then at the professor. He liked her and he was usually a pretty good judge of character, he'd had to be. Aurora looked at the hopeful green eyes and managed to compose herself from her mini freak-out that was going on in her head. Well, Harry, it looks like you're now my ward. Harry grinned at her, his largest grin yet. Inside she was panicking a bit, more than a bit, if she was being honest, but she did not want Harry to see that. Thank you, Madam Hopkirk. I expect this to remain out of the papers or you'll be hearing from the Sinistra family barristers. Come on, Harry, we should get to the bank. Harry stopped her as they were leaving the ministry and just looked at her. He could sense her unease. Aurora paused and knelt down to his height. I'm fine, Harry. I just wasn't expecting this is all and I need to digest it. But don't worry, I think I'm going to enjoy being your guardian. The first thing we're going to do is give my parents a heart attack. This will pay them back nicely for a blind date they set me up on. Harry grinned at his professor. Harry looked at his Professor oddly as they stopped at a brick wall in an alley behind the inn they had stayed at last night. She grinned, knowing exactly what he was thinking. I would not want to miss out on the full effect. She tapped her wand on the bricks in front of her. The wall unfolded in front of Harry's eyes and opened up into a jam-packed alley. Welcome to Diagon Alley. Harry stared at the alley, with his jaw open as he stepped gingerly into the alley. He was not sure what to look at first. There were street vendors lining the cobblestone alley as well as shops lining the sides. He saw brooms, cauldrons, amulets, potions. and everything magical he could think of. Dominating part of the alley and looking out of place in the oddly shaped and colorful buildings was a large, white, column-lined building. "Harry, that big white building is where we're heading first," Aurora said after a few minutes of letting Harry take in the alley. Harry followed closely to Aurora, not wanting to get separated in the bustle of robed people. He looked at one man in a bright purple robe with disbelief and a bit of laughter. Aurora got his smile and grinned. They came up to the massive building and Harry took a reflexive step back. He usually got kicked out of buildings like that. Aurora stopped when she realized Harry was not following her. "Harry?" she asked, coming to stand in front of him. He gave her a long look and then nodded at the building. "It's all right, you have a family account here and I need to get money out for you." Harry frowned at her words and shook his head. "Harry, you're my road, you're not paying for yourself unless it's for something you want, not instead of needing," Aurora said firmly. Harry stared at her unblinkingly and finally nodded tentatively. "Good, now let's go, I don't like goblins very much." Harry's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Yes, goblins." She nodded to one of the guards as they walked in the building. Harry took a step back from the goblins toward the door. He froze as he stared at the weapons they were holding. He slipped his hand in his pocket where his switchblade lay before he started walking at his professor's insistence. They came up to a desk that was so high. The diminutive goblin was looking down on even Professor Sinistra. "What?" the goblin snapped testily. Harry glared at the little cretin, but Professor Sinistra placed a hand on his shoulder. The goblin looked amused at the boy. "We need to visit our vaults." "Sinistra and Potter," she said quietly, nodding to Harry. She gave the goblin her vault key and prompted Harry to do the same. Harry released his hold on his knife and took the key out of the same pocket. He handed it to the goblin and snatched back when it was offered. "Follow Griphook," the goblin SNA. PPED and another goblin came forward from behind the bench. The goblin led them over to Iron Cart. Harry looked in the cart dubiously. "It's all right, Harry, I promise it's safe," Professor Sinistra said soothingly. Harry got in the cart like a skittish cat and Aurora had to hide smile. The cart took off like a rocket when Harry was seated in a large grin spread on his face. The cart went for almost a minute before stopping. Aurora started laughing at his grin when they came to a stop. "Potter Trust Vault," Griphook said in a monotone voice. He placed the vault key and turned. Instantly there came loud rumblings of the locks turning. The door opened of its own accord and Harry's eyes widened as the light glinted off a substantial pile of gold coins. "Wow," Harry said in his quiet voice. "Harry, I'd take about 20 of the gold coins. That should be enough for anything you want," Professor Sinistra said with a grin at his wonder. They got back into the cart and traveled only a few levels down for the professor's vault. Her vault held more than just coins, but there were also books and jewels. They were back out front of the bank in a few minutes. "Why don't we head to Madame Malkin's first? She can fit you for your clothes and then we can pick them up when we're done." Harry just nodded at her after looking down at his old worn-out clothes. Professor Sinistra just gave him a soft smile and started leading him through the alley. They stepped outside a purple-painted building that had a mannequin in the window dressed in robes. "What's with the dresses?" Harry asked quietly. Aurora had to lean down to hear him. "They're robes, it's what most wizards and witches wear." Harry raised an eyebrow at her. She chuckled. "Don't worry, most younger wizards and witches wear them over regular clothes. We'll stop by Harrods when we're done for some jeans and the like." Harry nodded and followed her into the shop. "Professor," a cheerful voice came from a middle-aged woman in light purple robes. "What brings you in today?" Aurora smiled at the woman and stepped to the side, showing Harry who was behind her. "Hello, Madame Malkin. My ward needs a set of first-year Gwart's kit as well as 2 other pairs of slacks and 4 buttoned long-sleeve shirts." "Your ward?" the woman asked, surprised as she looked the skinny boy with long hair over. Her eyes lingered for a moment on his throat, but only for a moment. "It's a recent development," Aurora said with a smile for Harry. Harry returned it. "What color would you like for the slacks?" Madame Malkin asked, looking to Harry. Harry just shrugged and Aurora spoke up. "Both black for the pants." 2 black shirts, 1 green and 1 blue, I think. She said the last to Harry. Harry nodded. Madame Malkin wrote the order down and then turned to Harry. "If you would go stand on the platform, I'll take your measurements." Harry looked to Aurora, who gave him an encouraging nod. Harry went over to the platform and stood there a bit awkwardly. Madame Malkin came over and a floating tape measure went shooting around Harry. Harry nearly flinched away from it before he realized Madame Malkin must be controlling it. The door. Elle drew his fascination away from the magic on display. Coming into the shop was a girl about his age with auburn hair. She was taller than Harry and looked a bit healthier than him too. She smiled Harry before her eyes were drawn to his neck. Her eyes widened, but she quickly returned her gaze to his emerald eyes. "Miss Bones," Madame Malkin said with a grin. "I'll be with you in a minute." Lowing the girl into the shop was a woman older than his professor but younger than Madame Malkin. The woman shared some facial features with the girl, but her hair was brown and she wore a monocle. "Madame Bones." Madame Malkin greeted. Madame Bones smiled to the shopkeeper before her eyes landed on Harry. He got the standard look when her eyes fell on his scar. Only her look morphed into blazing anger. "Who is here with you, young man?" she asked, her voice soft, helping to reassure Harry in the heat of her anger. Harry nodded his head to his professor, who had drifted to look at some robes. Madame Bones marched over to the woman who had her back turned to them. Madame Bones cleared her throat, causing Professor Sinistra to turn. "Professor," Madame Bones said, some of her anger leaving her. "Madame Bones," Aurora said with a respectful nod. That was all Harry heard as the two started talking in hushed tones. "Well, young man, you're done," Madame Malkin said with a smile. Harry nodded and stepped off the platform. "I'll have your clothes ready in an hour." Harry wandered over to a chair while he watched his professor chat with Madame Bones. Neither woman looked particularly happy. "Hi," came the cheerful voice of Miss Bones. Harry turned to look at her and nodded with a smile. "I'm Susan Bones." The girl held her hand out to Harry. Harry shook her hand and quietly said, "Harry, are you a first year too?" Susan asked. Harry nodded. "Are you excited?" "I can't wait. Auntie's been talking about Hogwarts more and more," Susan said with a nod towards Madame Bones. Harry grinned widely at her. Susan returned his grin before saying, "You don't talk much, do you?" Harry shook his head. "Come on, Harry, we have to continue with our shopping," Aurora said, coming over to the two. "Susan, I'll be seeing you soon. I teach astronomy at Hogwarts. My name is Professor Sinistra." Susan shook her hand. As they returned to the alley, Harry tugged on Professor Sinistra's hand and looked up at her with a confused look. That was Madame Bones. She runs the Department of Magical Defense Law Enforcement at the Ministry. She's basically a police commissioner. A worried look passed Harry's face. "You are most certainly not in trouble. Professor McGonagall contacted her this morning. She's going to be personally handling your case." Harry nodded but still looked a little skeptical. He didn't have the best track record when it came to the police. Aurora gave him a soft smile. "It will be okay, Harry." She placed her hand on his shoulder as they walked through the alley. "How about we get your wand next?" Harry grinned at her and nodded his head emphatically. They were soon at a shop whose sign read, "Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. The door chimed as they entered, but no one appeared to be in the shop. Harry's eyes were drawn to the many shelves lined with long skinny boxes throughout the shop. "Harry Potter, I was wondering when I would see you in my shop," a dreamy voice came from behind Harry. Harry jumped and spun with his knife out in his hand. "My boy, you won't be needing that," said the old man with long white hair and silvery eyes, said, holding his hands up. "I am Ollivander and you are in my shop, I presume, for your wand." "Harry," Professor Sinistra called loudly, "why do you have that?" Harry just looked at her blankly before putting the switchblade back in his pocket. Aurora shook her head. "We'll discuss this later." Harry just shrugged. "Well, Mr. Potter, let's find you your wand. Why don't we try mahogany like you fathers? You do look a great deal like him," Ollivander said as he snatched a box from the shelves and took out a wand, handing it to Harry. As soon as Harry touched it, an explosion was heard and boxes went flying from the shelves. No, definitely not," Ollivander muttered, taking it back and shoving another wand into Harry's hand. This continued for nearly 20 minutes and Harry was starting to worry that he didn't belong here. His face turned to stone as another wand reacted badly to him. "Don't worry, Mr. Potter, I have never failed to match a wizard and wand. Relax, Harry, I blew up that shelf over there with the 6th wand I tried," Aurora said with a grin. "Yes, You and Miss Sinistra do not go well together, Ollivander mused fondly. I wonder, Ollivander mused. He disappeared into the shelves in the back before coming back with a box. He gingerly opened the box and handed the wand to Harry. Holly with a phoenix feather core. As soon as Harry's hand wrapped around it, he was filled with warmth and feeling of worth. Curious, Mr. Ollivander said, musing. What is curious? Professor Sinistra asked defensively. I remember every wand I ever sold. That wand, he pointed to Harry's wand, has a brother. You see, the phoenix that donated your core gave only one other feather. That feather is in the wand that gave you that scar. Ollivander said, his eyes on Harry's forehead. Harry looked uneasy, as did Professor Sinistra. How much? Professor Sinistra asked. 7 galleons. Ollivander said, his serious voice gone. Harry and Professor Sinistra didn't mention his wand's relation as they shopped for the rest of his school supplies. They got his cauldron, scales, and potion kit for potions. Professor Sinistra told him she had tools for astronomy that he could use. Most of their time was spent in the bookstore, where Harry got far more than just his school books. He got books on the history of the wizarding world, the 4 founders of Hogwarts, a book on magical beasts, and Finn. Ally, a supplemental book on jinxes and hexes that Professor Sinistra recommended. She did not seem very fond of this Professor Quirrell, who would be teaching him defense. Harry, would you like to Santo P at the pet store to see if we can find you a familiar? Professor Sinistra asked. Harry nodded. He was quite fond of animals. He took care of a few strays outside Sal's. They walked into a brightly decorated store called Magical Menagerie. The shop was jam-packed with animals of every sort. Harry wandered through the shop and was drawn to the cat section. He had never seen so many different cats in one place. He went through the aisles and came to a large cage that held 6 kittens that were pouncing on each other. The little cats were short-haired with spots all over their silver and bronze coats. One of the little kittens stopped pouncing and moved to look at Harry, who was peering at them. The kitten had big soft green eyes and tilted its head at Harry. Harry grinned and reached into the cage, taking out the little thing. It meowed at Harry softly and started chortling. Well, I think you might have found a keeper, a middle-aged man said, coming up to Harry. These little ones are Egyptian mouse. He likes you, he said as the kitten meowed again and batted its head against Harry's palm. Harry turned to look for Professor Sinistra. Found one, have you? She said, looking at the 2 softly. Harry nodded. Great, we'll take him. They loaded up with cat supplies. Totty, Professor Sinistra called, and Harry looked at her oddly. Suddenly a pop was heard and Harry jumped backwards as a green creature that reminded him of Yoda stood in front of them. Can you take these supplies and the kitten home? Yes, ma'ams, the little thing said, bobbing its head. Harry just looked at the thing and held the kitten to him. Professor Sinistra bent so she was eye level with Harry. Harry, this is Totty, my house elf. She's like a maid, she explained to Harry. The elf looked harmless enough. So Harry released the kitten to it, and with a pop, the elf and cat disappeared. Harry shook his head softly. Professor Sinistra paid for the kitten and supplies before leading Harry back to gather his clothes from Madame Malkin's and before heading into Muggle London once more. Harry and Aurora stepped out of the flow and into a richly decorated entrance hall. Harry looked around with wide eyes. Aurora laid a hand on his shoulder and escorted him through the halls. The walls were done in shades of gray and cream with candles for light. Harry looked up at Aurora and then nodded to the candles. Electricity, among other Muggle inventions, do not work well with magic, Aurora explained. It tends to short out. Harry nodded. Aurora led them into a sitting room where 2 middle-aged adults were sitting. Harry could tell immediately they were his professor's parents. The woman shared Aurora's mocha skin tone and eyes. It was easy to see Aurora had inherited her father's facial structure. Aurora cleared her throat and the 2 turned towards them. Their eyes widened as they took in Harry. Harry was in one of his new outfits from Madame Malkin, though he still had his worn Converse shoes on. Aurora couldn't get him to change into a pair of dress shoes. Harry would rather be in shoes he could run in. Aside from the new clothes, Harry had gotten a haircut while they were in the Muggle world. His hair, instead of scraggly and long, was clipped short with just enough length to cover the tops of ears and his forehead. His hair, it was still messy, but a more respectable messy. He Noticed the two older adults eye his scar on his throat, and then as they flicked up his face the older woman gasped. She could just make out part of the scar hidden by his hair. "Mum, Dad, meet my ward, Harry Potter," Aurora said with a grin. Her parents made excellent fish impressions. Harry couldn't help himself, he started laughing at their faces. "Ward." Her mother finally got out. "Yes. Magic. Decided that I was best suited to be his ward," Aurora said. Her father closed his mouth and look of understanding passed past his face. Her mother still looked confused but took her cue from her husband. "Well, welcome to the family, Harry," her father said. He got up and held his hand out to Harry. Harry shook his hand. "I am Cyril and my wife is Dawn." Harry smiled at the man and nodded his head in greeting. "Dinner should be ready. Why don't we go and find out?" Mipsy said something about duck earlier. Harry raised an eyebrow at the word duck. "Dawn caught it, that was my reaction the first time I heard that," she said with a grin as she came to walk next to the boy. "Don't worry, it's better than it sounds." They walked into a formal dining parlor with a large table, large enough to fit at least 12. Cyril waved his wand and the table shrunk to seat 4. Aurora sat Harry in a chair across from her seat, while Cyril and Dawn took their seats at the heads of the table. "So how exactly did this come about?" Cyril asked once they had finished eating their dessert. Treacle tart had just become Harry's favorite food. Aurora looked at Harry, he nodded to her though it was a bit uncomfortable. "Toddy," Aurora called. The little Yoda popped into existence. "Can you bring Harry his kitten?" The elf popped out and in again in seconds, only this time there was a tiny kitten trying to climb up and get its ears. "Harry, why don't you take him and go to the sitting room from before? Maybe give him a name." Harry nodded, grateful to be given an out. He did not need to sit through the sad story that was his life. He'd already lived it. Harry scooped up the little silver-striped cat from Toddy and made his way from the room. "Here's the room, young sirs," the sinistra elf, Mipsy said, showing into the sitting room. He had gotten a bit lost in the house and then suitably freaked out by a moving, talking picture. His kitten had started hissing at it when he felt Harry's nerves. The hissing had brought the house elf to him. Harry nodded his thanks to the elf. Harry put his kitten down on the floor and sat next to it. He pulled out string from his pocket and started playing with the kitten. It seemed to enjoy pouncing on the string. "You need a name," Harry said quietly. He was comfortable talking to animals, they never made fun of his voice. The kitten stopped pouncing and looked at Harry with its head cocked to the side. The kitten raced over to Harry and landed in his lap. It curled up while Harry scratched behind its ears. Harry mused for a minute before holding the kitten up so they were face to face. "How about Allie?" Harry asked the kitten. It gave a great big meow for its size. "Allie it is," Harry said with a grin. The kitten wiggled out of Harry's hands and moved to sit on his shoulder, much like a pirate's parrot. "You have a name then?" Aurora said from the doorway where she stood with her parents. Harry grinned up at her and nodded. "Appropriate for an Egyptian Mao," Dawn said with a soft smile. Her heart broke at the number of things the young one had been through. It wasn't likely to get any easier on him either. "Well, Harry W. What do you say to a trip to the zoo with us tomorrow? Aurora has to do some more work at her office before school starts." Harry looked at Aurora. She gave him an encouraging nod. Harry looked to Dawn and Cyril and nodded. "Wonderful." Harry looked around the train platform with apprehension. There were a lot of people here. Aurora stood with her hand on his shoulders while Allie was seated comfortably on his other. He looked up at Aurora with puppy dog eyes. He had either gotten better at them or Aurora was going soft because it almost worked. "No, you still have to take the train." Harry groaned but nodded. "Let's get your stuff on board before the rest of them." The students wish farewell their parents off. "That way you can get the last compartment, the one that I know you want." Harry grinned at her and they took off into the train. Aurora had his black and silver trunk following behind them. She got him in the last compartment but put his trunk on the shelf. No one else was on the train yet and Harry surprised Aurora by grabbing her in a hug. Aurora startled for a moment. It was the first time Harry had initiated contact. She grabbed him back in the hug. "I'll see you at school. Remember, it doesn't make a difference what you hear, any house is worthy." Harry nodded and pulled back. "Now be good. I'll see you in a few hours." Harry was left to his own devices and pulled out a book while Allie curled up his lap. He was undisturbed for over 20 minutes before a knock on the door came. Harry looked up and was surprised to see the auburn-haired girl from the robe shop. He gave the girl a smile and she opened the door. "Could you help me with my trunk?" Harry nodded and put his book to the side, which Allie promptly curled up on the book. Harry glared at the little kitten. It had taken to sleeping on his books or parchments, no matter how many times Harry moved him. Harry helped Susan put her trunk on the rack. "Thanks, Harry, you're stronger than you look." Harry cocked his head at her. He hadn't given her his name. "Professor Sinistra said your name in the shop and then my aunt told me your last name," Susan explained. Harry nodded. "So how are you liking the wizarding world?" Susan asked, despite knowing he probably wouldn't answer aloud. Harry looked at Susan for a second before saying, "I love it." Susan gave Harry a wide smile when he spoke. "That's great. Did Professor Sinistra tell you about Hogwarts and how the houses work?" Harry nodded. He was stopped from speaking by a rap on the door. Outside the door was a tiny little girl with deep, golden brown eyes and wavy strawberry blonde hair. "So you gonna let me in?" the girl asked with a cheerful upbeat voice. Susan laughed, and stood and opened the door for her. Harry hopped up and helped them with the trunk. Susan turned to Harry when they were done and gestured to the blonde. "This Isabel McDougal. Is this is Harry?" Susan purposely left off his last name. She didn't think Harry would appreciate being bombarded over and over again with stares. He'd get enough when his name was called for the sorting. "Nice to meet ya, Harry," is said with same cheerful tone. Harry smiled and ducked his head in greeting. "That's a killer war wound, by the way, very fetching," is said with a sly grin. Susan reprimanded her friend, but it lost some of its heat when she noticed Harry was laughing. That was certainly the first time someone his age didn't clam up or stare at him. "You're impossible," Susan said with a small laugh. "That's why you like me," is said with a wink towards Harry. Harry grinned at the girl. They were left alone for the rest of the ride to Hogwarts except for the trolley woman who came offering snacks. Harry brought an ice mice that drove Allie up the wall and some sugar quills. From there the girls introduced Harry to Exploding Snap, and once he got over the massive bangs he quite enjoyed it. "We should change into our robes, we will be there soon," Isabel said as she noticed the sky getting dark. "Harry, wait outside, we'll change first," she said, gesturing to herself and Susan. Harry, Susan, and Isabel left their trunks on the train as instructed by a prefect. "First years, over here," Seacam, a loud booming voice. Harry turned and identified him as Hagrid, the groundskeeper of Hogwarts. Professor Sinistra had described the man, and as Harry looked at him, he thought she had vastly underrated the man's size. The 3 first years followed the man and fell into a swarm of 11-year-olds. "4 to a boat," Hagrid bellowed. Harry, Susan, and Belle found themselves in a boat with another boy. He was slightly chubby with a round face and looked particularly ill at ease. "Hey Neville, what's wrong?" Susan asked the boy. Hi Sue." He had a bit of a stutter, but it smoothed out as he said, "I lost Trevor again." "He'll turn up, he always does," Susan replied. All their talking stopped as they spied Hogwarts for the first time. The magnificent castle seemed to sit above everything else in their view. It was everything Harry imagined it to look like and so much more. He picked out the astronomy tower, the highest one, and hoped he wouldn't disappoint Aurora. The small boats docked at the edge of the lake and Harry helped Susan and Isabel out of their boat. They walked up a pathway to the front hall of the school. The doors were so massive Hagrid looked small as they walked through. They were stopped outside the doors to the Great Hall. Professor McGonagall stood at the top of the steps surveying the first years. She smiled when she met Harry's eyes. He sent a small grin back to her before disappearing behind Susan and Isabel. He heard his full name and had no wish to play show and tell yet with his fellow first years. "Attention please." The first years quieted down. "I am the interim headmistress McGonagall and your transfiguration professor." This caused a flurry of whispers from the first years. Susan shared a look with Harry. They both knew why McGonagall was interim head. Dumbledore had been served with a warrant for child neglect. He was suspended until the outcome of the trial. "When you enter these doors, you will be sorted into your houses. They are Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin." Harry detected a note of distaste when she said Slytherin and gave a small smile. From what Aurora told him, McGonagall was still a bit sore that Slytherin won the Quidditch and House Cup last year. These houses will be your homes for the next 7 years. You will share equally in your house's triumphs and losses. Prepare yourselves. With that, Headmistress McGonagall disappeared into the Great Hall. The first year's nerves of getting sorted had been taken over by whispers of what happened to Dumbledore. A blonde-headed boy and a red-headed boy nearly came to blows over Dumbledore. Enough, came a loud voice that came from a small body. In all my years, the small man with dark hair and glasses said, his mustache twitching. You, he pointed to the blonde boy, over there, and you, the redhead, over there. And stay that way. I am Professor Flitwick, your charms professor and head of Ravenclaw House. I will lead you to the sorting hat. He got them in 2 lines and led the students into the hall. Silence fell over the hall as the first years came in. They stopped at the front of the H. All where a stool with a hat on it sat in front of the head table. Harry's eyes were drawn to the ceiling and then they found Aurora's eyes and waved at her. She smiled back and pointed to Professor Flitwick. The hat had finished singing the praises of all the houses and Professor Flitwick unraveled a long piece of parchment. Abbot, Hannah. The man called. A blonde-haired girl that was Susan's age. 8 stepped forward nervously, being the first one called. She sat on stool with her ankles crossed. The hat was only on her head for few seconds before it shouted, Hufflepuff. The table with the Y, yellow and black banners gave a loud cheer. The girl practically skipped to the table. Susan was called next and she walked somewhat hesitantly to the stool. The hat touched her head and called out, Hufflepuff. Susan looked relieved as soon as it spoke and made her way to the table. More first years followed and by the time they got Isabel, every house had gotten at least 2 new students. Isabel McDougal, Flitwick called in his loud but somewhat squeaky voice. Isabel strode confidently up to the stool and sat primly on the edge. Hufflepuff, the hat shouted after a minute of deliberating. 1 more boy went to Hufflepuff. While Slytherin got 5 more students, Ravenclaw 2 and finally Gryffindor got 1 before Harry was called. Harry Potter, Flitwick called. An instant hush fell over the school as people started craning to get a look at Harry. Harry stepped to the side of the crowd of first years and made his way up to the stool. Gradually, the voices picked up again in hushed tones. Flitwick put the hat on his head. Harry looked out at the crowd and fought not to squirm. Half the school was looking at him in awe and the other half in interest. Isabel looked a little put out but Susan was shushing her. He started when he heard a voice in his head. Mr. Potter, you've been on quite a few minds this evening. Don't worry, no one else can hear me. Now where to put you? You've got a good mind. Seems you've taught yourself a lot. Harry replied in his head, you grow up where I did and see what happens. The hat chuckled, if a hat could. Quite a lot of cunning and thirst to prove yourself. I'd rather not be in a house where a lot of people probably want me dead. That turned out so well the first time. You've got bravery in spades, the hat said. But I don't think Gryffindor would do you well, they're a bit rambunctious there. Harry just shrugged this time. By now he was getting a little nervous, nobody had taken this long. You are loyal to those who earned it and do you already have a budding friendships in the House of Hard Work? The hat shouted, Hufflepuff. The black and yellow table burst into their biggest cheer yet as Harry handed Flitwick the hat and ate his way happily to sit beside Susan and across from Isabel. Isabel looked a little cross at him. You know, you two could have told me, she said, glaring at Harry and Susan. Her cheerful tone took some of the heat out of her words. After eating more food than Harry ever had before, he was finding it difficult to stay awake as a Hufflepuff prefect, Tonks, led them through the halls of Hogwarts. Susan and Isabel were taking in the route to the Hufflepuff common room with rapt attention. Harry though had already found all 4 common room entrances when he was exploring the castle yesterday. Aurora went through some last-minute setups. The Slytherin common room was his least favorite. It was cold, dark and dank and reminded him far too much of his orphanage. He did find it interesting that he could communicate with the snake carved into the dungeon wall that marked the entrance. Harry had yet to tell Aurora that detail. The Ravenclaw common room made him solve a riddle before he could enter. Harry was impressed that they got their own small library in a powder blue-themed room. The painting guarding the entrance to Gryffindor had almost broken down into hysterics when she laid eyes on Harry. She let him through, mentioning his parents, which was the only reason he did not back away slowly from the woman. He found Gryffindor's common room too comfortable, but the red and gold theme was everywhere in the tower, including the showers. "So here we have the entrance to the common room," the girl with bright pink hair said with a playful grin. The group of students had stopped in front of some barrels. She tapped her wand in a rhythm on the middle barrel of the second row. "To get in, tap your wand to Helga Hufflepuff. Be careful not to get it wrong or you'll be bathing in vineg. She said as her hair changed color, causing most of the first years to tilt their heads like puppies at her. She chuckled and directed the first years into the tunnel revealed by the barrels. Harry F. L. into step between Isabel and Susan after waiting for everyone else to go through. Tonks smiled at them as they went through and she stepped in behind them. She furrowed her brow as she saw Harry straighten and glance back at her. She also caught the slight movement of his hand to his pocket. Harry could hear clapping coming from inside the common room. As he and the girls stepped into the room, he saw all of Hufflepuff House, including Professor Sprout, their head of house, greeting them. The common room of Hufflepuff House was circular with a low ceiling. It gave off a sense of warmth both and the atmosphere and the general temperature. It was lit by candles in bronze holders, but in the light sun streamed in from the many circular windows near the ceiling. Plants, both muggle and magical, decorated the room and gave it an earthy, clean smell. Overstuffed armchairs and couches in black and yellow with mahogany wood were spread about the room. The wooden floors matched the chairs and there were large yellow rugs over some of the floor. A large fireplace and mantel with badger carvings directly across from the entrance. A smiling portrait of Helga Hufflepuff was placed above the mantel. On either side of the mantel were two perfectly round doors that led to the dormitories. The boys' door had a bronze handle shaped like a B, while the girls had the same, only with a G. Harry took a look at all the smiling faces of the older students, most of whom looked at Harry with proud glances, and found himself relaxing almost without thought. Something about the Hufflepuff common room made him feel warm and fuzzy. Professor Sprout caught his eye and gave him a wink. Harry gave her a brilliant smile back. He had wandered into the greenhouses yesterday afternoon and helped her get some of the plants ready for school year. Professor Sprout had regaled him with a story about his father and friends trying to sneak into the greenhouses. Apparently they need herbs for a prank potion, and a man named Sirius had eaten them when they were caught. He turned a bright yellow color for 2 days. The clapping died down and Professor Sprout stepped forward. "Welcome first years to Hufflepuff House." Professor Sprout was a squat little witch with short curly gray hair. She was dressed for the opening feast in a nice brown robe, though she still kept her patchwork hat on. She was smiling widely at the new students. "Before we go any further, I want to emphasize something. You will hear from other students that Hufflepuff is made up of the leftovers, those who do not belong in another house." She paused and saw that every one of the newbies were waiting for her to continue. "This is simply not true. We are the house of the loyal and hardworking." The older students gave a loud cheer at her words. She smiled at them. "As such, I have high expectations of you all. Every year for the past decade, Hufflepuff has occupied half of the top 5 spots in each year. We will continue this. In order to help you adjust to life at Hogwarts and your studies, we in Hufflepuff assign mentors for your first year. They will help you throughout your year here. I will also be available for any problems you have. Please come to me." Professor Sprout pulled out a list from her robes. She had been working on it at dinner. "First up, Hannah Abbott. You will be with Leanne Trout." Leanne, a third year, stepped forward from the older Hufflepuffs and came to stand next to the blonde first year. "Susan Bones. Your mentor will be Cedric Diggory." A young handsome boy stepped forward and waved cheerfully at Susan. Susan blushed a bit at the older boy but went to stand next to him. Professor Sprout went through the first years and Harry made sure to mark the names of his fellow year mates. "Isabel McDougal. You'll be with Poppy Caxton." A blonde girl with a prefect pin came over to Isabel's side and gave the younger girl a grin. Ernie Macmillan, a smug-looking first year, stepped forward, with Sullivan Folly. A squirrely skinny boy stepped forward and successfully wiped the smugness from Ernie's face. "Harry Potter," Professor Sprout said, and a hush fell over the students. Harry fought not to shrink in on himself. "Tonks," Professor Sprout said with a grin. The prefect that led them to the common room stepped forward towards Harry. Harry met her halfway and gave the girl a small grin. Tonks gave him a cheerful smile and wink and waved Harry over to her. She was standing towards the front of the group of older students with people surrounding them. Professor Sprout ran through the saint of the first years while Harry shifted back and forth by Tonks' side. Tonks went to place a hand on Harry's shoulder, but once it came close to contact, Harry shot away. Tonks shot him a curious look but pulled her arm back. Set up time to talk to your mentor tomorrow, and I will see you tomorrow in your first herbology class. Professor Sprout wished them a good night and left them to their devices. The other students who were not assigned first years broke off into groups of friends while the first years and their mentors met. Tonks looked at Harry, whose eyes were darting to and from as he fidgeted. Harry, do you want move someplace else? Tonks asked in gentle tone. Her hair and eyes shifted to soft colors rather than the bright pink they were before. Harry looked at her with hidden awe. He nodded and backed away with his eyes on everyone else. He ended up with his back against the wall where he could view the whole room and everyone in it. Tonks' mind was whirling as she watched Harry's behavior. She had never seen a child act that way. She could tell from his posture that he was ready to bolt at a moment's notice. Harry stayed standing where he was, but Tonks pulled a chair over to sit in. Harry calmed a bit as Tonks was no longer looming over him. Harry, do you have any questions for me? Tonks asked. Harry was more focused on the amount of people around him than Tonks, but managed to hear her question. He had many questions but could not form them, his eyes though drifted up to her hair. Tonks frowned when she noticed, I am a metamorphagus. I can change my appearance at will. She cycled through some hair colors as well, changed the shape of her face. Harry's eyes widened and his moved to his throat unconsciously. Tonks' eyes softened. Sorry, bud, you would already know if you were a metamorphagus. Besides, it's not that great. Her words were a touch bitter. Harry nodded after thinking about it for a minute and then pointed to both of his scars with a wry grin. Tonks laughed and her hair shifted back to bright pink. I suppose you would know why different can be bad. So tomorrow, Tonks started after a minute of silence, why don't we meet after classes end? You can ask me any questions you have and I can give you the tour of the school. Poppy will be escorting you firsties to classes tomorrow. Your dorms are through the door with the B. There will be another door with your year number on it where your bed will be. Best go and choose one while the others are still talking to their mentors. Harry nodded at her gratefully and took off for his dorm. He disappeared into the boys' dorm door and entered another circular room. There were 7 doors, all numbered. Harry entered the door marked with a bronze 1. He groaned as he looked around the door. He would be bunking with all his male year mates. The last time he did that it did not turn out very well. The dorm itself was rather nice with wood flooring and wood-trimmed light yellow walls. The 4 poster beds were in a circle. The bed curtains were yellow and at the foot of each bed was a bronze warmer. Harry's trunk was at the foot of the bed closest to the door as well as Allie lounging on it. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. He could see everyone and could run for it if he needed to. In between 2 of the beds was a door that Harry went over and opened. Inside was a large circular bathroom with enough fixtures for every first-year boy. He moved back to his bed and changed into shorts and a black t-shirt. He hopped up on his bed and placed his knife under his pillow. His wand he kept strapped to his arm. Once Harry was comfortably settled in with his potions book, Aurora had tipped him off to read it. He was done with almost half of it and figured to get a couple more chapters done. Allie jumped up and made himself comfortable in Harry's lap. Harry scratched behind his ears making the little kitten purr. The door to the first-year boys' dorm opened and in walked 2 boys. He was blonde with feathered hair that made Harry hide a smirk. He walked in like he owned the joint and moved straight over to Harry. Ernie McMillian, he held his hand out to Harry with a friendly grin. Harry looked at him for a second, deciding he was harmless, and held his hand out to the boy. Ernie nodded his head after giving Harry an odd look for not giving his name. The second boy was taller than Ernie. He had a prominent jaw and dark brown eyes and curly blonde hair. Justin Finch Fletchley. He looked a bit disappointed when Harry showed no recognition of his name. I am a Muggle born and even I have heard of you. Justin said as Harry shook his hand. Harry had to swallow his annoyance as he shook the boy's hand. My name was down for Eden, you know. A flash of irritation went over Harry's eyes at the blatant name drop. He might have been a street urchin, but he had heard the name Eden. Give him some room, china plate. The order came from behind the 2 boys. Harry, still on his bed, could see over Ernie and Justin. The new boy was taller than the other two and quite a bit burlier and spoke with an accent familiar to Harry. He had a somewhat plain face with a strong jaw. His eyes were a brilliant blue and shined as he grinned, taking the focus off his somewhat crooked teeth. Harry gave the new boy an appreciative grin as Justin and Ernie backed up. Hopkins, Wanye. The me's Bond introduction lacked its normal refined tones in Wayne's Cockney accent. Instead of holding out his hand, presented Harry with his fist. Harry noticed Ernie stiffen at hearing Wayne's accent while Justin stepped away from the boy. Harry grinned a true grin and gave him a fist bump. Harry introduced himself in his quiet voice. It was a rougher now that his potion had mostly worn off. The other two's anger at being not spoken to lessened once they heard his voice. Now though they stared at the scar across his throat. Harry saw the looks and stiffened. Allie, who was now seated next to him, bristled. Wayne saw the look and whistled, pulling the attention back to himself. Let's get the rest of the intros done, yeah. He nodded to the two other boys that entered the Hufflepuff dorm. He had sat next to them at the feast. Roger Malone, the short black-haired boy with a buzz cut, nodded at Harry. And Oliver Rivers, 8th generation pure blood. I am a 9th. It was Ernie who cut off Wayne and introduced the last Hufflepuff boy. Oliver had light brown hair that was pulled back into a low ponytail and his robes smacked of finery. Oliver's gray eyes rolled as Ernie stepped towards him and laid a hand on his shoulder, pushing him towards Harry. I can introduce myself, Ernest, Oliver said, and Ernie winced. He hated his first name. Oliver held his hand out to Harry. You can call me Ollie. Harry said, this time his voice was more of a growl. Harry's eyes narrowed at his voice. Wayne picked up on Harry's uncomfortable shift. I'm knackered. Wayne moved away Harry's bed and started getting ready for bed. The rest of the dorm followed suit and Harry put his potion book down and got into bed, closing the curtains. He got under the sheets and moved his hand so it closed around his knife. Allie curled up at his feet and Harry drifted off into a fitful sleep. Harry was the first one awake in his dorm and quickly made it to the showers. He knew from the RPHANAGE hot water was a luxury in dorm life, only to be enjoyed by early risers. He would realize later Hogwarts did not run out of hot water, the joys of magic. Harry finished his shower and was brushing his teeth when Ollie and Ernie came in. Harry nodded to them from around his toothbrush. He spit and left the bathroom as Wayne stumbled in, one eye still closed. I hate mornings, Wayne said through a yawn. Harry grinned in reply and gave the sleepy boy a nod. Harry dressed quickly into his robes but ran into a semantics issue. First was his tie, which had somehow turned black and yellow overnight. He hung the tie around his neck, looking at in the mirror for a minute before Allie meowed and batted Harry's wand arm. Harry shook his head and nodded at his familiar. He flicked his wand into his hand and tapped the wand to his tie. He recited the spell Aurora taught him in his head. The tie tied itself with ease. Silent, Harry heard Ollie say from behind him. Harry met Ollie's eyes in the mirror. I'm impressed, Ollie said as he finished tying his own tie by hand. Harry tapped his head with his finger and shrugged. Ollie gave a short laugh of amusement. Harry moved back to his second quandary, his shoes. He looked at the dress shoes that were next to his worn-down sneakers. Allie gave him a look and nodded to the dress shoes. Harry swallowed a groan and put the dress shoes on. Freaking poofter shoes, Harry heard from the bed area next to his. It was Wayne muttering under his breath as he put his own dress shoes on and tied the laces. Harry shot him a grin and nodded. Wayne chuckled. Harry took a sip of his potion before nodding and grabbing up his new backpack. It had a leather strap that he threw over his body and let the heavy-duty olive sack rest against his side. Aura was insistent he have a well-made backpack that was spelled to be impervious and lightweight. Harry moved through the tunnel to the Hufflepuff common room, the first of the boys to be done. He almost ran into Cedric, Susan's mentor. Good morning, Harry, the boy said cheerfully, albeit a bit tiredly. Harry returned his greeting with a nod. Harry was impressed that the boy managed not to stare at either of his scars. Ready for you first day? Harry shrugged and gave him a hand motion that said halfway. Don't worry, Hufflepuffs always have Professor Sprout first and the rest of the day is mostly policies. Unless you're unlucky enough to get potions on the first day. Snape tends to joyfully make first days a pain. Professor Sinistra warned me, Harry said quietly as they stepped into the common room. Lucky you, Cedric said with a friendly smile. My second class here was with him, asked me about bezoars and where to find one. Harry looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Bezoars see. And work as an antidote to most poisons and are found in the stomach of a goat. Cedric said as if he were reciting a Bible verse. Harry looked at him with a smirk. Yes, I'll never forget that one. Let me know if you need any help, Cedric said and moved over to a group of third years after giving a wave to Susan. Harry made his way to Susan's side. Hey Harry, she said cheerfully, which was mirrored by Isabel's cheerful wave. Harry. Isabel greeted him. Harry nodded, gave both girls a smile. How did you sleep? Isabel asked. Harry nodded. Great. You ready to go to breakfast? Isabel said without taking a breath, it seemed. Harry. You going to introduce me to your lovely friends? Wayne asked, coming up behind Harry and laying an arm around Harry's shoulders. Harry stiffened and Wayne quick. Kaylee removed his arm but kept the grin on his face. Susan blushed and Isabel looked at Wayne like a bug. Wayne, Harry said with amusement at Isabel's look. Susan and Isabel. Yo Marys, Wayne said with a cocky bow. Harry snorted. He doubted the girls got his reference. First years with me, Poppy Caxton's voice called out when all the first years had made it to the common room. Poppy led the first years up one level to the great hall and got them situated, then took a seat with her friends. Harry spotted Tonks and she gave him a friendly wave. Harry watched the hall as more and more people filled in. The Ravenclaw table was full of students already, and Harry noticed some of the older students at the table with books cracked open. The Slytherin table was livelier, but it was a controlled enthusiasm. Harry's eyes met those of a fellow first year. The blonde boy that had been in the almost fight the night before. The blonde boy's slate gray eyes narrowed at Harry and a sneer spread across the boy's pointed face. Harry looked impassively back at him, refusing to give the boy any satisfaction. Harry's gaze was drawn to the last table, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table was loud and rowdy. And full of laughter, which seemed to be centered on a pair tall red-headed twins. Harry stifled a laugh as one of the twins purposely shot milk out his nose, grossing out a few girls around him. Harry, he focused on Isabel across from him. She was pointing to the head table at Aurora. Aurora smiled at him and waved. Harry nodded at her with a big grin. Harry listened to the chatter around him as his fellow first years started to get to know each other. I'm looking forward to flying classes, he heard Ernie say. I have been flying since I was 8. Harry wondered if the boy knew how not to be smug but let it go. It was not his problem to deal with. Flying, Harry heard Justin say with a worried tone lacing his voice. Harry, you ready to try flying? Susan asked him. It's a lot of fun. Harry grinned. He pulled out a piece of paper and wrote, Aurora's dad took me flying. It was bloody awesome. Wait until you start playing Quidditch, Wayne said, giving him a shoulder bump. Quidditch, Harry wrote on his paper. He was so used to not speaking. I've got a book on it, Wayne said. And you'll see it when the house games start. First years don't play, so I wouldn't worry about it. Harry nodded. Do you play? Harry wrote for all three of them. Susan and Isabel shook their heads in the negative, but Wayne nodded. I'm a fair beater, Wayne said, and at Harry's look added. Beaters use a bat to hit bludgers. An iron-like ball, at the opposing team to knock them off their game. I played cricket for the school team. Harry left off the fact that he hadn't gone to school in the last 2 years. We'll have to see what you can do. Wayne, here you go dears, they heard from behind them as Professor Sprout handed them their schedules. Harry took his and looked over the timetable and spotted astronomy on Wednesday night. He looked for today's schedule and his eyes landed on herbology, like Cedric had said first, and the Hufflepuffs were paired with the Gryffindors. The next on the list was charms with the Ravenclaws. And then after lunch double potions with the Slytherins. Harry shook his head and was tempted to ball up the sheet. Great, we have Snape on the first day, Isabel groaned. Harry looked at her with a quizzical look. My cousin is in Gryffindor. Isabel pointed out a tall blonde girl who gave Isabel a wave. Snape's is about as horrible person as one can be. Poppy, who was sitting close to them, nodded. If you have any problems with him, let one as prefects know. We're going to make a list of his antics. Hopefully with Dumbledore not here we can actually do something about Snape. The first years nodded. Poppy stood. I'll take you guys down to the greenhouses and I'll meet you there after class. I have a free period, so I'll be the one taking you to charms. The walk down to the greenhouses was filled with chatter, mostly from Poppy explained things to them along the way. She pointed out a big tree called a whomping willow and told them to keep their distance. They were met outside the greenhouses by Professor Sprout. There was one Gryffindor girl already there. She had a bushy brown mane of hair. "Thank you, Poppy," Professor Sprout said to her court before the older girl took off for the castle. The Hufflepuffs milled around talking to each other, mostly ignoring the lone Gryffindor. It was only a few minutes later that they could hear loud shouting as the rest of Gryffindor made their way to the greenhouses. They were a smaller group than the Hufflepuffs but still managed to be louder. There were only 2 other Gryffindor girls and they both had pink nails. One of the girls was Indian while the other was blonde and talked with her hands. The bushy-haired girl shot them an annoyed look. The Gryffindor boys were pushing each other in a teasing manner. Well, 3 of them were. One was a tall black boy, then a short little white boy with brown hair who spoke with an Irish accent. The last of the 3 was the other boy from the almost fight, a lanky redhead that looked like the twin boys from earlier. Bringing up the rear was Neville, who looked just as shy and out of place as he did on the boat ride. "Now that we're all here and accounted for," Professor Sprout's voice rose above the first years. The students simmered down. "Today we're mostly going to be going over procedures as I introduce you to the greenhouses. We'll start in Greenhouse 1. She took them over to the leftmost greenhouse of the 7. It was a tall glass building that had long serpentine dragons on the top of the houses. The greenhouse had hooks for iron bags and Professor Sprout directed them to hang their stuff up. "This is the greenhouse we will be working out of for the whole year. You'll be learning the basics of caring for magical and mundane plants, both of which are used in potions. Excelling in herbology can help you greatly in potions as well as healing." She led them through the greenhouse, pointing out various plants. The bushy-haired girl looked put out that Professor Sprout did not let her bring parchment to take notes on. Professor Sprout took them to the other greenhouses but did not let them enter houses 5 through 7. Those greenhouses were used only for NEWT students. Now, they were back in Greenhouse 1. Take some time to look around and get a feel for the plants for the rest of the time. The first years spread out through the greenhouses, little groups starting to form already. Harry trailed after Susan and Isabel with Wayne by his side. Susan and Isabel stopped at a grouping of plants and both boys re-hit by aromas that were familiar to them. Basil, Wayne said as he leaned down next to the plant and took a whiff. The other 3 grinned at him. Harry looked the plants surrounding them over with only some interest. He barely grew up with grass, let alone plants. They ran into the small pudgy Gryffindor and the boy jumped back skittishly, looking at Harry. "Hello again, Neville," Susan said with a smile. "Excited for herbology?" Susan asked and then turned to Harry and Wayne. "Neville's great with plants. He has a few greenhouses at his house." Neville squirmed under the praise but Su'd not keep the excited look off his face. "I have most of these plants at home," Neville said, stuttering a bit at first. "That's cool, I've barely seen grass," Harry said quietly with a grin. That loosened Neville up. "Most of these are edible herbs that you could use on or with food, but some of them are magical. Like this one," Neville said, pointing out a plant that seemed to have tentacles with thorns on them. "It's called stinging mint. It's not mint but it has a minty odor." "What's its plant name?" Wayne said with a mystified look. Neville rattled off the actual name. "Stinging mint it is," Wayne quipped. Neville grinned. They were interrupted by the rest of the Gryffindor boys. The redhead one pushed through Isabel and Susan, nearly knocking over Susan. "Hey," Susan said as Harry helped her up. The redhead said before focusing on Harry. "I'm Ron Weasley," the redhead introduced himself ineloquently. Harry looked at the boy's hand as he was steadying Susan. Harry's eyes narrowed at the boy. "Do you have the scar?" the boy asked. Harry's hand flexed into a fist at the boy's question. The other 2 boys looked at Harry like a circus performer. "Really, wanker, that's the first thing you ask," Wayne said, stepping in front of the redhead. Wayne was a good deal bigger than any of the 3, but that did not stop Ron. "Who you calling wanker?" He tried to lunge himself at Ron but was stopped by a spell. "Ronald Weasley," Professor Sprout said, coming up from behind the group. "That is the second fight we have had to pull you out of," she said, referring to last night before the feast. "And you've only been here 2 days. 10 points from Gryffindor and I'll be having a nice chat with Headmistress McGonagall." The Gryffindors protested loudly. "And Wayne 5 points from Hufflepuff for language." Wayne shrugged, as did the rest of the Hufflepuffs who were around. It was worth it in their minds. Now I believe you all need to get your next classes. She turned to Hufflepuffs, try to stay out of trouble. The older years will not be too happy with you if you lose more points. The Hufflepuff first years nodded as they left to gather their things. Thanks, Harry said to Wayne as they grabbed their bags. Wayne just grinned his toothy smile as thanks. I had more tact as 5-year-old, Isabel said coming up next to them. Thanks for the help Harry, Susan said. Harry ducked his head. Hey guys. They were greeted by Poppy outside the greenhouse. How was your first class? We lost 5 points. Gryffindor lost 10. Poppy's eyes widened at Hannah Abbott's words. Hat's got to be a Hufflepuff record. What happened? The 5th year asked with a hand on her hip. Isabel pointed out the redhead currently sprinting from the greenhouses with the other Gryffindors. At one pushed Susan and then asked if Harry had his scar. Ooh, Fred and George are going to give him hell to pay. Not even they've lost points on the first day. Fred and George, Susan asked. Fred and George Weasley, the twin terrors and resident pranksters of Hogwarts. Poppy said with a laugh. I'm sure you all see one of their pranks rather soon. The first years looked at her with something between awe and fear. Don't worry, they don't really go after us puffs. She led them back into the castle and up to the 3rd floor. This is Charms with Professor Flitwick. He's fair and doesn't min. If you have fun, but he does expect you to succeed. And he usually starts you off with a practical right away. As she was speaking, a Ravenclaw prefect appeared leading the first-year Ravens. Right. I won't see you guys next as I have double runes, but Tonks will be here to bring you down to lunch. She gave them a wave. The Ravenclaws were a pretty diverse group and more on par with the size of the Hufflepuffs. Susan, Isabel, Ernie, and Oliver greeted some of the Ravenclaws. Harry did a double take on one of the Ravenclaw girls. Her twin must have been in Gryffindor as only the pipping on her uniform was different. Hey Padma, Susan said, called to the girl. We just had class with Parvati. You have no idea how happy I am to be in a different dorm, Harry heard Padma whisper to Susan and Isabel. The two Hufflepuff girls laughed quietly, knowing the twins were vastly different people. Padma, this is Harry and Wayne, Susan turning to the boys. Nice to meet you, Padma said, shaking both boys' hands. Her eyes drifted towards the scar on Harry's neck, but they did not linger there for long. Harry and Wayne greeted her as they moved into the classroom. The classroom was split into 2 sides facing each other. The Hufflepuffs went to one side while the Ravenclaws went to the other. Professor Flitwick came out from his office and stood on a stack of books. A few the first years tit-ed with laughter but were quickly shushed by classmates. Professor Flitwick took attendance and Harry was able to put a name to faces of the Ravenclaws. As they went through the lesson on levitation, charms and their uses, most of the Ravenclaw first years were furiously scribbling away notes. The Hufflepuff students were a mixed bag, with some preferring to listen and others to take notes. They did not get to the actual casting of the spell, but Professor Flitwick had them practicing the wand movements. Tonks showed up to escort the first years down to the Great Hall for lunch. She waved in Harry and brought him up next to her. Enjoying it so far? I heard there was a bit of a scuffle. She asked Harry as he walked next to her. Harry pointed to his forehead where his lightning bolt scar laid. She looked to Wayne. And you called the kid a wanker? Wayne looked a tad hesitant to answer the 7th year. Her hair turned bright pink and she winked at him. We won't knock you for defending a fellow puff. All right guys, dig in and then I'll take you to potions, she sneered the word. We need to get there early. Tonks had Harry sit next to her with the others. My mum knew your parents, Tonks said with a grin. Harry's eyes flashed with excitement. I can owl her and see if she has any stories for you. Harry nodded his head vigorously. I wanted to warn you, Snape hates me because my mum was not fond of him in school. And I'm clumsy. I know from my mum Snape and your dad did not get along at all. Harry nodded to show he was following. Keep your head down and like Poppy told why. Oh, you guys come to us so we can document it. Harry nodded. Tonks, Wayne asked from Harry's other side. Yeep, she asked. How's our Quidditch team? Tonks frowned and her eyes turned a dark brown. We came in last. Last year, she pointed out the players and stopped on Cedric. Last year was Cedric's first year as Seeker and he solid kept us from losing all our games. Ah piss, Wayne said and dropped his head to the table. Susan and Isabel laughed at his anguish at being in last place. What team do you follow? Tonks asked. Falmouth, Wayne said with a feral grin. Tonks looked him over. You must be a beater. Abso-bloody-lutely, Wayne crooned the word. Falmouth? Harry asked. A dirty team, a hard team, Isabel and Wayne said at the same time. They glared at each other. You must be a pride, Wayne said with disgust. What you mean a team that can win without killing someone, Isabel snapped back. Susan rolled her eyes to the heavens while Harry and Tonks watched snickering at the two. We haven't offed any ponces in 10 years. Wayne countered. Harry gave a loud snicker. Don't think that helped mate. As much fun as this is to witness, Tonks broke in. I need to get you all to potions. She stood and all the Hufflepuff first years stood with her. She took the back down the stairs but instead of turning to the Hufflepuff common room she led them in the opposite direction. Who do you guys have potions with? She asked as they stopped outside a door in the dungeons. Harry had a bad feeling about the place. Slytherin, the answer came from the smooth voice of Ollie. Tonks, hair flashed red. Then blue and finally back to a light shade of pink, sit in the back. You don't want the Slytherins behind you. They all nodded and Tonks cast a time spell. I've got to run to Charms, keep your heads down. She left the group of Hufflepuffs milling about the locked door to the potions classroom. They didn't have to wait long for the Slytherins to come swaggering down the hall. The first years in the green-pipped robes all seemed to be following the boy with slicked-back blonde hair and pointed face. The boy sneered at the Hufflepuffs. I cannot believe we have to have classes with the leftovers. The boy sneered. Shut it, Malfoy, Ollie sneered just as impressively back at the blonde boy. Harry was reminded of the boy's first name at Ollie's words, Draco Malfoy. The boy acted like a first-order prick in Harry's opinion. Draco pushed through the Hufflepuffs to stand in front of Harry. The blonde boy looked Harry up and down with a sneer. My father was right. The boy who lived is nothing more than a fluke. A worthless, Puff could never take down one of the greatest wizards to live. Gasps were heard from the Hufflepuffs at Draco's words. Harry's fist ballet. D at the boy's words and reached for his knife with his other hand. Harry longed to slip the knife out and teach the offensive boy a lesson. Sal was adamant about teaching Harry to defend himself when threatened. Harry's green eyes darkened as he went to respond only for the potion's door to bang open. The tall dark form of Professor Snape billowed into the crowd. What are you waiting for, the Maw? N sneered in a smooth tone as he pointed into the classroom. The Hufflepuffs were the first in except for Harry, Wayne, Susan, and Isabel. The three stood behind Harry with glares directed at the Slytherin pack leader. Harry glanced from Malfoy to the potions professor, whom was giving them all a calculating look. Harry relaxed his hand and moved into the classroom followed by his new friends. BL. Udi Tosspot needs to be taught a lesson, Wayne muttered as the four took their seats at one of the potion stations. Harry nodded silently agreeing with Wayne. The four pulled out their equipment foe. Our potions as the Slytherins were left to take the front stations. Professor Snape stalked to the front of the classroom with his robes billowing. They twirled as the man stopped and crossed his arms at the front of the class. Harry was briefly reminded of Dracula. There will be no foolish wand-waving or silly incantation as this class. Professor Snape's voice was harsh but still kept the silky undertone. I do not expect most of you to grasp the subtle and exacting art of potions, he looked at the Hufflepuffs with disdain. Those of you who do, can be taught to ensnare the senses, bewitch the mind, and appreciate the control a potion gives you as it courses through a person's veins. Harry grew more uncomfortable as the man continued to caress the words. Harry squirmed in his seat and looked away from the man. Mr. Potter. The man's sharp tone drew Harry's attention back to him. It seems the boy who lived has deemed potions beneath him. The professor's words made Harry's eyes darken. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Snape bit the question out with speed. Harry's thoughts were jumbled as he fought to make sense of the fast words. Tut tut. Professor Snape said before Harry could answer, clearly fame isn't everything. The Slytherins laughed and Harry's eyes grew cold. It makes a sleeping potion, draught of the living death, Harry said quietly. His words ended the snickering of the Slytherins as they looked to their head of house to see if he was correct. Snape's eyes flashed with irritation. 5 points from Hufflepuff for talking out of turn. What? He's right. The loud protest came from Ollie, while the rest of the Hufflepuffs grumbled. 5 more points from Hufflepuff, Snape said, silencing the Hufflepuffs. Now we'll separate the dunderheads from those who are worthy of my time, Professor Snape. The directions are on the board. With those words Professor Snape left them to their own devices. Ry and Wayne paired together while Susan and Isabel worked together. Ever made a potion before? Wayne asked Harry. I've never even made a cup of soup before, Harry quipped, his own Cockney accent slipping out. Well, taught me a bit about 'em, Wayne said. I'll grab the ingredients. Harry nodded and lit the cauldron to start the heat. Wayne brought back the needed ingredients and set Harry to grounding the snake fangs while Wayne worked on the nettles. Their potion was progressing satisfactorily despite the lack of instruction from Professor Snape. You might as well stop before you blow your cauldron up, Snape sneered as he looked over Hannah Abbott and Justine Finch-Fletchley's cauldron. Excellent, Mr. Malfoy, Snape said with a grin to the obnoxious blonde boy. The boy preened under the attention. Snape complimented two more Slytherin groups before coming back to the Hufflepuffs. He sneered at each potion except for Susan and Isabel's. He simply walked past them. He looked as he came to Wayne and Harry's, but the potion looked as well as Isabel and Susan's. Snape stalked back to the front of the class. Bottle and bring your potions to the front. Harry took the podio N from Wayne and moved up to the front of the class. As he was walking, a foot stretched out and sent Harry into a stumble. Harry kept his grip on the potion and managed to stay standing. He shot a glare at Malfoy, who was snickering. Mr. Potter, that's another 5 points from Hufflepuff for causing a disturbance. Every Hufflepuff in the room shot the odious professor a glare. The tone signaling the end of class was heard and the Hufflepuffs fled from the room, eager to return to their prefects. Harry slipped out of the classroom and away from the group of Hufflepuffs and took off at run when he was out of sight. The whole of Hufflepuff noticed him missing when they sat down at the house table. Harry ducked through the halls, ignoring the portraits that were yelling at him to stop running. He wasn't quite sure where he was going, only that he had to get away. He hadn't felt hatred like this being told he was going to return to the orphanage. He slipped into a secret passage he had found earlier. He stopped and leaned against the wall, sinking down to sit on the floor. He started his breathing techniques that Sal taught him. It was never good to explode in public, according to Sal. He was startled when the passageway opened. He flicked his wand into one hand and his knife into the other. The knife shot open with a flick of his hand. Now that is a bloody good trick. Two redhead Ed twins stood before Harry with identical grins on their faces. When Harry's head tilted to the side at their unique speech, both boys let out deep laughs. Harry relaxed and replaced his wand and knife. I'm Fred and this is George, the twin on the left said. No, you're George and I'm Fred. Remember we switched in potions, the twin on the right said. Quite forgotten that. Gred and Forge at your service. Oh, magnificent boy who lost points faster than we ever have, George said. At least Harry thought it was George. A grin spread over Harry's face as the two continued. Not only did he lose points faster, he's already found a passage, Fred said when George was finished. Oh, brilliant one, why are you hiding in here? George asked. Harry's head was still tilted at them as he deliberated. Finally he decided to speak. Snape and Malfoy. His words were rough. Say no more, mate, Fred answered. We were just going to give Professor Snape a welcome back gift. Would you like to join us? George finished with glee. Harry nodded eagerly. We just need to get to the kitchens, Fred said. Have you found them? George asked Harry. Harry nodded that he had. Oh, I like you. Fred let out a piece of parchment from his pocket and held it close as he looked it over. Let's go, there's still enough people not at dinner, Fred said as they left the passageway. Harry followed the older boys through the halls back towards the Hufflepuff common room. They veered off to a painting of a bowl of pears. My good lad, do the honors, George finished. Both twins looked at Harry with calculating stares. Harry grinned and tickled one of the pears. The door to the kitchens flew open and all three boys were greeted enthusiastically by the elves inside. Master Harry, many of the elves came over to shake Harry's hand. The twins looked at the scene curiously. Yo Babs, Harry said to one small female elf. She looked younger than the most of the elves. My friends here have something for Professor Snape, Harry said quietly to Babs. Babs, make sure he gets his, Babs said, bouncing. Just put it in his goblet, George said with a wolfish grin. Babs nodded, her ears flapping. We should get to dinner. Go ahead, I'm going to stay here, Harry said with a nod. The twins gave him a funny look, but they were eager to get back to the hall and establish their alibi. What do Master Harry want to eat? Another elf came over to ask. Whatever you guys made is fine with me, Bugs. Harry spoke with an easy grin. The old elf had Harry follow him over to a table. A plate of roasted chicken and vegetables was placed in front of him. Harry took a deep breath, inhaling the smell of the food. A large smile spread across his face, delighting Bugs. Smells great. Harry dug into the food. Bugs nodded before moving away from the table. Harry was on to dessert when the door to the kitchen opened. Harry felt her eyes almost immediately. He looked up from his treacle tart and met the amber hues of his guardian. Harry, I know you're friends with the elves, but you have to take meals in the Great Hall now that classes have started. Harry dropped his head at her words but did not reply. Aurora watched him before moving to sit next to him. What's wrong, Harry? Aurora said, placing a hand on his shoulder. She could feel it in her magic that something was wrong. That was why she sought him out. After he got over the uniqueness of the elves, he seemed most comfortable with them. He looked into her eyes, searching for something. When he found it, he nodded. 20 points were lost because of me today. Aurora's brow furrowed. Start from the beginning. In herbology, Don or Ron or whatever his name was from Gryffindor asked to see my scar. He pointed to his forehead. Wayne. Esau. I got upset and called him a wanker. The Gryffindor tried to hit him. Aurora interrupted him. That was not your fault. It was not Wayne's fault either, but you should tell him to watch his language around professors. Is that all? I doubt Professor Sprout took off 15 points for that. Potions class, Harry muttered so quietly Aurora almost missed it. Her grip on Harry tightened. That worthless overgrown bat, she muttered angrily. Her eyes flashed angrily, but Harry felt even more comfortable than before knowing she was defending him. What did he do? Harry paused before explaining. Everything that happened in the hallway before potions and in potions. I will be keeping an eye on Mr. Malfoy, Aurora said when Harry had finished. As for Professor Snape, her tone was withering. I will be discussing this with Aunt Minerva. She has been wanting to do something about him for a while now. Now you wouldn't happen to know why Professor Snape's hair turned a shocking pink during dinner? Aurora asked with a grin. Harry managed to look very innocent and shook his head no, though he did have a genuine smile on his face. Aside from Professor Snape, how was your day? It sounds like you're making friends. Harry nodded. Most of the Hufflepuffs have been cool. Harry added, Ernie and Justin are a couple of toffs though. Oh, and Oliver Rivers isn't. Aurora knew the Rivers family, they were friends of her father's. Harry shrugged, he hasn't acted like a Burke yet. And who is Wayne? Wayne Hopkins, Harry replied with some of his Cockney accent coming through, he's like me. And then there's Susan and Isabel. They sat with me on the train. Susan's aunt is personally handling the case against Dumbledore, Aurora told him. She's collecting evidence from the orphanage and the local bobbies about your case. She expects the trial to be next week. Harry stared into space before nodding. There's going to be a lot of press surrounding it. Some of the students will no doubt have opinions. Aurora said, giving Harry's shoulders a squeeze. Keep your wits about you and try not to let it get to you. If you're having problems, come see me, even if it's in the middle of class, all right? Aurora asked. And what if someone comes at me? Harry asked, turning to look at his guardian. Defend yourself if you have to. The rest can be sorted out after the fact. Harry nodded. Good. Now I need to get to the staff meeting and you should go back to the Hufflepuff common room. She stood with Harry and gave him a quick hug. Harry surprised her by holding on a bit more than a second. They left the kitchens together and split up as Harry went to the common room and Aurora made her way to the staff meeting. You slimy little bastard, Aurora bit out as she came into the staff meeting and stalked towards the greasy-haired professor. She had grown increasingly angry as she walked to the staff meeting. Aurora, she heard Minerva say. You can't let the past die, can you? Aurora ignored Minerva. Severus sneered and went to reply, but Minerva got in between them. What is the problem? Minerva silenced Severus with a hand. He took 5 points from my ward for answering an end-of-year question correctly. And another 5 points when the Malfoy boy attempted to trip him. And he took another 5 points from Mr. Rivers for defending Harry's answer. Ward. Severus spluttered. He knew exactly who the irate professor was referring to. Yes, my ward. And if I hear one more complaint from Harry, I'll see to it that you end up in front of the Wizengamot. Severus SN. But there was nothing he could say back to her. Her father was a powerful man. You took 15 points from my first years. The icy tones came from the normally cheerful Professor Sprout. She had yet to hear about the 10 points he took from the Hufflepuff fifth years today. Like all bullies, when backed into the corner and confronted with someone or someone's of more strength, Snape folded. He did not dare speak given the state of staff meetings lately with Dumbledore missing had become icy events for the potions professor. Snape glared at the centerpiece of the table as the rest of the staff took their seats. Severus, we will be having a discussion after the meeting, Headmistress McGonagall said to the pouting grown man. First order of business, that asinine plan of Albus's to use the Philosopher's Stone here has been dealt with. The stone has been returned to Nicholas Flamel, who was more than happy to have it out of a school full of children. The staff collectively let out breaths of relief. None of them had agreed with the plan except for Severus, but even he was relieved. The staff was well aware of what vault at Gringotts was broken into. The only person around the table that looked displeased was the stuttering from of Professor Quirrell. Nobody paid him any mind. Harry and the rest of the Hufflepuff first years filled into their first Transfiguration lesson with some trepidation. Having the headmistress for a teacher was a bit nerve-wracking for the first years. A cat sat on the teacher's desk staring at the students calmly. Harry shot a grin at the cat. He knew it was McGonagall. She had shown him her animagus form as part of his introduction to magic. The cat's whiskers twitched with amusement. Harry took a seat next to Wayne off to the left of the classroom. Susan and Isabel sat behind them. The next student into the classroom was a bushy-haired Gryffindor who looked haggard. She was followed a few minutes later by most of the Gryffindors, except for the redhead and the Irish boy. They came barreling into the classroom after the tone rang, "McGonagall's not here." The redhead sighed in relief. Harry hid a smile as the cat launched itself off the desk and into the headmistress. "Wicked," the redhead exclaimed. McGonagall did not look amused and shot the boys a glare. "You're late, Mr. Weasley, Mr. Finnegan. Perhaps I should transfigure one of you into a pocket watch." "We got lost," Seamus said in a whiny tone. "Then perhaps a map," McGonagall said. She turned to move to the front of her classroom. She waved her wand. A writing appeared on the board. The class started taking their notes as she went on to outline everything they would be doing throughout the year. She then started straight into the laws governing transfiguration. AF. Tear nearly an hour of complicated notes. Harry stared at his parchment like he was looking at Latin scripture. He wasn't the only one. "Blimey, I'm confused," Wayne muttered. Harry nodded his agreement. The simplest of transfiguration spells is turning a matchstick into a needle. She passed out matchsticks to the students. "Watch me." She floated her matchstick into the air. 1, 2, she tapped. Ed her wand on the left and then right of the matchstick, Acus. The matchstick was replaced by a sharp metal needle complete with a loophole. "You may begin." Harry and Wayne shared a look before shrugging. Wayne attempted it first and looked dejectedly as the matchstick didn't even twitch, let alone change. "Bugger," Wayne mumbled. Harry grinned and started his own attempt. He flicked his wand. ND then said so quietly Wayne could not hear him over the rest of the class, "Acus." Harry's matchstick, much like Wayne's, refused to budge. Harry's eyes narrowed as if the needle offended him, causing Wayne to chuckle. The boys continued on their quest for the rest of the class with only Harry showing some progress. His matchstick had sharpened to a point. "Progress, Mr. Potter," the headmistress said as she came to check on their work. "Keep it, Mr. Hopkins." As she moved to the front, the headmistress exclaimed, "Very good, Miss Granger." The girl with the bushy hair gave a simpering smile as she beamed under the praise. 5 points to Gryffindor. The bushy-haired girl had a silver but dull matchstick on her desk. Surprising the Hufflepuffs, the other Gryffindors did not look pleased with girl. Something she seemed to notice and deflate a bit. The tone rang and the bushy-haired girl jetted from the room with speed. Harry watched the girl go before sharing a shrug with his fellow Puffs. "Where to?" Wayne asked. "We've got defense," Susan answered. The Hufflepuffs moved as a group to their next lesson with Tonks as an escort. "All right guys, before you go in," Tonks said with an easy grin. "Professor Quirrell is a bit different," she said. "He stutters. Apparently he had an encounter with a vampire and has not recovered, so listen carefully. It's a right pain, but defense is one of the most important subjects you'll learn. The first year, Puffs nodded and Tonks let them enter the classroom. Blimey, that smells, Wayne summed up all their thoughts upon entering the defense classroom. The room stank of garlic and cloves were hanging from the walls. The classroom was larger than the other rooms and the desks were set up in a half-circle facing their professor. The Professor W. As a squirrely-looking man whose hands twitched nervously as the Hufflepuffs came in. He had a purple turban wrapped around his head. The Hufflepuffs were joined by the Ravenclaws and class began. Well, welcome to Defense. Defense against the dark arts. Harry gave Wayne a look and Wayne nodded. Gonna be painful year, Wayne whispered. The class was painfully long and as it progressed, Harry grew increasingly uncomfortable. His head started to ache near his scar. He caught the eye of his professor and was startled by the anger in the man's eyes. A sharp pain flared in Harry's skull and he looked away with a wince. Professor Quirrell seemed to smile at that and his stutter disappeared for a few seconds. The tone rang and this time it was Harry who was the first one out of the classroom. He ran into Tonks. Watch her, Harry, she stopped him before he crashed into her. What's wrong? She said rapidly, taking in his pale state and furrowed brow. My head, Harry said quietly, rubbing his scar. Come on, let's go see Madame Pomfrey, she said as the other Hufflepuffs came out of the room. She can give you a headache draft. Probably the garlic, she muttered. Can you guys make it to the Great Hall? Tonks asked the first years. They nodded and Tonks directed Harry down the hall. Other than the headache, how's your day going? Tonks asked her mentee. I couldn't understand a damn thing, Harry muttered. Tonks chuckled. Yeah, hopefully it will get better or else none of us are going to pass defense. Transfiguration was hard, Harry added. Most people struggle with it, Tonks said with a nod. It's one of those that gets easier the more you do it though. I can help you with it later tonight if you want. Harry nodded and gave her a small grin. Head feeling better yet? She asked as they came to the entrance of the hospital wing. A bit, Harry answered, and it did feel better almost immediately after moving away from the defense classroom. Miss Tonks, what can I do for you? An older witch in uniformed robes asked. Harry here got a headache in defense. Tonks explained. 7th one this week, Madame Pomfrey said with a shake of her head. She moved to a cabinet and pulled out a potion and poured a mouthful into a glass. Drink up, she handed it to Harry. Harry took it and sniffed it, making Tonks grin and Madame Pomfrey sigh. It's not supposed to be appealing. Harry grimaced and threw it back like a shot. Tonks looked at him with a raised eyebrow. That looked way too natural for the boy. What did your head feel like? Splitting pain, Harry said and rubbed his scar. That drew Madame Pomfrey attention. The scar looked redder than it should. If it starts up again, come back and see me, Madame Pomfrey said with a concerned glance. Harry nodded. Also, I can make the potion for your throat while you're here at Hogwarts. Harry gave the Mediwitch a grin and nod. Let's go get some lunch, Tonks said, placing a hand on his shoulder and leading him from the room. Harry, do you mind me asking what happened? Tonks said with a gesture to his throat. Harry stopped walking and Tonks stopped next to him. Harry stared at her for a minute and only noticed genuine interest in her eyes. She wasn't looking for a story to spread. I grew up at a Catholic orphanage. Aurora, I mean Professor Sinistra, said what I did was accidental magic. Tonks nodded. Most of us have accidental magic growing up. For me, my changes would cycle, made going into the Muggle world hard. Some of the older kids thought I was possessed, Harry said, and he could see the wheels turn in Tonks' head. She gasped and pulled Harry into a hug. Oh Harry, I'm sorry. Harry was stiff for a second before he relaxed into Tonks' arms. All right, we won't dwell on it anymore. Remember, it makes you stronger, she said emphatically. Harry gave her a grin. So you're on a first-name basis with Professor Sinistra? Most of the older boys would kill for that. Harry blushed and stammered, she's my guardian. Tonks chuckled. Really? Magic? Harry said with one of the most confused expressions Tonks had ever seen. Tonks nodded. You'll find that every once in a while magic seems to take on a life of its own. It's part of what makes Hogwarts so unique. Magic has made the castle somewhat sentient. How? Harry asked as they came to the Hufflepuff table. Tonks grinned and her hair flashed brighter. Magic. Harry gave her a droll stare, making the older girl laugh loudly. Everything good, Harry? Susan asked with a smile. Just a headache, he said with a shrug. Well, eat up, we have to get to history of magic, Isabel commented. Harry, is everything all right? Aurora asked as she opened the door to her private quarters. It was Sunday and they were about to start their second week of classes tomorrow. Harry had not seen Aurora one-on-one since leaving for the train the previous Sunday. Now he stood before her in jeans, a t-shirt and his ratty old trainers that she couldn't get him to throw away. Allie was perched on Harry's right shoulder. Harry nodded his head that everything was fine. He looked at her and shrugged. Aurora tilted her head and led Harry into her quarters saying, "Dorm's a little too much?" she asked once the door was closed. Harry gave her a sheepish grin. "Is your work done for this week?" Aurora said, taking a seat on the couch in front of the fireplace in her quarters. Harry nodded with a bright smile. He came over and settled himself on the couch next to her. He took out a matchstick from his pocket and set it down on the table in front of them. His wand was in his hand and with a look of concentration he waved his wand, muttering the spell so quietly she almost missed it. The matchstick turned into a bright shiny needle. He turned to Aurora and lit up when he saw her excitement. "Great job, Harry." She was smiling widely, knowing full well how students struggled with transfiguration, especially the first time if they came from a non-magic background. Harry held up a finger for her to wait and with another muttered spell the matchstick was back in place. Aurora's eyes widened and she picked the match up. She conjured a striker for the match and it lit up. "Tonks helped me," Harry said with a grin. "I lucked out on mentors. Ernie was complaining about his already." "Tonks is a very good student," Aurora said with a smile. "She'll make an excellent Auror if she continues on that path. She wants to be a cop." Harry asked, his eyebrows raised. He didn't like the sound of that. Aurora rolled her eyes. "Yes, and you'll do well to remember there are good and bad people in every profession. And you'll have to start getting along with cops if you want to maintain your friendship with Susan." Harry looked thoughtful but not yet fully convinced. Aurora sighed. "What am I going to do with you?" she asked, messing up his hair. Harry ducked away with a grin. "Are you excited for your flying lesson tomorrow?" Aurora asked as she settled down on the couch with Harry. She had a Muggle astronomy book. Harry kicked his shoes off and turned and sat so his back was against Aurora's side. He rested against her comfortably and pulled out his own book. "This one on Quidditch." "Yeah, I want to get back in the air," Harry said, and Aurora could hear the grin in his voice. Aurora's father had taken Harry out on his broom once before, declaring Harry could ride by himself. Aurora nearly had a heart attack, which only grew worse when Harry did take off into the air by himself. Her mother had to hold her in place as Harry shot around their house. She needn't have worried. Harry proved to be a natural in the air. "Just make sure you watch yourself. It can get chaotic once everyone gets on their brooms. Not even those raised in Magi. C will take to flying as easily as you did. If they can fly, why don't they?" Harry asked in his quiet voice, tipping his head back to look at her. Aurora gave him an amused look, plunging to their ETH from 50 feet in the air as a deterrent for some. Harry just looked at her as if she was crazy. "Read your book," she snorted, giving him a look. He grinned and happily settled into his book on the sport he still did not quite understand. They stayed like that until lunch, when a Hogwarts house elf popped in to deliver it. Harry looked at the setting for 2 people and gave Aurora a look. "I stopped wondering how they know things a long time ago," she said, referring to the house elves. Harry just shrugged and sat down to eat his turkey sandwich and thankfully his non-pumpkin juice. "Harry, any more headaches?" Aurora asked him. Harry shook his head no as he took another bite. Aurora's brow furrowed. "Let me know if it happens again." Harry nodded. "Also, I want you to tell me if you have any other problems with Professor." She sneered the word with derision. "Snape." Harry looked up from his meal, surprised by her tone, but nodded. He looked thoughtful before saying quietly, "Why does he hate me?" Aurora looked a bit lost at the question. That would be a question to ask Aunt Minerva. She used the name only Harry was permitted to call the headmistress. "I really do not know, but I do know your parents and Snape were in the same class here." Aurora was 8 years younger than the Potters. Harry nodded and reached down, feeding Allie some turkey as Aurora looked down. "I saw that," she said when she looked up. Harry looked unrepentant and shrugged, making Aurora laugh lightly. The rest of lunch was spent in comfortable silence. Once finished, Harry gave Aurora a one-handed hoo-gee and scooped Allie up into his arms before taking off for the Hufflepuff dorms. Harry looked around at the gathered first years and could not help but think flying lessons would go a lot better with only 2 houses at the most. As it was, all the first years were gathered out on the Quidditch pitch with Madam Hooch. Madam Hooch was older but fit woman with spiky silver hair and the strangest yellow eyes Harry had ever seen. Well, he had seen weird colored eyes, but that was on Tonks. Though he did give Madam Hooch credit for sticking the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs between the Gryffindors and Slytherins. Harry looked at the broom on the ground in front of him. Twigs were sticking out at odd places and the wooden shaft looked more like a tree trunk. Ever flown before? Susan asked at his side. Harry nodded but looked and gestured to the broom. Yeah, they're not the best. People use their own brooms for Quidditch, so they don't update these. Harry raised an eyebrow and both Susan and Isabel started laughing. These are a bloody crack, Wayne concluded from his spot across from Harry. Harry gave a quiet laugh. They quieted down as they noticed Madam Hooch preparing to speak. The Gryffindors and Slytherins were still talking as Madam Hooch began. Welcome, she paused and gave those in red and green ties a glare. Welcome to your first flying class. Now some of you may have flown before. Harry noticed both the blonde Malfoy and the redhead Weasley looking insufferably smug. They weren't the only ones, but the others looked mostly bored, not overly pleased with themselves. Despite that, you will all be taken through the steps of flying. She stared down a few people in the crowd of students. The only student who did not squirm from her graze was Malfoy. The blonde boy stared haughtily back at her. Madam Hooch narrowed her eyes at the boy but let it go for now. Now step to the side of your broom, place your dominant hand over it and say up. You want firm command. Up. She demonstrated, in her broom, which was considerably nicer than the students', seemed to jump into her hand. Harry looked at his pathetic broom and sighed before saying, up. The broom shot into Harry's hand on the first try. He looked around, noticing a few others managing it, including the blonde wonder down the row from him. Wayne and Susan were able to get their brooms to respond on their second try, as did most of the students. Oof. Harry and Wayne snickered as Weasley's broom nailed him in the forehead. The redhead was able to get his broom under command on his third try. Madam Hooch showed them the proper form for their brooms before walking the rows and correcting people's grips. Draco looked rather put out when she told him he had been gripping his broom wrong his whole life. Now I want you to gently kick off the ground and hover in place, only hover. Madam Hooch called. Less 5 seconds later, a Gryffindor, Neville Longbottom, shot up into the air uncontrollably. Mr. Longbottom, get back down here. Madam Hooch shouted. Longbottom, though, was beyond control, considering the boy appeared to be freaking out, frantically looking around for help. Madam Hooch was just mounting her broom as Neville's took off over the wall and tipped him off. Madam Hooch had her wand out now and was running towards the boy. His cloak had hooked on sharp hook. It slowed him, but the cloak ripped under his weight. The boy fell to the ground as Madam Hooch shot a spell towards him. The spell caused Neville to bounce, but the boy's luck bounced him into the wall. The first years flocked over to the where he had fallen, but Madam Hooch waved them away. Back up. She came to Neville, who was righting himself into a seated position while holding his arm close to his body. Madam Hooch swept over to him. Are you hurt? Neville nodded, tears forming in his eyes. He motioned to his hand. Shish, let me look at it, Madam Hooch spoke comfortingly. She unfolded his arm from its cradled position and looked it over. Neville winced, but his tears did not fall. Harry was subtly impressed by the boy. He was willing to bet most of the others would have been crying even if they were not hurt. It's broken, my boy. Let's get you to Madame Pomfrey, she'll have you fixed up in a jiffy. She helped Neville to stand. She turned to the first years, her eyes flashing. If any of you so much as put one toe the ground, I'll have you thrown out of Hogwarts before you can say Quidditch. The first years milled about with their brooms still in their hands. Suddenly Draco's smug laugh drew their attention. Maybe if the fat lump had given this a squeeze, he'd have remembered to fall on his fat ass. Draco said in a sneering tone. Many of the Slytherins laughed, as did a few of the Ravenclaws, Harry noticed. Give it here, you slimy snake. Ron Weasley said, marching up to Draco and getting into his face. Draco's smirk widened. Harry leaned over to his friends and said quietly, what is it? Susan turned, looking rather irritated. Neville's Rememball, his grandmother sent it to him. It helps you remember when you have lost something. They're expensive, Susan said. Harry nodded, turning to Wayne. Hold this. He gave the other boy his broom and slipped into the crowd gathering around the Gryffindor and Slytherin. Wayne, Susan, and Iz followed, coming closer to the group. And what are you going to do about, blood traitor? Draco sneered to the taller boy holding the remembrall away from the reaching hand of the Gryffindor. Weasley turned as red as his hair and let out a yell before tackling the Slytherin. Nobody noticed as Harry slipped by and took the crystal ball from Draco's hand right before the Gryffindor slammed the blonde into the ground. Get him! Draco shouted as he elbowed Ron. In less than a second a melee broke out between most of the Slytherins and the Gryffindors. Harry was back by Wayne's side. Where'd ya go? Wayne asked as they watched as Hulk 1 and Hulk 2 throw Weasley off their leader. Harry held out the small crystal ball. Wayne gave a short laugh. Ya lifted it. Give it here, Harry, Susan said with a smile. I'll take it to Neville after class. Har. Ry handed it over as Weasley landed a nice punch on Hulk 1 only to be put in a headlock by Hulk 2. Draco had his wand out and hit Weasley with a boil hex. Should we do something? Susan asked though. She seemed to be watching with amusement. Nope, Iz said with a smile and pointed to Madame Hooch was streaking over to them. She pulled her wand out and suddenly every one of the fighting first years froze in place. Madame Hooch thundered over them, I have never seen such disgraceful behaviors and I was here during the war. All of you are going to march your behinds to the headmaster's office when I unfreeze you. If you put so much as one toe out of line you'll be spending your time in the Forbidden Forest. She unfroze them and there was not a peep out of them. The rest of you are dismissed. The Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws snickered as the Gryffindors, minus the bushy-haired one, and all the Slytherins, minus 3 girls, were led away as if they were on a chain gang. Well, that was fun, Iz said with wide grin. This will definitely put us firmly in the running for House Cup. She said cheerfully, bouncing in place. Wayne looked at her sideways. You sure you won't supposed to be a snake? He asked, laughing at the happiness on the small girl's face. She stuck her tongue out at him. Come on Harry, I'll teach ya to play gobstones. He slung an arm around Harry's shoulders. Quote, we'll meet you back at the common room after we drop this off to Neville, Susan said, flashing the remembrall. She walked while Iz skipped away. Not sure Iz is all present upstairs, Harry muttered. Wayne shrugged. Purebloods. Harry sat down at the dining table, his eyes wandering to the class hourglasses. Neither Slytherin or Gryffindor had any jewels inside of them, in fact someone had spelled negative numbers above them. Harry looks like they're in for a rough year, Susan said, nodding to the Slytherin and Gryffindor tables. The fighting first years had all been isolated to one end of their respective tables. Some of the older students were glaring at them while others were looking at the hourglasses in shock. Harry shared a snicker with Iz and Wayne. Watch our firsties, you wouldn't happen to know how for the first time in Hogwarts history there are negative house scores? Tonks said, sitting down while ruffling Harry's hair. Oi, Harry said quietly, ducking out from Tonks. Mal. Foy and Weasley got in it and everything got aggro, Wayne said with a laugh. Can somebody translate that? Tonks asked with an easy grin. Malfoy and Weasley got in it and then it was a free-for-all, Harry said. That was I said. Wayne groused good-naturedly. I didn't even get to fly today. He grumbled. We can take you guys out, right, Seed? Tonks said, calling out to Cedric, who had been listening in. Yeah, we can take you out on Friday, Cedric said, gesturing to a few other older Hufflepuffs. Tryouts are on Thursday, so Friday after classes will be good. We're all on the team, Tonks said. Cedric's our seeker and I'm one of our chasers. We kinda suck but we can still fly. Cedric's probably the best on the team. We don't suck, Cedric protested. Shay filled the team with his friends last year but now they're all gone. Huh, Iz said, very eloquently summing up the other first year's thoughts. Our captain last year was an idiot, Tonks said. But Cedric has the badge now. He put himself as one of our chasers and he wasn't bad but his 3 friends sucked. They played as beaters and the other chaser. You would have thought they were the only ones on the pitch. Cedric explained further. Harry dug into his fried chicken as Cedric and Wayne got into a discussion on Falmouth. Harry was still amazed that elves made food that tasted as good as it did with magic. Ready for potions tomorrow? Susan asked Harry. Harry frowned but nodded. Well, for whatever reason he seems to be controlling himself, Tonks said, with Cedric and some of the older Hufflepuffs nodding. Still, LA git, but at least he's not snapping at us every few seconds, Poppy said from a bit down the table. Harry smirked but didn't comment on the potions professor. Instead he looked up at Aurora at the head table and gave her a smile. She returned it with a curious look in her eyes. Harry just shrugged. Harry and his friends finished eating and nodded to the older puffs before they left the table. They were just about to turn down the hall that would lead to the Hufflepuff dorms when they were stopped. Excuse me, they heard a shaky but loud voice. The four turned and saw Neville Longbottom with his arm in a sling. "What's up, Neville?" Susan said, giving the boy a smile. The other three smiled at him too, though they had curious looks on their faces. Neville took a breath, encouraged by their smiles, said, "I just wanted to thank you, Harry." Harry gave him a grin. "Don't mention it. We'll see you in herbology," Susan said. "You're welcome to work with us," finished with big smile. She was bouncing in place. Wayne looked at her and shook his head. "Bird de yacht, ever stand still." The small girl narrowed her eyes and gave him a shove. "Bite me." Neville chuckled at them and nodded. "See you tomorrow." His voice was still a bit shaky, but he wasn't stuttering. They parted ways, with Neville making his way up to Gryffindor Tower and the four heading to the Hufflepuff dorms. "Shite, Harry, it's gonna hit da fan today," Wayne said, dropping his copy of the paper in front of the green-eyed boy. Harry flipped it over and the headline glared at him. He scanned the article, which was complete with testimonies and opinions. Dumbledore had been convicted of negligence in the boy who lived's childhood. Splashed across the article were stories of the Dursleys and the orphanage. "Mr. Potter, would you come with me?" he heard from behind him. He turned and saw the headmistress. He nodded and stood up, following her from the Great Hall. He noticed eyes on him and looked around. Some of the students looked at with sympathy and some with awe, but there were a few who looked angry. One of which was the youngest Weasley. Harry kept his head high as he was led to Minerva's office. When they reached the office, Minerva turned to Harry and wrapped him a hug. Harry returned it gently. "I thought the details were going to be sealed," Harry said in a quiet voice. "They were supposed to," Minerva said. She took her own copy of the article and brought it to where Harry had seated himself. She flipped it so he could see the author's name, Rita Skeeter. Minerva said the name with such hate Harry almost flinched. "Is nothing more than a glorified gossip columnist with no sense of boundaries." Somehow she got the transcript on the trial. Aurora is at the ministry with her father on the warpath to find out about this. Harry nodded. "What can they do?" "I have no doubt they'll have Skeeter's head for this," Minerva said with grim smile. "I wanted to talk to you before classes get underway today. Now, I will deny this until the end of time, but if anyone gives you any trouble, I want you to defend yourself." Her face was set in a grim look. Harry looked surprised. "That's not very Gryffindor-ish," he said with a grin. Minerva sighed. "Maybe one day people will learn that houses are not everything." Harry grinned at her, but it faded. "Do you really think I'll have a problem?" Minerva sighed and sat back. "I would hope not, but Dumbledore has been the focal point of our world for many generations. He defeated one of the worst dark wizards our world has seen, and because of our lifespans there are still many alive who remember exactly where they were when Grindelwald died. Others remember him for fighting against you-know-who from the start when he had his Knights of Walpurgis. So that's a yes. Yes. Keep your wits about you today, but do try not to stab anyone," Minerva said, sitting forward and patting him on knee. "It is a lot of paperwork." Harry gave his silent chuckle and nodded. "Good, now get to class." She leant forward and gave his hand a squeeze before he left the office. Minerva stood up and cracked her neck. "I hate that little insect." Harry made his way to the greenhouse for herbology and was relieved to see the class just starting to file in. He made his way down and was met by Professor Sprout, who stopped him outside the door. "Harry, I know that you have Professor Sinistra and the headmistress's support, but if you need anything you can come to me also." Harry nodded. "Thanks, Professor." Professor Sprout gave him a large smile and gestured him following and shutting the door. "All right, class, today we're going to talk about Devil's Snare and Flitterbloom." Harry slipped through the crowd to his friends. Wayne nodded to him and Susan and smiled at the fact that Harry had a large smile on his face. Threw her arm around Harry's shoulder and gave him a one-armed hug. "All right, Harry," an unsure voice said on Susan's right. Harry looked over and saw Neville. Harry gave him a grin and nodded. "Now can anyone tell me which of these plants are Devil's Snare and Flitterbloom?" Nobody, even the pushy Gryffindor girl, raised their hands. Susan nudged Neville. Neville raised his hand. Mr. Longbottom. The plant on the right is Devil's Snare. For the first time Harry heard Neville sound confident. Professor Sprout nodded. And how do you know? Neville hesitated as all eyes looked at him. He looked at the 4 Hufflepuffs who nodded at him. The Devil's Snare stops moving in the light from the sun. Good 5 points to Gryffindor. The Gryffindor's first years all seemed to give a sigh of relief when she added points. Now Professor Snape. Professor Sprout tried but could not quite keep the disdain from her voice. Needs these thorns for potions. She stopped and put on a cheerful smile. She used her wand to increase the sun coming into the already hot greenhouse. Another wave had tendrils of Devil's Snare looping out in front of Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs. It lay docile with the sunlight beating in. Harry shed his outer black robe and tossed it behind him on table. Wayne and the others followed suit as Harry rolled his sleeves up, revealing his wand holster. Susan saw it and smiled, showing she had one. Usually only Auror's kids have a wand holster. Both Wayne and Isabel looked a bit abashed at Susan's words. Wayne had his in his back pocket while Isabel had hers in her skirt pocket. Neville, though, turned with the first true smile Harry had seen on the other boy. He rolled his shirt up to show a worn but sturdy dragonhide holster. My parents were Aurors, Neville said with a proud look. Harry wondered about the past tense and the dimming smile on the Gryffindor's face, but Susan and the others gave him subtle headshakes. He decided to go with his friend's advice and not press it. Take your clippers, careful with the blades, Mr. Finnegan. They'll nip your fingers right off. There were titters from the students as Seamus turned slightly red. Now get as close as you can to the root itself. Like so. She snipped the thorn from the Devil's Snare and set it aside. Right, snip, snip, off you go. She waved them to begin. Harry took up his clippers and got to work. He expected the thorn to come off easily after watching Professor Sprout. He glanced at the professor and caught her eye as he used both hands to snip the thorn off. Professor Sprout shot him a grin. She came up by the trio of puffs and one lion. Not as easy as it looks. The foursome nodded with grins. So what are these used for in potions? Isabel asked. Great question. Professor Sprout asked loudly to the whole class. Does anyone know what Devil's Snare thorns are used for in potions? Unsurprisingly, the bushy-haired Gryffindor. Harry thought her name was Hermione. Hand shot up. Devil's Snare thorns are used in antidotes. If crushed correctly, by rolling the pestle over the thorns in counterclockwise motion, which work as an antiseptic. She sounded insufferably smug as she noticed that no one else had the answer. Did she memorize every textbook? Isabel muttered under her breath. Harry shot Isabel a grin. I think so. He remembered reading that exact passage. The Gryffindor had not won any friends with her lecturing tone over the last week of school. Harry had never seen someone so unanimously disliked at school, and he had his throat slit. It made Harry feel a bit conflicted over the girl. He knew what it felt like, but the girl was abrasive. Harry shook his head and refocused on his particular section of Devil's Snare as Professor Sprout gave Miss Granger 5 points. Ow! Harry turned and saw Neville holding a cut on his cheek. Wayne was laughing hard and clapped Neville on the back. I'm not sure who has worse luck, you or Harry. Susan and Isabel were giggling quietly as Neville looked put out before he caught Harry's eyes. Mirth and commiseration were present in the puff's eyes. Neville started laughing. The rest of the lesson passed quickly with the Hufflepuffs ribbing Neville, who surprised them by giving it back, especially when a thorn flew up and lodged itself in Isabel's hair. Oh, shut it, Is said as Susan had to help her get the errant thorn from her hair. Susan giggling as she did so. Nev, Wayne called in his Cockney accent coming through loud and clear. What Quidditch team do you follow? He nodded to the other boy with red piped robes. Together they gathered the thorns and moved towards the front of the greenhouse. Harry heard Neville's unsteady voice say, we own part of Appleby. Harry's eyebrows raised at Neville's words. Susan and Izzy smiled across from him. We'll tell you about the Longbottoms tonight, Susan said with an exasperated grin about the way Wayne was exclaiming loudly about Neville not mentioning the arrows earlier. When exactly the shy boy was supposed to have done that, considering Neville just joined them today, seemed to elude Wayne. Potter. Harry's name was spit out with venom. Harry turned to find the younger Weasley boy standing with his arms crossed over his chest. Harry shared a brief look with Susan before his eyes shot back to Weasley's. Where do you get off going after Dumbledore? The redhead said, his words growing in volume. Standing behind him were the last two Gryffindor boys. It was Susan who responded. Harry didn't accuse him of anything. Quote, "I wasn't talking to you," Weasley snapped back. Susan shared another look with Harry. What nothing to say. The great golden boy. Bet you can't wait to take Dumbledore out. So it can be all about you. Are you even listening to yourself? Is said with a roll of her eyes. Her bored tone seemed to make the Weasley boy angry if the red color his face was turning. I was talking to you either tart. Weasley said sputtering. He opened his mouth to say more but Harry stepped forward, pulled back and let loose a right hook. One hit was all it took and Weasley went down hard, holding the side of his face. Sawed off. Arswipe. Harry said from his position standing over the redhead. Bloody wicked. Harry's eyes shot to Wayne and unfortunately Professor Sprout and everyone else in the class. Professor Sprout shot Wayne a glare. One punch and bam. Mr. Hopkins, Professor Sprout reprimanded. Wayne tried to look innocent but failed rather spectacularly. Cow. Sing laughter from all the first years watching. Wayne was rather quickly becoming the life of the party with the first years. The rest of you go to your next class, Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley, you two will come with me. Her voice broke no opposition. The other first years were quick to gather their things and dodge seeing their nicest professor's temper. Professor Sprout led the two boys out after everyone had left. Mr. Weasley had yet to say anything, in fact his eyes were nervously ticking from Harry to Professor Sprout. Oh no, Harry heard the boy groan. The next class was making the way done to the greenhouses, and leading the way in a quite dramatic fashion of marching were the Weasley twins. Hello. One of the twins called in a loud bellowing voice at the sight of Harry. The magnificent scarred man of few words, Mr. Harry Potter. The other twin said, finishing his brother's greeting in a joking tone. It was followed by a rather more subdued and bored tone, and ickle Ronnie Kins. Ron glared at his brothers while Harry smirked at the two twin terrors of Hogwarts. The third-year Gryffindors and Slytherins were torn between laughing with the twins, or glaring at Harry. Harry gave them a sarcastic little wave. He was surprised a few of the Slytherins seemed to crack and smirk at that. I need to take these to Headmistress McGonagall. Professor Sprout started, which drew all the attention to the two first years. Upon seeing the bruised face of Ron Weasley, the Gryffindors groaned, realizing they would be losing more points, and the Slytherins to grin victoriously. Professor Sprout glared at the group, shutting the Slytherins up rather quickly, especially when she followed with, Fred, George, you're in charge and my permission to deal with any problems as you see fit. Everyone including the Gryffindors paled at the thought as Professor Sprout led the two condemned off, made even worse by the funeral march Fred and George were humming. The walk to Headmistress McGonagall's office was only interrupted by Professor Sprout as she passed a portrait of Hermes, the Greek messenger god. Hermes, please tell Headmistress McGonagall she is needed for a discipline matter. Hermes nodded and flew out of the portrait. Harry paused and looked at him with his head tilted. They can travel to other portraits. Hermes is in each of the classroom where nobody will notice. Harry nodded while Ronald looked at him funny. They stopped at a statue of a griffin and both boys jumped a bit as the headmistress appeared before them and the griffin jumped aside all at once. Ari noticed the passage Minerva appeared from. He could just faintly see the outline of a door. Harry wondered what opened the passage. Mr. Weasley. Professor McGonagall, she pursed her lips in irritation. Ron was looking anywhere but at her. Mr. Potter. Her voice remained irritated but Harry saw none of it in her eyes. I'm not sure what started the fight but Mr. Weasley here ended up on the ground with this black eye. Professor Sprout said. Thank you, Professor Sprout, I'll take it from here. Minerva said with an even voice. Mr. Weasley, I have a cream for that eye. The headmistress led the two boys up the stairs to her office. She sat behind her desk and gestured for the boys to do the same. Out of a drawer she pulled a container. She transfigured a mirror and set it in front of Ronald. Put this on Mr. Weasley. She waited for him to do so and Harry stuffed a laugh. The cream was bright green and made Ron look like a Christmas ornament. Now who would like to explain what happened? The headmistress asked. She waited for them to talk. She knew it would come from the Weasley boy as Harry could probably outlast a monk who had taken a vow of silence. The silence dragged on. Weasley was starting to sweat and glance around nervously. Even the portraits were silent. He blurted out, he got Dumbledore fired. Headmistress McGonagall sighed. Mr. Potter, you will serve detent. Ion with Hagrid for the next 3 nights. Be at his hut at 7 o'clock, dismissed. Harry nodded and left the office in a hurry. He heard as he was going down the stairs, Mr. Weasley, your parents will be joining us for this meeting. Harry hightailed it down the stairs. He was the only one around to hear Fred and George's howler yesterday about sending their sister a toilet seat. He had been them planning out another prank for everyone's favorite potions master. Their mum had a set of lungs on her, that was for sure. Of course the howler only made them howl with laughter. It took them 5 minutes to calm down and explain to the stunned Harry what a howler was. Harry jumped the remaining 2 steps that lead to the lower level. He looked left and right, one way led him to potions, the other to his common room. He stepped to the right only to hear, "I wouldn't do that if I were you, young man." His eyes widened as he turned to face his lovely guardian. Aurora was standing there with her hands on her hips. "Hermes appeared in my office." Harry's eyes took a dark glint as he had the fleeting thought to get rid of the pesky portrait. "Don't even think about it." Aurora walked over next to him and guided him to sit on the last step. "Want to explain what happened?" "Weasley," Harry said flatly. Aurora rolled her eyes to the heavens. "I didn't hit him until he called Iz a tart. Give me Fred and George any day." Aurora said quietly. "How many times did you hit him?" Harry held up one finger. "Just once." Harry smirked. "Of course Sal taught you how to punch." She muttered. "What did Aunt Minerva say?" 3 days detention with Hagrid." Harry said. Aurora laughed quietly. "She likes you too much." Harry grinned, but it faded when she said, "Let's get you to the potions class you thought about skipping." Harry groaned but followed his guardian dutifully to potions. "Mr. Potter was with the headmistress," Aurora said as they entered potions. Snape looked like he was out to say something but stopped at her glare. Harry smirked at the man and took his seat. Aurora nodded to him before leaving the classroom. "Mate," Wayne whispered to Harry. "Detention with Hagrid," Harry said quietly. "Mr. Potter, for being late you'll receive a 0. Professor Snape interrupted the two. The odious man looked at Harry with a sneer while Malfoy and his friends snickered. Snape turned his back on them to actually help a Slytherin. "Oh really?" Harry looked and saw Iz with a rat tail in her hand. She smiled at Harry while Susan groaned. Iz threw the rat tail over Malfoy and plopped in his cauldron. Malfoy looked around for who threw it before his cauldron started spluttering. Malfoy grabbed his fancy bag and took off towards the back of the classroom while shouting, "Professor, we should back up," Iz said just as smoke started pouring out. The Hufflepuffs quickly backed away from their stations. Her little concoction would simply smoke up the room until Snape got a handle on it. "Everyone out. Class is over," Snape shouted. The Hufflepuffs quickly took off out the door, though Malfoy pushed a couple of them to get out first. The Hufflepuffs and Slytherin made it into the hall to have the door shut behind them. Malfoy, once surrounded by his goons, stepped in front of Harry. "I know it was you, Scarface," he snapped, stepping into Harry's space. Harry, far from being insulted, smirked. He shared a look with Wayne. Wayne laughed and took his wand out, holding it like a gun. "Say hello to my little friend." The Slytherins looked at Wayne like he had lost his mind, while some of the Muggle-born Hufflepuffs started snickering. "Really, Malfoy, he already knocked Weasley out today. You want to be next?" Susan said, stepping forward since Harry and Wayne were still laughing. Malfoy started to turn red. He glared at them. "Let's leave the leftovers to their pathetic existence." He stormed away with the rest of Slytherin following him. "Anyone want to explain what's so funny?" It was Ernie that asked as he looked at Justin, who was laughing with Harry and Wayne. "We'd need a TV and VCR," Wayne said with a grin, especially when Ernie only looked more confused. Harry cut off Ernie from saying anything else by saying, "Why haven't we tried that before?" he said, nodding to the closed potions door. Many of the Hufflepuffs nodded with him. "Well, if we did that, every class he'd catch on and probably have us expelled," is said, like everyone should have figured that out already. "Now how about we get out of here before he fixes the smoke and we have to go back in?" The threat of possibly going back to potions had the Hufflepuffs fleeing. "Lo, Harry," a booming voice greeted Harry as Tonks walked him down to Hagrid's hut. "There you go, Harry." "Hagrid's hut," Tonks said with a gesture. "Lo there, Tonks," Hagrid said as they stopped in front of the house. A large dog, almost as big as Harry, was sitting next to him. The tail was thumping back and forth. Watch her, Hagrid, Fang. Tonks leaned over to rub behind the dog's ears. Harry, Fang's a big softy. Fang barked his agreement. I was just showing Harry the way here. Welcome to join us, Hagrid said to her with a large grin. Tonks grinned at the supposed detention. Maybe tomorrow, I've got to study for Transfiguration tonight. Thanks, Tonks, Harry said quietly. No problem, see you later, Tonks said, giving Fang one last pat before heading back up to the castle. Harry, it's good to see ya, Hagrid said with a smile. I knew parents. Harry looked at Hagrid sharply. His eyes wide and Hagrid grinned. Lily and James were good people. Lily never had bad word to say about anyone. And James, good man. Harry smiled at Hagrid and nodded. Used to help me out in the forest, which is where we're going tonight. Harry looked at the forest he was warned about at the start of the year and then back at Hagrid. He raised his eyebrows at Hagrid. It's safe with me, Hagrid said. He picked up a crossbow that was half the size of Harry. Harry looked at it and Hagrid nodding. Let's go. Professor Snape is needing some wild moon flowers. He handed Harry a bucket and some clippers. I'll do the clippin', while I watch for anything. Hagrid whistled and Fang took off to trot ahead of them. Hagrid and Harry followed behind, with Hagrid slowing his steps for Harry to keep up. Mum was right, wonder at potions, Hagrid said as they walked. Harry looked up at him with interest. She'd help me sometimes, but like to make potions of the more prank-related kind and was usually out here even without me. Harry grinned and gave a silent chuckle. As they walked, Hagrid shared more stories of his parents. Harry surprised Hagrid when he spoke. What's with the crossbow? As Rai asked, they heard a howl from deep in the forest. Fang let out a returning howl. We've got some less friendly creatures out there, Hagrid said, nodding off to the distance. They leave me alone though. Just in case. You think you could show me how to shoot it? Harry asked. Hagrid grinned back. I think I could do that. Hagrid stopped at a clearing. There we go. He gestured to an area filled with silvery purple and blue flowers. Just clip them at the stems. Harry nodded and knelt to clip them while Hagrid started whistling a jaunty tune. After a while, Hagrid looked over at the bucket. That should be good, Harry. Harry nodded, standing and wiping some dirt from his pants. Hagrid gave a sharp whistle and Fang came bounding away from where he was rolling on his back. Harry grinned at the big dog. They started the walk back in silence until Harry started whistling his own tune. Hagrid gave a laugh and joined him. The sound of hooves stopped them as they were nearing the edge of the forest. Hold on, Harry. Hagrid stopped him and moved his crossbow into position. Hagrid turned and Harry followed, looking past the large man who moved Harry behind him. Fang peered out from behind Harry. Whoa, Harry said quietly as Hagrid lowered the crossbow back down. A centaur herd was running off to their east. Centaurs aren't usually moving round late, Hagrid said. His face was creased with worry. He watched them for a few moments before turning and leading Harry back out of the forest. Well, I'll get these to Professor Snape. He took the bucket from Harry. Hagrid paused and looked at Harry. Harry, he started in a serious tone. Dumbledore is a good man. It looked like Hagrid was struggling to speak. Harry shrugged. Good people can do bad things too. Hagrid looked away before heaving a sigh. Pose, you're right. If ye need anything, Harry, let me know. Harry nodded to the man and took off for the castle. Harry stopped at the standing stones that looked down at Hagrid's hut. Harry leaned against one of the stones. The stars were out. He could name some of the constellations now thanks to Aurora. He looked at the brightest star, Sirius, he believed. He glanced between it and Hagrid's hut. Who did I kill in a past life? He said softly before pushing off the rock and finishing the climb to Hogwarts. Harry made his way back to the Hufflepuff common room. Hey Harry, Susan called out as he came in. He nodded to her. Grab your stuff, we're working on charms. Harry nodded and went to his dorm, grabbing his books before taking a seat next to Wayne. We're in section 2, starting levitation charms, Isabel said to Harry without looking up from her reading. Harry grinned at Wayne and Susan. When Isabel focused on something, it was nearly impossible to break her focus. Hagrid gave me square dancing lessons, Harry said with a serious tone but a grin on his face. Isabel's head shot up. What? Susan, Harry, and Wayne all started laughing at the girl's expression of surprise. Oh Hardy, Quote, it's nice to see you too, Harry said. Oh sorry Harry, hi. Isabel said with a grin. She went back to her work and Harry took that as a sign to start his. The other three finished before Harry did and sat quietly talking while Harry finished up. The common room had mostly been abandoned for the dorms. When he did, he kicked his legs up on the table. So who wants to explain about Neville? Wayne sat back. He seemed as interested as Harry. Wayne knew some but not all of the story from his father. Susan is the one who spoke. He's like us. She nodded at Harry, a war orphan. Harry looked sharply at Susan. My parents were killed by you-know-who like yours. A month earlier. Isabel wrapped an arm around Susan's shoulders. Harry reached out and put his hand over Susan's. Wayne shook his head in surprise. He did not know Susan was a war orphan. Thanks, Harry, she said quietly before continuing. Neville's parents were Oars during the war. After you-know-who fell, Harry's hat went to his forehead of its own accord. Some of his followers thought he was still alive. The Lestranges, they were his greatest and most feared followers, mainly because of Bellatrix Lestrange. She was. Susan struggled for words. Insane. They tortured Neville's parents with the Cruciatus curse, one of the unforgivables. Neville's parents went well. Insane is the common term, but it's worse than that. Auntie says it's like they barely exist. They do not recognize anyone, not even themselves, let alone Neville. Susan had some tears running down her face after she finished. Isabel pulled her tighter and Wayne shot up to grab a handkerchief for her. Thanks, Susan said quietly. Neville got left with his grandmother, and while his life was nothing like yours, she nodded to Harry. She's not the most pleasant person. Well, we'll watch out for him, Wayne said matter-of-factly. We should get to bed, Isabel said after they sat quietly for a few minutes. Harry laughed as Wayne stood at a table in the Hufflepuff common room belting out "Girls Just Want to Have Fun." Harry, under advice from Isabel, had bet Wayne that the Falcons would lose to the Harpies. They just won, they just wanna. Yeah. Wayne finished with a flourish, jumping off the table and on a windmill. The whole common room cheered and laughed while Wayne bowed. Tonks leaned over to Harry. I'm almost sorry this is my last year. Harry grinned and clapped for Wayne. You're not allowed to use "is" for advice anymore, Wayne said as he collapsed on the couch. Isabel very maturely stuck her tongue out at Wayne. I dunno, that might not matter. Harry's getting pretty good at calling matches, Susan said with a smile. He still wouldn't have picked the Harpies over Falmouth. Wayne protested. Next time make him do it in his underwear, Isabel said, glaring at Wayne. I think he had too much fun. If you wanted to see me in my skivvies you could just ask, Wayne said with a grin. You know, thank you, Susan said, making a face. Tonks and Harry both let out loud laughs as Ollie agreed with Susan. Yeah, no one wants to see your pasty ass, Ollie said from his spot watching them. The rest of the first-year boys nodded. Oh, like your asses are any better, Wayne shot back. Okay, enough about asses, it's time for the feast. It was Cedric that called everyone's attention to what time it was. Woohoo candy, somebody shouted to the laughter of others. The Hufflepuffs left en masse to the Great Hall, everybody still having a laugh from Wayne's singing, even if some of T. He purebloods did not recognize the song. Harry, you doing all right? Tonks asked as they fell in behind the rest of the house. Harry still did not like people behind him. His friends looked back at him to hear his answer. Yeah, pretty good. I didn't even know until recently, Harry shrugged. Still, if you want to leave just let us know, Tonks said, nodding to Harry and his friends. Harry nodded. Hing since Dumbledore's conviction of child neglect had calmed down at Hogwarts. Ron Weasley seemed to have developed a grudging respect for Harry since the incident last month, mostly because both his dorm mates convinced him picking a fight with someone who nearly knocked him out with one punch was not a good idea. Fred and George had mentioned that not only had their mother torn into Ron but their father had too. Apparently everyone in the Weasley family knew not to push their usual easy-going father too far. Dumbledore had been permanently removed as headmaster and Professor McGonagall was sworn in as headmistress, officially. They also had a new Transfiguration teacher, Professor Caradoc Meadows. He was a good deal less rigid than McGonagall but seemed to get the same results. He had been picked by Headmistress McGonagall and his mother had been friends with the headmistress. Which meant for Harry he still got disappointed looks if he skived off Transfiguration homework. It was worse than the zero, especially when Aurora found out. Harry took a seat next to Wayne across from Iz and Susan. He nodded to Neville, who seemed to be off to himself. Harry got up from the Hufflepuff table and was tracked by most of the hall. "Nev, come sit with us," Harry said, pulling him up. Neville walked slowly over to the Hufflepuff table. The hall was quiet now, simply watching the display. Ry looked up at the rest of the hall and fought not to roll his eyes. The rest of the hall looked from the first years to the head table. Harry followed their eyes to the headmistress. She nodded at Ari with a small smile, and Harry grinned back while Neville sighed with relief. After the exchange, Harry was surprised when more than a few others, mainly Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs, got up and sat next to their friends at either table. "Nev," Wayne greeted the other boy as he pushed over to make room. Neville sat between Wayne and Harry. "Thanks guys," Neville said with a grin. The Gryffindor bow had started opening up more and more to the Hufflepuffs. He felt more at home with them than even his grandmother. "How you doing?" Neville asked quietly as the headmistress opened the feast. "I'm good," Harry said with a nod. The first years dug into a feast that was complete by dozens of Scottish favorites. "What's with the food outside the common room?" Harry asked. Isabel grinned. "Headmister S. McGonagall is bringing back more of the traditions of Samhain." Harry raised his eyebrows at the foreign word. "Samhain is the festival we celebrate instead of trick-or-treating." Susan's voice went up in inflection as she said the last part. Harry nodded that she was right. "You give food for the dead that cross over into our world. Did you notice the ghosts look a little more lively?" Isabel said with a grin. Harry looked at the fat friar and did notice he seemed less transparent than usual. "Harry, what did Professor Meadows want yesterday?" "He asked who helped me with transfiguration between classes. He wants to start a club like there is for charms." Harry replied between bites of food. "Yeah, he asked me this afternoon about it." Tonks spoke up and looked down the table to Cedric. "Hey Seed," she called. Cedric looked over with a grin. "Did Meadows ask you about Transfiguration Club?" Cedric nodded. "Yeah, think I'm going to do it." Tonks nodded. "Yeah, sounds like it'd be cool, and he told me he work around Quidditch." Cedric grinned. "You lot going to come?" Tonks said, asking the first years. "Don't you have to be good at Transfiguration?" Neville asked quietly. "No, that's what us older students are for," Tonks said with a grin. Neville blushed a bit. Their attention was drawn to the front of the hall as the headmistress stood up and tapped her wand against the lectern. "Now for the part you've all been waiting for." A loud cheer went up from the students. "Trick or treat," she said, and with a wave of her wand the food was replaced with every type of candy imaginable. Harry's eyes went wide as he looked at a platter full of s'mores next to a bowl full of peppermints, another full of licorice snaps, and many, many more. Harry grabbed a s'more. He dug into the gooey chocolate and marshmallow graham cracker sandwich. Wayne grinned at him from around a giant lollipop. Suddenly the doors to the great hall banged against the walls as they were flung open. Everyone in the hall turned to look as Professor Quirrell ran into the hall shouting, "Troll! Troll! Troll! In the dungeons! Thought you ought to know." He trailed off as he fainted in the middle of the hall. There was not a sound in the hall as he hit the ground. Then at once there was an explosion of activity and screaming. Kids shot up from the tables and seemed not to know what to do next. "Enough! Head 'em! I stress." McGonagall's voice rang throughout the hall. Everyone stopped moving once again and turned to face the teachers. "Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, go to your dorms and stay there. Professors Flitwick and Vector accompany your students." The two heads of houses moved to their tables and gestured for their students to follow. The Ravenclaws and Gryffindors were led out of the hall. "Go Nev," Harry said quietly. "We'll be fine." Harry and Wayne pushed the Gryffindor up out of his seat. He looked determined to stay. "Go," Harry said. "Mr. Longbottom, let's go, your friends will be fine." "Professor." Vector, the new head of Gryffindor, said, coming behind her last student. She put a head on his shoulder and led him out, hurrying to catch up to the students. "Hufflepuff, Slytherin, you will stay here with Professor Sprout, Professor Snape, and Professor Sinistra." She turned to the professors. "The rest of you come with me." She led the rest of the professors out the door of the Great Hall. Stepping past Quirrell, the man was still out. The teachers formed a cohort and the doors to Great Hall slammed shut and locked into place. "Listen up please," Professor Sprout's voice broke up the smattering of whispers that broke out between the two houses. "Everyone please move up to the head table." The two houses moved to the back of the hall far from the doors. Harry and his friends moved close to Aurora. Harry sat down on one of the steps and leaned against her legs. Susan and Isabel sat close to her while Wayne plopped himself off to the side of Harry. Aurora leaned down and placed on hand on Harry's shoulder for a moment before standing back up. "Quirrell," Aurora said with a frustrated sigh. She flicked her wand and the man woke up with a start. He stood up with jerky movements and looked around the hall. He spied the group of kids and 3 professors. His eyes landed on Harry. A strange glint appeared in the professor's eyes and Harry winced. Harry's hand went to his forehead and he hissed in pain. "Harry," Aurora said in an urgent whisper. "My scar," he muttered. Aurora looked up, saw Quirrell watching for once without his customary fear. She glared at the man suspiciously. The man looked away and started muttering to himself as he made his way to the other professors. Snape was standing protectively in front of his Slytherins. Harry glanced at the man and was surprised to see the focus in Snape's eyes. He looked like he'd take a bullet for them. Snape caught him staring and glared at the boy. Harry just smirked back, causing a flicker of rage to appear in the man's eyes. Suddenly a bang was heard on the doors to the hall, causing a shout of fear to go up from the students and move back behind the head table as the doors were pushed in but held strong. The 3 professors moved to stand in front of steps, their wands held at the ready. "What is it doing up here?" Aurora hissed to the other 2. "We are only 1 floor up," Professor Snape snapped out. "The doors will hold," Professor Sprout said as another bang was heard as the door was hit again. As they were speaking, Professor Quirrell was making his way behind the students. He slipped between students without notice being paid. His wand slipped into his hand. He came up behind Harry and his friends. Harry heard the tap of dress shoes behind him and turned in a flash with his knife in his hand. It shot Ood and Quirrell stopped short as a shot of stupefy was heard from outside the doors. A massive thud was heard, followed by a shaking of the ground. The doors to the Great Hall opened and drew most of inhabitants' attention. A giant green-skinned troll was laying still in front of the doors. "Harry," Wayne said to his friend, placing a hand on Harry's, getting him to lower the knife. Harry looked over to Wayne and flicked the blade back into its handle. Harry flicked his eyes back to Quirrell. His scar was hurting and he did not like the look in the man's eyes. "Hufflepuff, Slytherin, Professor McGonagall, you may proceed to your common rooms." The students filed out of the Great Hall, eager to get a glance at the troll that was now nothing more than a sleeping giant. "Harry, let's go," Susan said, grabbing him by the robe sleeve. She was eager to get away from their creepy professor. She'd take the troll of Quirrell any day. Harry followed, turning away from Quirrell. Harry gave Aurora a wave and Dee then joined the rest of the Hufflepuffs, who did impromptu cheer for the victorious professors. Headmistress McGonagall gave them a smile, as did the other professors. The Hufflepuffs made their way down to their common room. Susan looked at Harry with worry. Harry just shook his head that he did not know what that was with Professor Quirrell. They entered the common room and a sigh of relief flooded the common room. "Well, that was fun Halloween," Wayne said as he flopped on a couch. Harry and Susan grinned at him while Isabel rolled her eyes. "Welcome back, Harry," Cyril Sinistra said in a joyful tone. He was decked out in some fancy but understated clothes, a red sweater being the only noticeable nod to the holiday. His wife, on the other hand, was a great deal more festive, at least in the way that Harry was used to, sort of. Don Sinistra was dressed like elf with pointy shoes and ears and green and red striped clothes. "Mom has a thing for Christmas," Aurora said with a grin. Harry gave a silent chuckle. "Oh, hush you," Don said with a grin before muttering, "most of you wizards celebrate it Muggle style." "Well, yes," Cyril said. "Who doesn't like presents?" Harry had an amused look on his face. "They're not doing it right then," he chuckled. Don shared a laugh. "Most people don't," Don said, pulling Harry into a hug. Harry surprised her by returning it. Cyril looked at them with a smile playing at his lips. "Well, that's how we do it, and you have lots of presents waiting for you," Cyril said with a grin. Harry's eyes widened at his words. He looked to Aurora, who nodded, and then back to Cyril. "Come on, we'll open presents and then tonight the Yule ritual." Aurora gave Harry a little push forward to follow Cyril and Don. "I do hope you didn't go too crazy with the gifts," Aurora said. "Nonsense, this is our first grandchild and we get to spoil him all we want," Don said as they came into the family room, where an enormous tree was decorated in a blue and gold theme. There was a mound of presents under the tree. "And then we send him back to you," Cyril said with a grin, finishing his wife's sentence. Aurora looked unamused, but that changed when she saw Harry's wide-eyed look of wonder that he had so many presents. Okay, so maybe I went a bit overboard, Dawn said with a grin, placing her hand on Harry's shoulder. There are plenty for you too, Dawn looked to Aurora. Of course there are, Aurora said with a grin. Did you get ours? She asked. Yes, they're under here, Cyril said and waved his wand. Neat sorted piles formed the largest being in front of Harry. Go ahead, Harry. Youngest first is the house rule. Harry grabbed a present tentatively. They had presents at the orphanage, but only at most 2 for each kid. Sometimes they were brand new, other times they were slightly used. Harry looked at Aurora, who had a large smile on her face. Harry ripped the packaging open. A golden little gyroscope-looking thing was in the box. It's a sneakoscope, Cyril said. If someone untrustworthy is nearby, it spins. I figured you'd be able to make good use of it. Cool, Harry muttered, looking the thing over and spinning it around in his hands. And a variety of presents, mostly clothes and toys. The best he thought was his own wizard's chess set made with black and yellow stone pieces. The pieces were of ancient-looking warriors on side RO. Man warriors, and on the other Celts from the same era. We'll teach you how to play, Aurora said from her place next to him. Sal was teaching me, Harry replied with a grin. Aurora hummed in approval. Then a game later to test your skill. Harry nodded. He turned to his last present. It was a large, somewhat skinny rectangular box. Aurora looked suspiciously at her father, who was trying to look anywhere but at his daughter. Dawn looked highly amused as she stared at the two. All the attention was drawn by the tearing of paper. A black box was revealed and Harry popped the lid off. His eyes grew wide before a smile, pulling out a broomstick. Or more specifically, a Nimbus 2000 broomstick. Aurora was seconds away from scolding her father, but the look of pleasure on Harry's face stopped her. She just hoped Harry could handle the broom. It didn't look like he would release it anytime soon. With one hand still on the broom, he shocked everyone by pulling both Dawn and Cyril into a hug. Cyril and Dawn both laughed happily. You're welcome, Harry, Cyril said with a grin when Harry pulled back. He still had yet to put his broom down. Harry sat back down next to Aurora, giving her a grin. Allie J. umped up on the couch to curl up in Harry's lap. Harry used his free hand to scratch behind the ears, causing Allie to purr. Aurora opened her presents next, receiving various astronomy gadgets and paintings to add to her collection. And this one's from Harry, she said, looking at the medium-sized box. She popped the lid off and pulled out a decent-sized book. She flipped through it with interest. Inside lay paintings of all the constellations in the night skies. She turned and gave him a one-armed hug. Thank you, Harry. Harry grinned. Aurora's parents went next, and Cyril greatly enjoyed the Zippo lighter Harry gave him. Why don't we all go flying? Dawn asked, looking at Harry staring at his broom. Harry sat up straight, nearly bouncing up, but remembered himself and looked at Aurora for permission. Aurora looked at him for a minute, making him squirm before she laughed lightly. We'll need to change first. Harry whooped and took off to the room that Cyril and Dawn had given him. He was back down in record speed in jeans, boots, a warm sweater and gloves, a hat with felt spikes coming out at all directions. It was black and yellow and a gift from Dawn. The adults came down at a more s.e. pace, and Cyril placed warming charms on all of them before leading them out to the vast lands of the Sinistra estate. They walked down through the back patio area and into a large open green area that was ringed by forest area. A broom cupboard was off to the side. Cyril pulled out 2 Comet Series brooms. One was Aurora's and the other was his own. Harry was off before anyone could blink. You'd think he was born on a broom, Dawn said as she climbed on behind Cyril. James Potter has a trophy in the school case. Maybe he used to take Harry up, Aurora wondered out loud. I'll have to ask Minerva. Their attention was drawn by a whoop of excitement as Harry went streaking by at breakneck speeds. How fast does it go exactly? Aurora asked, kicking off. Max is supposed to be 90 miles per hour. Sigh. RIL said, doubt creeping in as Harry went flying into a dive. He took off at a more sedate pace. I put a cushioning charm on him, he said to his daughter as they flew off. I don't think he needs it, Dawn said as Harry pulled up out of another dive, nearly touching the ground. He's not the only one who can show off, Cyril said. He went into some loop-de-loops, causing Dawn to laugh with glee. Harry, Aurora called from where she was hovering by a particularly tall tree. The tallest in the surrounding save one nearly 30 yards off. Harry flew over to her, as did Dawn and Cyril. Let's put your new broom to the test. How about a race? Harry grinned and nodded, his cheeks red from the cold and excitement. Cyril spoke up. From this tree to the other, he pointed out the other tree tip sticking out above the others. The Sinistras had used the two to race for years. Loop around and the first one to cross the smoke, he conjured a line of red smoke, wins. Harry and Aurora took up racing positions. Aurora was on her Comet 260 and Harry the new Nimbus 2000. The gold writing flashed in the sun. Ready, set, go. Don counted it off. They both shot off. Harry quickly took the lead as they raced towards the other tree. Harry banked his turn while Aurora swung a little wide, losing more ground to Harry. They streaked across the sky with Harry whooping it up. Harry passed the startee, in line first, becoming enveloped in the smoke. Well, I don't think we need the smoke to know Harry won, Cyril said, laughing, banishing the smoke. Aurora and Don laughed along with him. Nice, Harry, Aurora grinned. How did you turn that fast? Harry shrugged. Just have to use your body. Cyril let out a deep laugh. It takes wizards years to figure that out. Dawn poked Cyril in the ribs and showed him her watch. Blimey, we've been out here longer than I thought. We need to get ready for tonight. They flew down to the ground to put their brooms away. Can I keep mine in my room? Harry asked tentatively. Aurora gave him an indulging grin, much to the amusement of her parents. Sure, Harry. She turned to her father. Dad, do you need any help setting the rights up? No, your uncle and cousin should be here soon. Take Harry to change and explain the rights to him. Family? Harry asked as Cyril and Don started towards the house. I told you about them, Aurora said as a reminder. Oh. Rora's father had a younger brother, Cyrac. Cyrac's wife was killed during the war with Voldemort, very early on. He in return moved himself and his daughter to America and never looked back. They only returned for holidays and never stayed particularly long. You didn't tell me they were coming, Harry pointed out. Aurora winced. I did forget to tell you. They'll only be here for tonight and a bit tomorrow. Harry gave her a look. He doesn't like to stay here for very long. Too many memories. Harry nodded. They walked into his room. It was a large room with a walk-in closet and bathroom attached to it. The room was done in neutral colors with ebony wood furnishings. Harry had a crimson color comforter and sheet set. They had let him put up a few posters that he had gotten from friends. A Falmouth Falcons poster from Wayne and a Word Sisters poster he had gotten from Iz. He put his broom on the dresser carefully. Aurora moved over to his bed and sat down, tapping the spot next to her. Harry came over and jumped up onto the bed, making himself comfortable. So tonight at the ritual, you'll not have to do anything except drink, Aurora said, and Harry looked at her oddly. Yes, I said drink, and yes, I mean alcohol, Aurora said with a roll of her eyes. Well, sort of, it's a more like half potion half mead. That's all, Harry asked quietly. It's more of a feast and not very much magic, but it is tradition, Aurora said with a shrug. Your role will grow once you get older, but for now all you have to do is drink when everybody else does. She got up and moved to the door. I'll come get you in an hour. Maybe you should write to Sal, tell him Merry Christmas. Harry nodded and then grinned a bit devilishly. Oh no. What is that look for? I'm just thinking of his face when Al delivers him a letter. Harry said, grin still firmly in place. Aurora tossed her head back and laughed before leaving Harry to his letter. Harry sat down at his desk and pulled out a piece of parchment. He took his self-inking quill and got to writing an acceptable letter that did not mention magic. He made sure to tell Sal he broke a kid's nose with one punch. He asked Sal for advice on if he should confront a certain snobby blonde Slytherin or let it go for right now. Then he wrapped up a couple of gold galleons and tied them in plain paper. He figured Sal would appreciate some gold as a Christmas present. He'd probably melt it down and reshape it when he couldn't figure out where the coins were from. Harry was interrupted by a pecking on the window. He turned and saw the sinistra owl there fluttering. He opened the window and the beautiful snowy owl Hedwig flew in. Hey Hedwig, Harry petted her. How'd you know I needed a letter sent? Hedwig ruffled her feathers, irritated at his lack of faith. Right, I forgot you know all the secrets of the world. Hedwig preened under his words. Harry gave her the letter and tied the package with the galleons to her. He opened his window again and she flew off. Guess she doesn't need directions, he muttered to himself. Harry changed into a set of dress pants and emerald dress shirt. Aurora had finally caved on the shoes though and bow. UGHT him a nice crispy clean pair of chucks to wear. He slipped them on, lacing them up. He grinned down at them until he was interrupted by meow. Allie batted his head against Harry. Harry reached out and pet him, making Allie purr. Harry stood and Allie climbed up him to rest on his shoulder, the cat's tail wrapping around his neck. Harry walked out his door just as Aurora was about to knock. Good timing. Aurora smiled and gave Allie a little scratch. Come on, time to meet the rest of the family. Harry fell into step with Aurora. Harry looked at her and nodded to a couple of the paintings they passed. Harry could tell they were family members. Aurora nodded and stopped him in front of a portrait. It moved and smiled at them but did not talk. Harry was rather grateful for that. He was still getting used to the fact that pictures moved, let alone talked. This is my grandmother, Audrea Greengrass, and my grandfather, Uriel Sinistra. Audrea had deep blonde hair that was twisted into a fancy bun. Her face held a hint of haughtiness in her regal features. She was standing next to her husband and was nearly the same height. Uriel Sinistra looked to Harry much like a real-life marble statue, complete with the old Roman-style haircut. Aurora looked at the portrait with a hint of longing. They died in the attack that killed my aunt. Why did Voldemort attack them? Harry asked quietly. He didn't, she said, looking down at him. At least not specifically. They were at Diagon Alley shopping when Voldemort and his followers attacked. He was targeting the Pruitts, a light family. They died in the crossfire. Aurora looked pained and Harry slipped his hand into hers. She looked down at him and gave him a sad smile. Harry gave her hand a squeeze before they started walking again. Ah, here they are, Cyril said as they came into the living room. Standing next to him was an equally tall and proud man who held the same bearing as Cyril. The only discernible difference Harry could see was blonde hair and blue eyes compared to Cyril's brown hair and brown eyes. Although Cyrek was quite a bit large in muscle mass than Cyril, and Cyril always kept a neatly trimmed mustache and goatee while Cyrek was clean-shaven. You must be Harry, the man said. His voice was smooth and easy. He held his hand out to Harry. Harry shook it and immediately felt small. His hand was dwarfed by the large man's. He was put at ease though when the man gave him a friendly smile, good strong shake. Cyrek turned and gave Cyril a grin and nod of approval. Cyril clapped him on the back. And this Harry is my daughter, Quinn. Quinn was sitting next to Dawn on the couch but stood when she was introduced. Unlike Aurora, Quinn was fair-skinned and had her father's blonde hair but brown eyes. And just like everyone else, she was tall. Harry shook his head. Harry, Aurora called, catching his despondent look. Harry grinned sheepishly and muttered as if he didn't know he said it out loud, "You're all very tall." His comment had everyone chuckling while Harry looked a little put out. Quinn grinned, showing off a set of perfect pearly whites. Don't worry Harry, I'm sure in a couple of years you'll shoot up yourself. Quinn came over and gave Harry another friendly handshake. So are we ready to get the rites started? Cyril asked the group. He received a round of nods. Well, follow me. He led them in. The dining room as Harry expected, but outside. So Harry, Aurora wrote that you started Hogwarts this past September. Quinn said, getting a conversation going while they walked. Harry nodded and then said quietly, Hufflepuff. He was not totally comfortable yet and did not want to speak. Aurora picked up his discomfort. He's already made a good group of friends. Susan Bones, Isabel McDougal and Wayne Hopkins. She knew her cousin would recognize the surnames of the first two. Hufflepuff also uses a mentor system for the first years. I did not know that, Cyrek said, turning back from tea. He front of the pack where he was walking with Cyril and Dawn. Neither did I, Cyril threw in. Harry shot Aurora a look and Aurora replied, most of the houses keep their secrets close to the vest. The most open is actually Gryffindor. I think almost everyone knows where their common room is. Harry's mentor is Nymphadora Tonks, a 7th year who wants to go into the Auror Academy. Quinn chuckled, that's an unfortunate name. Harry smirked at her and his eyes sparkled with mischief. Yes, Aurora said, rather amused herself, she prefers Tonks. She is a member of the Black family. Though she might curse you if you bring it up. She is, Cyrek said, pulling up with a stop. Andromeda Black's daughter. Cyrek started walking again as he heard whose daughter she was. Harry looked oddly at Aurora. She shook her head and mouthed later. Why don't you tell him about Salem? Aurora prompted her cousin. Harry looked at Quinn with interest. Quinn gave her a quizzical before shrugging and answering. I went to Salem Institute for Witchcraft and Wizardry. It was started by the Salem Witches Institute after the witch trials. She looked and found she had a captive audience in Harry. It serves primarily the northeastern states and the eastern coastal states. We have most of the same subjects though we include alchemy and warding. It's smaller than Hogwarts. The US has 5 schools. The 5th one opened in the 60s. San Francisco, California, she said the name with a bit of disdain. Aurora looked amused. East and West Coast don't always get along, she said in a faux whisper. Yu-in looked irritated and amused all at once. They're hippies. Harry laughed loudly, startling Quinn. Sal would often complain about hippie liberals while praising the fact that they got him out of trouble with policies. Quinn looked at the boy with a small smile. She was happy he felt comfortable enough to laugh with them. Here we are, Cyril said from the front of the troop. Harry ducked to the side to see and his eyes went wide. There was a small version of what looked Stonehenge. In the center was a wooden table filled with food and drinks. It was lit by little balls of light, or so Harry thought. As they came closer, Harry could see that they weren't balls of light but little tiny people with wings that seemed to be emitting the light. Cool, Harry said as one left out a tinkling log. And flew around him before flying off again. Fairies, Aurora said with a grin when she heard Harry's exclamation. Harry grinned as one landed in his open hand. The fairy was definitely female. The little singlet did not do much to challenge that. It had small sharp features and could not stop giggling. Its spiky blonde hair falling into her eyes. They're happiest around magic. Aurora spoke from next to him. Harry looked up at her with a grin as the little fairy took off into flight again. Harry took in the table placed in the center of the stones. It was set with a feast complete with a suckling pig. Apple in the mouth and all. Harry's eyebrows raised as he looked at it. He had only seen that in movies. Next to the pig was a large chalice and some holly twigs. Cyril went to the head of the table in front of the pig and chalice. Cyrek took a seat to his right while Dawn sat to his left. Next to Cyrek was his daughter and next to Dawn Aurora took his place and moved Harry to the open seat next to her. Cyril stayed standing while the others sat. He pulled a potion out of his robe pocket and tipped it into the chalice. The whole area within the standing stones seemed to light a faint yellow. Cyril started a chant in Old Norse verse. Aurora leaned to Harry. Midwinter is a day when the dead can cross easily into the world of the living. The potion is a euphoria potion that imbues the drinking with. Harry cut her off saying happiness, yes. Also a slight glow that differentiates us to the dead. Very old magic. Cyril finished his chant and the glow grew again before fading. Back to the light provided by the fairies. He held up the chalice and took a sip, passing it on to Dawn. From Dawn it went to Aurora and then she passed the heavy goblet to Harry. Harry paused the ritual as he sniffed the potion inside. The sinistras minus Cyril snickered. Cyril remained quiet but held an amused look. Aurora shot Harry a look that said drink it and Harry shrugged and took a large gulp or two. It tasted like grape juice. Aurora's eyes widened at the amount he took when combined with the ale to come. She was sure he would be flying by the end of the night. Harry's face took on a happy glow almost immediately. A smile bloomed on his face as he passed the chalice on to Quinn, who reached over the table to grab it. Quinn was having a hard time keeping the smile off her face in place of the more appropriate grin. Aurora was already giving her the stink eye. You should have warned him, Dawn whispered to her daughter. Being the only non-magical, she could talk during the small ritual. Aurora sighed when Quinn smirked after taking her own small sip. It passed to Cyrek and finally back to Cyril empty. Cyril looked at the empty vessel and then at Harry and shook his head. He ate a few more words that Harry could not make out and another glow lit the area, this time emitting from those around the feast. Harry held up his glowing hand and grinned. He started waving his hand around, making different shapes appear and ending with his initials. Cool human glow sticks, Harry muttered. Aurora's head hit the table with a thud while Dawn and Cyril chuckled in a way only grandparents can. Cyril cleared his throat. Harry whipped his head around, still messing with his glowing hands. That was the most ineloquent and closest to actual kid Harry had ever sounded, causing another round of laughter. The toasts and then we can eat. Right, Harry grinned. Maybe we should give him something other than ale. Aurora suggested. He's 11, it's tradition, Cyril protested. Besides, you remember yours and Quinn's first Yule feast. Not really, Aurora said, and Quinn let a giggle slip. Her giggle caused Harry to start giggling. Aurora looked down at him in surprise. She did not know he could giggle. "A toast," Cyril said in a deep voice. "To the powers that be. For victory and strength," Cyrek intoned. They all drank from their own goblets. Harry's was filled with a less potent ale, but that would not make much of a difference with the euphoria potion on board. "For good harvests and peace," Aurora intoned next before it was followed by another drink. "For family, past and present." Quinn spoke with a smile for Harry. All the Sinistras had wistful smiles on their faces. They were thinking of their family members lost to them. Harry was struck by a feeling of genuine warmth that was different from the giddy feelings presented by the potion he drank. He felt a strange touch on his face and turned to the side. Next to him were two figures that were translucent. They slowly became more visible, though Harry could still see through them. One was a tall male with messy brown hair and round glasses. Harry could make out his hazel eyes behind them. He had a familiar, slightly crooked grin. The woman holding his hand had deep red hair, a warm smile, and startling green eyes. "Holy shite," Harry whispered slightly louder than he thought. "Thank you, euphoria potion." "Harry," came Aurora's voice, but she dropped her words off. Her tankard dropped from her hand with a thunk and its contents spilling out. Her actions drew the attention of the table and everyone stopped in place. "Are they?" Cyril asked, trailing off. Aurora nodded while Dawn looked shocked. Despite dealing with magic for years now, as well as knowing that the dead sometimes appear for Halloween and Yule, it was completely different seeing it. The Potters stood before them with gentle smiles on their faces. They looked at Harry and then to Aurora and finally the rest of the Sinistra family. The Potters nodded at Aurora before smiling at Harry once more. Then the figures slowly faded out, but Harry was left with that same warm feeling that made him even giddier than before. He looked at Aurora and wrapped an arm around her waist, giving it a squeeze. Aurora squeezed him back, placing her chin on his head. She squeezed him tight and gave him a kiss on his forehead. Harry felt teardrops fall on his skin from Aurora and just gave her another hug. Aurora pulled back with a grin on her face. She saw the indulgent and knowing looks from her family and stuck her tongue out, breaking the serious atmosphere. Dawn placed a hand on her daughter's in comforting manner. "Take Harry's ale away," Dawn whispered. Aurora grinned and took the tankard from Harry's hand. "Oi," Harry said as Aurora emptied the contents by tossing it behind her. "Drink your pop," Aurora said with a grin. Harry grumbled but complained before taking a swig of pop and then digging into his mashed potatoes. The Sinistra feast went on for several hours, with Harry eventually joining in on singing Christmas carols rather horribly with Cyrek and Cyril. "And NDD a Happy New Year." Harry finished and promptly passed out onto Aurora's shoulder. "He's done," Quinn said, laughing. By now nearly everyone feeling the effects of first the potion and now the copious amounts of ale. Aurora let out her own laugh when Harry let out a snore. "I think we should take our K from the young one and call it a night, especially if you plan on taking Harry hunting tomorrow," Dawn said, standing with just the slightest sway. The rest of the family stood all with various sways, but Cyril was the most even-footed, it seemed. He came over to Aurora and scooped Harry up into his arms. "No magic after drinking," Cyril muttered. "He's light," Cyril commented to Aurora. "He's heavier than before," she replied back. He had been eating more and more at Hogwarts. She figured his stomach was gradually accepting the larger amounts of food. Not that he was starved before, but Aurora did not think he ever got seconds in his life. The trek back to the Sinistra home was marked by fairies guiding the way. Cyril took Harry up to his room and laid him gently in his bed. He covered him and brushed his messy hair, genetic apparently. He raised his eyes to the heavens and gave a silent thank you for the boy. He came out into the hallway and saw his wife and daughter waiting for him. "Good night, daughter," he whispered and pulled his daughter in for a hug before he and his wife made their way to their room. Aurora checked in on Harry one last time before closing the door to her own room. "Harry." Izzy's excited voice came from the train platform. Harry was waiting on the Hogsmeade side for his friends. Aurora had just brought them back from the Sinistra Manor earlier in the morning. Instead of returning to the empty Hufflepuff common room, Harry had slipped out of Hogwarts and made his way to the train station. Harry grinned and waved to his friends. Susan, Iz, Wayne, and Neville all made their way over to him. Except for Neville, everyone was smiling widely. "Hey guys," Harry said before he was pulled into an almost awkward hug by Izzy. She was followed by Susan while Wayne just gave him a look and then gave him a fist bump. Harry gave him thank you grin. Harry held his fist out to Neville who copied him Saint as awkwardly as Harry's hugs had been. How was break? Harry asked them as they clambered into a carriage. Harry gave Tonks a wave. It was great. We went to Paris, Is said at lightning speed. Thank you. For the shoes, I love them. Harry had gotten her a pair of bright yellow Chucks for Christmas. She held up her foot wiggling it for them to see. Susan snorted, someone had 5 sugar quills on the way here. She whispered. Wayne and Neville cracked grins as Is looked offended. Harry just nodded in understanding. Sugar and Is did not go together well. It's not my fault they only serve candy. Is tried to protest, still speaking at a warp speed. That don't mean you have to eat 'em all, Wayne said with a lazy grin. Is responded by sticking up her middle finger. Neville's eyes widened while Wayne and Harry laughed. Susan just shook her head. Isabel had 5 older brothers, all of whom were well out of Hogwarts. She was either treated as a princess or a member of a Quidditch team. Yeah, thanks for the football, mate, Wayne said, kicking back in his seat. I brought it so we could play. Harry nodded with a grin. In addition to being a Falmouth fan, Wayne was a rabid Chelsea fan. Neville and Susan thanked him for their gifts, chocolates for Susan and some basil plants for Neville. Harry had gotten a Falmouth shirt from Wayne, ice mice from Susan, a charms prank book from Is, and Neville gave him a few rare chocolate frog cards. By the way, thanks for the warning on the Yule Festival, Harry snuck into the conversation. Neville, Susan, and Isabel started laughing at Harry's disgruntled look. Wayne just looked amused. His father did not celebrate Yule the old way since marrying his mum. They usually went to his Muggle grandparents' house. He still knew the old ritual though. How much did you drink? Susan said with a smile. They had to keep feeding me chocolate during our hunting trip. Harry said with a shudder. I won't be able to eat chocolate for a month. This set off another round of snickers. Harry's trip on the Euphoria potion was followed by a day of profound sadness that was only helped by chocolate and learning to bow hunt. Susan was still laughing but said, Don't worry Harry, I had to have chocolate pie for breakfast. She had a light blush on her face as she admitted that. I saw my parents, Harry admitted once the laughter died down. He had a wistful grin on his face. The others looked at Harry with shocked faces. Really? Susan spoke first. She had her own wistful smile thinking of her parents, both of whom were killed in the war. I knew it was possible but I've never actually heard of it happening. Isabel said, her earlier hyperness gone. Had you ever seen them before? Neville asked tentatively. Aurora had some pictures of them, Harry said. The group quieted, none of them knew quite what to say. Neville still saw his parents, not that they knew him. Susan had grown up with plenty of stories and pictures of her parents, including a talking portrait. Wayne and Isabel had both of their parents. All 4 could not really imagine not having any idea what your parents looked like for the first 11 years of your life. Susan just laid a hand on his shoulder and the rest of the ride to the castle was in comfortable silence. Harry jumped out of the carriage and helped Susan and Is out before pulling Wayne out so he sprawled all over the ground. Neville was laughing at him while Wayne stood up and punched Harry in the shoulder. Arsebiscuit, Wayne called him. Harry just grinned. Mr. Potter. Headmistress McGonagall called from the front doors of the school. Ah, damn, Harry muttered. Wayne laughed loudly. Headmistress McGonagall waved him over. She looked stern and severe and Harry fought not to hang his head. The rest of the Hufflepuffs with you can make their way to the Great Hall, the headmistress said. Harry's head shot to his friends, each of them sporting confused looks. They shrugged and made their way to one side while Harry followed the headmistress. And what was that young man? Minerva said as they opened space between them and any other student. Harry hid his grin, just welcoming him back. Minerva shook her head. You'd think after all these years I would be used to young boys' behavior. Your father and his friends were much the same way. She allowed a smile to spread across her face. Harry grinned up at her. I heard you got to see them on Yule. Harry nodded, his green eyes bright. That is a very special gift. I know, Harry said quietly. Minerva put a hand on his shoulder in comfort. Remind me to tell you about your parents' first Transfiguration class on Sunday for breakfast. Harry's habit of visiting with Aurora on Sundays was well known since that first week. Minerva often joined them. Harry nodded. What's this about? Harry asked as they started up the stairs to her office. He was surprised to see Professor Sprout and Aurora. He made his way over to stand next to Aurora. Aurora placed her arm around his shoulders. Minerva spoke once they entered her office proper. The Hufflepuff common room was broken into. Who? Harry asked. We do not know, Minerva said as she sat behind her desk. With Aurora taking you to her house, the common room was empty, Professor Sprout said. You were the only Hufflepuff staying over break. Harry nodded. And, considering the state of the first-year boys' dorm and the common room, whoever broke in was looking for you, Minerva finished. Harry's brow scrunched up in confusion, but it was Aurora who asked, who would do that? We do not know. It must have been done last night, Professor Sprout said. I checked the common room the day before. We will start questioning the students tomorrow, as well as the staff. Minerva said. Mr. Filch and the house elves are clearing the common room and the first-year dorm of debris. You don't think Snape? Aurora asked, picking up on her staff comment. Our thought was Quirrell, but she couldn't see the bumbling man actually breaking into a common room. I am not assuming anything or anyone, Minerva replied grimly. All I know is that 4 of us certainly did not do it. Harry, I want you to be on alert for the time being. Harry nodded. Good, now you can join your friends for the feast. After that, the Hufflepuff dorms should be back in tip-top shape. Harry nodded, and before he could leave, Aurora kissed his temple. Be careful but have fun. I won't let anything happen to you. Her voice was no more than a whisper. Harry squeezed her hand in reply before leaving. He heard Aurora swear like a sailor as the door shut behind him, followed by Aunt Minnie trying to calm her. Harry grinned widely and whistled as he came down the stairs. He turned the corner to the Great Hall but stopped when he saw the twin terrors of Gryffindor. Harry whistled loudly to get their attention. They turned with identical grins on their faces. Harrykins! Fred shouted. We thought you were staying over break. Harry shook his head in the negative as they shook hands. No, Aurora only needed to stay for the first day. Harry said in his quiet, slightly gravelly voice. George faked a swoon. Oh, to be on a first-name basis with Professor Sinistra. Fred finished. Harry narrowed his eyes at their words and the twins laughed. What did you need, Harrykins? George asked. Do you know if anyone was snooping around the Hufflepuff dorms? Fred and George shared a look before shaking their heads. Not Hufflepuff that we know of. But Professor Quirrell and Snape have both been roaming the castle at night. Not together, George replied. Harry grinned. I would love to know your secret, but thanks for the info. Maybe one day, Harrykins, Fred said with an all-knowing look. Harry just let out a laugh. Harry looked around before saying, I have an idea for a prank on Snape. But it's complicated. Fred and George shared gleeful look. Our favorite kind. We'll meet Thursday 5 o'clock in the passage on the 4th floor. Harry nodded. Sounds good. Boys. He nodded again, tipping an imaginary hat. He entered the Great Hall ahead of them. The twins waited a bit before entering the Great Hall. Harry found his friends quickly. Shove over, Harry said to Wayne, who slid to the side. Break in, Wayne asked Harry as he sat down. Not much stayed hid. And at Hogwarts, and the break-in of a common room and dorm surely would not. Harry nodded. They think whoever it was looking for me. His friends stiffened at his words. Susan frowned, wondering if she should let her aunt know. Any ideas who? Harry shook his head and grabbed some green beans onto his plate, followed by chicken legs. Harry dug into dinner, as did Wayne. The girls were much more civilized and rolled their eyes at the boys. You're not worried about that? Susan asked Harry. Yeah, but I sleep with a knife, Harry shrugged. Wayne laughed around his own chicken while Susan and Iz's eyes grew wide with surprise. Wayne swallowed and said, scared the piss out of Finch Fletchley a couple weeks ago. Wayne snickered, as did Izzy, while Susan looked halfway between amused and horrified. Justin and Ernie were the 2 most annoying boys in Hufflepuff. Hannah Abbott was up there with the girls. I'm just going to leave that alone, Susan said, not sure what else to say. Whoever would be stupid to attack the dorms again. Too many witnesses. Harry raised an eyebrow at her words and snarked, cheery. Wayne grinned. Don't worry mate, I'll escort ya to the loo. Wayne clapped him on the back, and Harry didn't even flinch now. Susan and Iz started laughing at Harry's worried look. No thanks mate, we're close enough as it is. Harry muttered. Ah, Wayne said in a baby voice and tried to hug him. Harry ended up pushing Wayne off the bench. Wayne drew looks and laughs from almost everyone while Harry nonchalantly went about eating his pudding. Wayne picked himself up and dug into his own pudding, elbowing Harry, who returned it. "Boys," is said to Susan with a sigh. Susan nodded her agreement. When they were finished eating, they rose from the tables. The Hufflepuffs were anxious to get back to their common room to see if anything was horribly wrong. Susan sniffed as they made it to the barrels guarding the entrance. "No vinegar," Susan whispered. Noticed that two did. "Yeah." It came from Tonks, who was standing behind the four with two of her friends. All three of the older students were thinking of going into law enforcement, and all of them noticed the lack of smell. Vinegar, even with magical clean-up, lingered in the air. It was why the barrels sprayed it. "Probably why they think it's a staff member," Harry said in a whisper to his friends. Tonks looked surprised by his words but nodded after a minute. She placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "Whoever it was won't get through all of us," Tonks said, and her friends nodded, standing a bit closer to Harry. It wasn't hard for the Hufflepuffs to figure out whoever had broken in was after Harry. The common room was well back in order as the students poured in. They looked around the room, only noticing that a few of the plant pots were different. The first-year boys went to their dorms after looking around. Ernie and Justin were the first two in and immediately went to their beds to look them over. The two ignored Harry and Wayne, not even sparing the two boys a glance. Roger and Ollie checked their beds and then turned to Harry and Wayne. "Good holiday?" Ollie asked the two. Wayne nodded. "My dog got me a signed Falcons poster." Roger, who was a Falmouth fan, gave Wayne a high five. "Nice one, mate," Roger said. Next to Harry, Roger was the quietest Hufflepuff. He usually only talked about Quidditch and more Quidditch. Ollie looked at Harry. "Went to Aurora's parents' manor," Harry told them. Ollie and Roger both nodded. They had guessed that's where Harry had went. The Hufflepuffs had discovered Professor Sinistra's guardianship of Harry in the middle of last term after one of his Sundays with her. There were some catcalls from the older Hufflepuff boys that quickly stopped when the most vocal boy woke up with a wet bed. Harry used the good old-fashioned cup of water prank on him. "Yours?" Harry asked the two. Ollie grinned. "Good, we visited Oslo. We got to go to a real old-fashioned Yule festival. Slaughtered a bull and everything." "Cool," Wayne said with glee. Harry shook his head at his friend. "We stayed home, but I got to light off some of the fireworks this year," Roger said. Roger was a Muggle born and looked rather pleased to have been allowed to play with fire. "Were they big one?" Harry asked. Sal always had some fireworks on Guy Fawkes Day. Harry had been allowed to shoot off a few bottle rockets. "Roman candles," Roger replied. "You're going to have to show me those one day," Ollie said to his friend. Roger just grinned and nodded. "You guys want to play a game of exploding snap?" Wayne asked the two. The rest of the night was spent playing snap and annoying Ernie and Justin, who were studiously ignoring Harry. It was close to midnight when Harry asked, "What's with them?" Harry nodded to the two sleeping boys. Ollie shrugged. "Who knows?" Harry gave the two a look before shrugging and getting ready for bed. Harry stretched as he pushed his covers down. And Allie popped out from where he had been sleeping by his feet. Allie moved up to him and batted his head against Harry's hand. Harry grinned and scratched behind his ears. Allie purred and stretched himself. Allie jumped off the bed when he had had enough and his tail flicked. "Please don't bring me the mouse this time," Harry said quietly. Wayne laughed beside him. "I'm just happy he knows which bed's yours." Harry was the first one ready and out the door to the common room. Wayne came out next. The two sat waiting for the girls to come out. "Seems like we do this a lot," Wayne mused. "Get used to it," Harry said with a grin. "He's right," Tonks said from behind them. She launched herself over the couch and took a seat next to Harry. "Then why are you here so early?" Wayne asked her. Tonks didn't say anything but grinned as her makeup changed. "How was Christmas?" Tonks asked the Muggle way. "I got a Nimbus 2000, Harry said with a grin. Wayne socked him on the arm. Why didn't ya mention that earlier?" "Bloody hell, mate," Harry said, rubbing his shoulder. Tonks snickered. "I happen to take brooms very importantly, Wayne." He groaned. "Why aren't first years allowed brooms? Why does he want a broom this time?" Susan asked, observing Wayne curse under his breath. "Harry got a Nimbus 2000 for Christmas," Tonks said. Susan shrugged while Izzy's eyes grew wide. She started cursing too. Tonks grinned. "You're an interesting bunch of firsties." Actually, it's in Aurora's quarters, Harry said and shot off the couch, grabbing Susan's hand and taking off for the Great Hall. Wayne, Izzy, and Tonks all seemed to be frozen at the thought of the newest racing broom being that close to them. Nice of you to join us, Susan said when Wayne and Izzy finally joined them at breakfast. You have time for toast. She shoved a plate at Izzy. We decided who gets to go first when you break your broom out, Izzy said, taking a bite of the toast. What she means is we played 35 rounds of rock, paper, scissors, much to the amusement of the common room. Tonks said, stopping near the first years. I won. She winked at Harry and moved to sit with her friends. I came in second, Izzy said with a grin. Susan and Harry looked at Wayne. Birds cheated. He mumbled, shoving some bacon in his mouth. Let's go, he said around the mouthful. That's disgusting, Zy said as Harry and Susan grabbed their bags. Wayne opened his mouth again. Charming, Susan said with her own look of disgust. Harry chuckled. Wayne swallowed. Cedric wants a go too. Do I get to fly the broom? Harry asked sarcastically. No, Izzy said lightly, taking another bite of toast. Hey Nev, Harry grinned as they came into the greenhouse. Neville looked like he had already been elbow deep in dirt. Hey guys. Neville waved them over. I was helping Professor Sprout get ready for the day. She has the second years working with deep-rooted fishweed. He looked rather cheerful, much to the others' amazement. They didn't quite share his love of herbology, especially if it involved something called fishweed. Gather round, Professor Sprout called as Iz finished her toast. Professor Sprout led them over to a patch of cabbages. Now today we're going to moon cabbages. The rest of the class was spent in a lecture on the moon cabbage. It was terribly boring for all but those who actually enjoyed herbology. Namely Neville. Harry nodded off at one point, only to be poked by Susan. He opened his eyes and she pointed to the homework Professor Sprout had written on the board. Thanks, Harry muttered. He quickly jotted it down on some parchment. It was reading for the next class. Let's hope Charms is more interesting or today's gonna drag, Wayne commented as they parted the Gryffindors and made their way back to the castle. Charms unfortunately did not do anything to stimulate the Hufflepuffs. They had another lecture on dusting. Charms for, you guessed it, housework. This time Harry was the one poking Susan and Wayne to wake up by the end of the class. The four made their way to lunch in somewhat of a stupor from the day's lessons. They noticed they weren't the only ones that looked half asleep. Lunch perked them up somewhat, but they were brought right back down as they trudged to Potions class. They made their way to the hall and the Hufflepuffs proceeded to have a staring contest with the Slytherins. Harry largely ignored the Slytherins, much to the consternation of a certain blonde. The sharp-faced boy looked ready to say something snarky but was interrupted by the door to the Potions classroom banging against the wall. Wayne bumped Harry and nodded to Malfoy, who was glaring at them with anger. Harry just shook his head and filed into the classroom following Susan and Isabel. The Hufflepuffs succeeded in getting the back workstations. The Slytherins took their seats and Harry kept his attention on Malfoy, who took a seat closest to Harry. Usually, the boy went to the front of the class to be next to his favored teacher. Instructions are on the board. Professor Snape sneered at the class. The Hufflepuffs groaned at the lack of help and Professor Snape's sneer got more malicious. 5 points from Hufflepuff. Harry glared at the man, as did many other Hufflepuffs, but they knew better than to complain. It seemed the holiday had returned Snape to his usual ways. Harry read the board. The potion they were brewing was a stinger soothing balm. It looked less complicated than some potions, but with Snape that typically meant the ingredients were tricky. Harry, Isabel whispered. Isabel was proving to be better than anyone in the year at potions, except for Malfoy and another Slytherin named Lilith Moon. Harry glanced back, barely turning his head. Sidewinder scales and porcupine quills let off noxious fumes when mixed under heat. Miss McDougal, I did not say you could talk. If Potter, the name was sneered with an extraordinary amount of hate. Is too much of a dunderhead to know which ingredients do not mix, that is his problem. 5 points from Hufflepuff for talking out of turn. 5 more points for cheating Potter. Ree's glare was cold as ice, but he refused to give the man anything other than a blank stare, and to be honest, that put the man off. Ollie and Hannah Abbott both protested, pointing out the Slytherin students were talking, but Roger and Winifred Hines both shushed by their respective lap partners. The Hufflepuffs, under great duress, went back to their potions. Wayne had finished chopping slug livers. I didn't KNA, slugs had livers. Wayne whispered. Harry cracked a grin and watched Snape help Daphne Greengrass, a Slytherin of course, with her potion. More like flubber labeled liver. Harry added the slug livers to the potion and gave it 2 counterclockwise stirs. The potion turned a putrid green color which the book, not the board, described as correct. The board did not mention anything out potion color or anything else that was helpful. Wayne squeezed some aloe vera sap into a vial and handed it over. Harry waited 5 minutes stirring at the halfway mark 2 more times and then added the sap. The potion turned a much more pleasing green that continued to lighten as Harry stirred clockwise this time. As he stirred, the potion turned to a mint green color. They had to wait now and keep the heat on a medium temperature for 20 minutes. Harry fiddled with his wand to control the temperature while Wayne crushed the Sidewinder's scales while keeping an eye on his countdown. He had used his wand to set a timer. The numbers floating in front of them. The time slipped to 0 and Wayne added the Sidewinder scales. Harry kept the flames stable while Wayne stirred counterclockwise 5 times. Done, he said, and Harry doused the flames on the cauldron. Now they had to wait to add the porcupine quills. Harry trimmed the porcupine quills in half and then in half again. A small bang was heard near the front of the class as Crabbe and Goyle, Malfoy's goons, cauldron smoked. Everyone looked in that direction except for Malfoy. The pale Slytherin boy launched a handful of quills at Harry and Wayne's cauldron. Harry turned back in time to bat some of the quills away, but he missed some. They fell into the still steaming cauldron. Harry hissed as a quill lodged in his hand and pulled Wayne back just as a plume of orange-colored smoke billowed out of their cauldron. Both boys ended up breathing the smoke in before they clapped hands over their faces. Professor, the panic. Ed Hufflepuff's called as Snape was still fiddling with Goyle and Crabbe's cauldron. What? The odious man turned and saw the plume. He conjured what looked like a bubble and wrapped it around the smoke. He then vanished it. Fools, you were already warned about adding quills. Snape bellowed as the 2 boys started sneezing. Bollocks! Is shouted. Malfoy threw the quills. She defended her Frian. DS as Susan tried to stop her from reaching for her wand. 20 points from Hufflepuff. Snape snapped at the girl. He then turned his glare on the boys who were turning red. Zeros. Miss Bones and Miss McDougal, escort your friends to Madame Pomfrey. Malfoy was snickering at them despite the hacking cough now coming from the 2 boys. Susan and Izzy gave one last glare at the man before grabbing their bags and the boys. Surprising Snape and the Slytherins though, the rest of Hufflepuff stood with their bags, led by Ollie and Roger. Ollie and Roger came over after shoving their bags at Nee and Justin and helped the 2 struggling boys. The Hufflepuffs left the potions classroom, leaving a stunned Professor Snape. It only lasted a moment before he started deducting points from them. Oh. Llie was helping Harry looked at Susan. Go and get Professor Sinistra. He then turned to Izzy. You should go and get Professor Sprout before Snape sends someone for her. Izzy nodded and again a bag was shoved into a protesting Ernie Macmillion's hands. Izzy shot off to the greenhouses. Luckily they made it to the hospital wing rather quickly with the help of all the Hufflepuff first years. Hannah had run ahead to tell Madame Pomfrey what was going on. She was waiting with potions in hand as the 2 coughing boys were brought in. Help them sit, she instructed, and Ollie got Harry situated on a bed, nodding to Ollie as he let out another round of coughs. Roger and Justin had to help the burlier Wayne onto the bed since he seemed to be in worse shape. Wayne had gotten a bigger whiff of the fumes when Harry pulled away suddenly. Madame Pomfrey came over. She unstoppered a large potions container and placed a mask and tube-like apparatus on it. She helped Wayne place the mask around his nose and mouth. She tapped it with her wand and muttered a quick spell. Breath in and out, normal breaths. Wayne nodded, letting out another hacking cough, though it was muffled by the mask. She repeated the process with Harry. Harry took a breath in the mask and smelt something that gave off a peppermint odor. His first breath in seemed to soothe his lungs and he took in another quick breath. Normal breaths, Harry. Madame Pomfrey said comfortingly. Too fast and you'll get dizzy. Harry nodded and slowed down some. He looked at Wayne and caught the other boy's eyes. Wayne got the question on in Harry's eyes and gave the green-eyed boy a thumbs up. Madame Pomfrey turned to the other Hufflepuff first years. She seemed to realize they were all in her hospital wing. Did none of you stay in potions? They shook their heads. I assume someone went to inform Professor Sprout. A nod this time. She sighed, "Sit down but do not disturb my patients." The Hufflepuffs took seats on the surrounding beds and waited quietly talking with each other as Madame Pomfrey continued to monitor and cast spells on Harry and Wayne. Madame Pomfrey had to remove the quills from Harry's hand and fix the punctures quickly enough. The first professor in the hospital wing was Professor Sinistra, who was accompanied by Susan. Susan came to sit next to Harry's bed while Professor Sinistra spoke quietly to Madame Pomfrey before coming to Harry's bed. She sat on the side of the bed with her hand on Harry's. Harry, who was sitting up against the headboard, squeezed her hand since he could not do much else. "Thank you for your help, Mr. Rivers." Ollie just nodded to her. Professor Sprout came in with Izzy and looked around. "Where is Professor Snape?" she said with a bit of a temper. She was still wearing her dragon hide clothes that were caked with dirt. She cast them aside and moved over to the two boys. She did not fail to notice that all the rest of her first years were here. He apparently did not think it necessary to accompany them. Aurora said with displeasure. "Are my two puffs okay?" Professor Sprout asked Madame Pomfrey. "They will be," Madame Pomfrey spoke. "They do not seem to have gotten much of the fumes." "All right, who wants to explain what happened?" Professor Sprout asked. The Hufflepuffs all started talking at once. She held her hand up to stop them. "One person please." Susan Rais had her hand and Professor Sprout smiled and nodded to her. Susan, being around her aunt for so long, had a very diplomatic tone. Professor Snape seemed to be back to his old self today. "We came in and the only thing he told us was that the directions were on the board." "What potion were you brewing?" Professor Sprout asked. "Stinger Soother." Professor Sprout looked to the two boys with breathing trouble and nodded to herself. "We started and Isabel told us that the Sidewinder scales and porcupine quills can't be mixed on heat." Professor Sprout took 5 points from her for talking despite the Slytherins talking and then took 5 points from Harry for not knowing and being, I quote, "a dunderhead." Aurora looked fiery and Professor Sprout looked rather upset herself. Then later on Malfoy threw the quills in Harry and Wayne's cauldron, causing the fumes. He then gave them a 0 and told us to take them to Madame Pomfrey. Aurora looked positively furious while Professor Sprout took a few calming breaths. "And why are you all here?" Professor Sprout asked. She rubbed the bridge of her nose trying to release some tension. "It was Oliver who spoke up. We didn't want to stay there with him." Professor Sprout nodded. 20 points to Hufflepuff. "Now I would like all of you to leave the two boys in peace while they recover. I will ensure that you are not penalized for your actions." The Hufflepuffs nodded and left the room. Ollie and Roger nodded to Wayne and Harry. Susan and Izzy stayed where they were and looked a bit defiantly at the two professors and Madame Pomfrey. "You girls can stay," Professor Sprout said with an amused grin. The two girls deflated and made themselves comfortable. "I'm going to have a word with Headmistress McGonagall." "I'll come with you," Aurora said. She squeezed Harry's shoulder, knowing he probably wouldn't appreciate a kiss on the forehead in front of his friends. Madame Pomfrey summoned a piece of parchment. "Bring this to her for me." She handed it to Professor Sprout. Aurora looked it over and raised an eyebrow. "How long have you kept this?" "That is just this year's," Madame Pomfrey said. The 4 first years shared a curious look. "I have more if she needs them." "Aurora, Pomona, to what do I owe this pleasure?" Minerva's words faded as she saw their faces when she looked up. "Is Harry okay?" she asked sharply, knowing that was more than likely what brought the two witches to her, especially since Pomona was in class. "He's in the hospital wing with Mr. Hopkins," Aurora said for the first time, letting her anger out. Minerva sat back in her seat. If Aurora had been a dragon, she would have breathed fire. Mr. Malfoy sabotaged their potion, causing them to inhale toxic fumes. Minerva rubbed her temples. "Did anything else happen?" "My entire first-year class walked out of potions because of unfair treatment by Snape." Pomona Sprout was torn between being proud of her first years and angry at the potions professor. "The whole class," Minerva said with shock on her face. It was unheard of and she never would have guessed it of first years. Professor Sprout simply nodded. "Did anyone see Mr. Malfoy disrupt their potion?" "A number of my Hufflepuffs. Apparently Snape did not even check on them. He just told Miss Bones and Miss McDougal to take the boys to the hospital wing. He also took points from them for little reason, if any. And he called Mr. Potter a dunderhead in front of everyone." "I'm going to have to interview the students," Minerva said. And Poppy asked me to give this to you, Pomona said, handing over the list. It's a list of students and their injuries during potions class this year. She said she has more lists if you require them. Minerva took the list from her and her eyes widened. There had to be 40 names on the list. Her eyes narrowed as she realized, all of these happened during a Slytherin class. She put the list in her desk drawer. Pomona, if you could gather your first years. I want to speak to them individually and then I'll speak with the Slytherin first years. Aurora, would you agree to let me view Harry's memories of the class? Parental consent was needed to view memories of children. Aurora nodded that she would indeed allow his memories to be used. Well, let's get started, Minerva said, pursing her lips. Harry looked around his own memory in wonder. He just now noticed 2 Slytherin girls stick a kick me sign on the back of another Slytherin girl who looked like a pug, Pansy or something like that. He looked back over at Aunt Minnie and Aurora. They were watching Snape's interaction with Harry and the Hufflepuffs, and both of them missed the sign placing. Harry snickered to himself. When Aurora asked him for his memory, Harry had given a look that clearly stated he was worried for her sanity. She explained the process and the pensieve. Harry had asked to join them. The Hogwarts pensieve was filled with memories from former headmasters and their students. It was passed along to each new headmaster when they took over the post. Harry was not quite sure how they sorted out his specific memory, but they did. He was now at the part of the memory where Malfoy threw the quills. It was obvious it was intentional by the blonde boy. Harry's eyes narrowed. Little ferret, Aurora murmured. Aurora, Aunt Minnie rebuked. She was thinking much the same, but she remembered Harry's presence. Aurora simply shrugged and winked at Harry. When the memory ended, they were ejected back into the presence of the headmistress's office. Well, that was rather telling. Thank you, Harry, for sharing your memory with me. What did the other students say? Aurora asked, sitting with Harry next to her across from Minerva. More of the same, except for a select few who seem to think that one of the Hufflepuffs was responsible for sabotaging Mr. Potter and Mr. Hopkins' cauldron. Minerva said. 3 guesses who, Harry muttered. A small smile slipped across Aurora's face. I would like you to know, Harry, that some of the Slytherins did confirm that Draco threw the quills into your potion. Harry looked at her in surprise. As did Aurora, to tell the truth. Minerva grinned slightly at the two. The 2 of you ended my investigation into the happenings. I feel I should tell both you the outcome, but Harry, I do not want to hear that you spread any rumors. Harry nodded as Minerva added. I'm sure they'll do just fine on their own. Aurora nodded. The Hogwarts rumor mill was infamous, and personally she suspected some of the portraits. She eyed a few former headmasters on the wall. One in particular was a witch in purple robes. Professor Snape is going to be dismissed from his position. Harry kept his face neutral and nodded while Aurora could not help her slight grin. The man was a menace despite his care for the Slytherins in his charge. Draco Malfoy will serve a week of in-school suspension with myself. Harry grinned at that and nodded. Thank you, Aurora said, nodding her head. She stood and Harry copied her. Any ideas on who will fill the position? Aurora said as they all walked towards the door. For now, an apothecary from Jiggers is going to fill in. I'm going to see if I can convince Horace to come out of retirement, and if not, I'll have to search for someone new. They were ushered out the door with Minerva giving Harry a quick hug. The older women looked haggard with all that had been happening. Harry held her a bit longer as he observed her. To his delight, she smiled and looked lighter. Aurora looked at Harry with a soft smile. Aurora cast a spell as they came to the griffin guarding the entrance to the headmistress's office. The time floated in front of them before drifting away in smoke. We missed dinner, shall we go to the kitchens? Harry nodded and Aurora placed her hand on his back and walked with him down to the kitchens. Harry darted forward and tickled the pair in the portrait, causing it to giggle. Harry grinned and shook his head, turning to give Aurora a questioning look. Don't ask me, I just work here, Aurora laughed as they walked into the kitchen. They were immediately greeted by a house elf. The tiny elf looked rather excited to see Harry and shook his hand with vigor. Mr. Harry. The elf bounced. Hi Flopsy. Harry grinned at the elf as he quietly greeted the happy elf. It seems we missed dinner, Flopsy. Aurora looked amused as she spoke. Flopsy pulled Harry to a small table with Aurora following. Flopsy snapped her fingers and 2 steaming pot pies appeared with some cooked vegetables on the side and 2 glasses of apple juice, much to Harry's appreciation. Any other issues from the fumes? Aurora said before cutting into the pot pie. Harry shook his head, his hair flopping from side to side as he did so. Wayne still coughs a bit. It had been 2 days since the incident. Potions had been cancelled pending the investigation. Nobody except the Slytherins seemed to think that was a bad thing. Aurora nodded. You need a haircut. Wayne should stop coughing by tomorrow. If not, prod him back to Madame Pomfrey hum. Harry nodded, his hair falling forward again. He ran a hand through it and it stuck up at all odd angles. Aurora smiled at the picture as Harry took a large bite of chicken. How is defense going? Harry gave her a look that told her he knew she was really asking. Had Professor Quirrell done anything weird? Harry shook his head and pointed to his forehead before shrugging. Do headache drafts still help? Harry nodded. Have you learned anything useful? Harry paused mid-bite and gave her a look. He finished his bite and then spoke. Define useful. I've learned a tickling charm and jelly legs jinx. Irritation was clear in his voice. That is what first years learn and they can have its uses. Aurora said, and at the irritated look on his face added, Daddy can teach you about dueling this summer. Harry grinned with his eyes sparkling. He nodded so fast he almost choked. How are the rest of your classes? Harry shrugged and made a so gesture with his hand. Transfiguration is getting harder. Is Tonks still helping? I know she has NEWTs coming up. Harry nodded that she was. It did not take them long to finish their dinner and part ways, with Aurora giving Harry a hug and leaving him at the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room. The next day, Severus Snape, the closet Death Eater, got to experience his first perp walk. The school was abuzz with the rumor that he was getting sacked. Outside, lining the path to the gates of Hogwarts, was the entire student body. As Snape walked out the front doors to jeers and cheers, a loud bang was heard. Severus Snape's billowing black robes had been turned into gray spandex robes with blue boots and gauntlets that seemed to be spiked. A bright yellow buckle with a bat outline sat, and a pointed blue and black cowl was on his head. A blue and black cape billowed from his shoulders and music started playing in a distinct pattern. Muggle-born students who knew the comic Batman recognized it as the theme song. Snape saw the laughter and pinting, heard the music, and his cheeks turned a distinct pink as he sped up his walk. The music increased with his pace until finally Snape took off at run out the gates. Harry shared a smirk with the Weasley twins as another bang was heard, and on the gates that closed behind him the bat signal was lit up. Harry trudged up the stands of the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch with Wayne, Susan, and Izzy. They were decked out in Hufflepuff yellow for the final Hufflepuff match of the year. They were playing Slytherin and the stakes were high. If Hufflepuff won, they would still be in contention to win the Quidditch Cup. The Hufflepuff team would just need Gryffindor to beat Ravenclaw in their final match for the cup to be theirs. The weather had officially turned for the better at Hogwarts, with snow becoming a thing of the past. It was balmy day at Hogwarts. And Harry wanted to see Tonks flatten Marcus Flint, the Slytherin captain. Harry had had his first run-in with the troll-like boy nearly a week ago. The Slytherins took exception to Professor Snape being dismissed. Flint, along with Adrian Pusey and Miles Bletchley, had cornered Harry and Wayne in the third-floor corridor. Harry and Wayne managed to avoid their curses and fire their own back, but EY were only saved by the miraculous appearance of the Weasley twins. Together the four of them were able to hit Flint with a particular nasty combination of spells which turned him into a purple bunny bat hybrid. Pusey and Bletchley had paused their fighting, seemingly not knowing what to do with their leader down. They scooped up the ill-tempered bunny bat Flint and fled. The Weasley twins sent curses after them, but Pusey deflected them. It took 2 days for Flint to be turned back into his usual trollish self. Hufflepuff, 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 Harry chanted along with the rest of the crowd. It seemed by the noise that Ravenclaw and Gryffindor had thrown their lot in with the Hufflepuffs against Slytherin. Harry was standing on the top bleacher of the Hufflepuff Tower, Wayne's on his left and the girls on his right. Being smack dab in the middle of Wayne and Izzy during a Quidditch match was sure to leave him with a headache, but Harry would not subject Susan to that, much to her pleasure. Welcome to the second to last match of the season between Hufflepuff and Slytherin. Lee Jordan, the third-year Gryffindor announcer, sneered the name Slytherin. Professor McGonagall's voice was heard right after. Jordan, she warned. Sorry headmistress. And here come the teams. Hufflepuff lead by Cedric Diggory. Followed by Tonks, Preece, Appleby, O'Flaherty, and Rickett. Jordan announced the Slytherins with slightly less fanfare and even groaned Flint's name. The two captains met at the center of the pitch and shook hands before Madam Hooch sent them to their brooms and released the quaffle. The bludgers shot out as did the golden snitch. Harry lost the little golden ball in the sun and turned his attention to the match. The Hufflepuffs took possession of the quaffle first. Priest took it down the pitch and was cut off by Flint, but he passed it back to Appleby, who shot at Tonks right away. Tonks took a long shot and scored on Bletchley, the Slytherin keeper. The Slytherins took the quaffle out with Flint maintained position. He was struck by a bludger, but the burly captain was able to shrug it off, which secretly impressed Harry. Flint took the quaffle down and the pitch himself before it being converged on by two Hufflepuff chasers and a bludger. This time Flint had to give the quaffle up and Tonks grabbed it out of the air. Tonks took off on a breakaway, avoiding a bludger and throwing the quaffle at the left hoop. Bletchley's fingertips brushed it, but its pace was too great. The quaffle slipped through the hoop for Hufflepuff's second score. The game continued with Hufflepuff keeping a firm lead, ahead by 50 when the fouling started. Flint started it off by streaking in front of Priest and landing a vicious kick to Priest's face. Blood started pouring from his face and Priest lost the quaffle. Not that it mattered, Madam Hooch had blown for a penalty. Priest shoved some conjured cotton balls up his nose and took the penalty. He scored on Bletchley with a shot to the right hoop. Cedric floated above the action and right after the penalty dived after the snitch. Higgs was on the far side of the pitch and had no hope of catching up. QCS hot out of his formation and straight into Cedric's path. The older and larger Pusey knocked into Cedric with an almighty force. Cedric fought to maintain his grip on his broom as his weight nearly propelled him off. The crowd went into an uproar when it happened. There was a loud crack behind Harry. The wooden fencing Harry was leaning on cracked and Harry fell back. Iz let out a shriek of terror that alerted everyone nearby as Harry fell back. He gave a muted yell and grabbed for anything. He caught the edge of a broken board and it dug into his hand, leaving splinters and a great tear. Harry! Wayne yelled and grabbed his wrist just as Harry reflexively let go of the board. Somebody help! Wayne yelled as Harry's weight caused him to stumble down. Harry felt himself dropped further and grabbed for Wayne's other hand. A seventh year appeared in Harry's sight just as another crack was heard. More screams were heard as the bench Susan, Izzy, and Wayne were still standing on broke apart from the stands. Wingardium Leviosa. The spell came from two different seventh years. The four students floated in midair as the stands fell down to the grass below. Poppy, where are the teachers? The seventh year Harry recognized as Tonks. Friend Andy shouted behind him. Something's pushing against her spell. They're coming. Poppy's voice called back. Harry, we're going to try and float you close to the stands, grab hold. Andy shouted at them. The seventh years struggled against an unknown force. More of the older students added their spells to the mix. Harry grabbed onto a piece of wood as did Susan. Isabel and Wayne were still dangling when they saw the Hagrid appear. Keep him steady, Hagrid said. He bent over, his feet firmly planted, and grabbed both Isabel and Wayne out of the air. He set them down a few rows from the top where the two were grabbed up into the seventh year Hufflepuff's arms. The older students had pushed everyone back and the professors were rushing through them. Hagrid took both Susan and Harry in his arms and pulled them back just as another crack was heard. Hagrid took one massive step back over 3 rows. Another chunk of stands fell with a clatter and clashed down to the ground. Harry's wide eyes scanned the ground. He saw Quirrell muttering to himself, staring at Harry as more creaking was heard. Suddenly Aurora pushed the squirrely professor out of the way with a shove that sent him sprawling into students. The creaking stopped right away and Hagrid let out a breath, as did Harry and Susan. A light?" Hagrid asked the two as he waked down a few more rows at a time. Harry and Susan nodded. Harry saw Professor Meadows ushering the Hufflepuff students out and down the tower stairs with Professor babbling. Harry and Susan were set down into Professors McGonagall and Sinistra's hands. Harry, Susan, are you two okay? Aurora asked frantically as the headmistress pushed past them to Hagrid. Hagrid helped her up and they both went to examine the stands. Magic, had there be? Hagrid was heard. I'm fine, Susan said to Aurora in a shaking voice. Harry turned back from Hagrid and stared into Aurora's eyes. He shrugged and showed her his hand. Aurora placed her hand on his cheek and he was cold. Harry? She asked again. She rubbed her hand against his cheek as her other hand gripped his wrist of his hurt hand. Susan. He broke eye contact and saw Susan looking nervously at him. He shook his head a bit to clear it. Quirrell, Harry said quietly. Aurora sucked in a breath and looked for the stuttering professor but did not see him aware. Okay. Aurora nodded and pulled Susan and Harry to her. Both first years latched onto her hands. She stood and found Wayne and Isabel, both students, shaking slightly also. Isabel had tears in her eyes and Wayne looked white as a sheet. Headmistress, she called, and McGonagall turned. I'm taking them to the Madame Pomfrey. The headmistress nodded. She led Susan and Harry over to Wayne and Isabel. She quickly pulled Isabel into a hug, comforting the girl. Come on, let's go see Madame Pomfrey. She led the first years through the parting crowd. Everyone was milling about outside the stadium, including the players. Madame Hooch had halted the game as soon as she realized what was going on. The crowd parted, letting them through. Harry saw a very worried-looking Tonks and gave her a scared grin. They made it to Madame Pomfrey in record time as the students wanted to put space between themselves and the Quidditch pitch for the moment. Aurora, Madame Pomfrey questioned as she bustled out of her office. She knew it was Quidditch and had been expecting injuries, but 4 scared first years was not it. The stands collapsed. But that's, Madame Pomfrey started. I know. Aurora's too. Nay was grim, these 4 nearly went with the stands. Aurora tried to usher them onto beds, but all 4 clambered onto one bed, pulling Aurora with them. Harry had yet to let go of her hand. Susan and Is snuggled together while Wayne perched next to Harry. Madame Pomfrey quickly scanned the 4 children with her wand. She gathered 4 calming draughts and gave them to each of the children. Drink up, they'll help. The potions gave off a faint peppermint and lavender smell. They drank down. Harry was pleasantly surprised that it tasted as good as it did. Madame Pomfrey then turned to Harry's hand. The same hand, young man. She jokingly reprimanded Harry. Harry shrugged and gave her a small grin as the other 3 tittered. It broke some of the tension from the first year's shoulders. Madame Pomfrey took his hand gently in hers and removed the splinters before she traced the open wound with her wand. The spell she spoke slowly knitted the flesh back together. Left behind was only a slight pink line. It should disappear in a couple of days. Madame Pomfrey also vanished the blood from his shirt. Thanks, Harry said quietly. They all sat curled into each other for quite some time before the door to the hospital wing was flung open and in rushed 3 sets of guardians. Harry recognized Madame Bones immediately from the aisle. Sue. Director Bones, voice broke the dam and Sue shot off the bed along with Isabel and Wayne, taking off for their own parents. Aurora placed her arm around Harry as they observed the newcomers. The MacDougalls held the same regal bearing that Harry was coming to expect from purebloods. Wayne's parents, on the other hand, were rather average-looking but seemed to radiate warmth. Wayne was a spitting image of his father. Wayne, Izzy, and Susan were all being fussed over by their parents. Usually a sight of such warmth filled Harry with a sense of longing and jealousy, but for once it did not. Harry squirmed and snuggled deeper into Aurora's arms. Oh. Aurora tightened her hold on him and placed a kiss on his forehead, right where his scar was. Harry felt a tinge of pain before warmth spread throughout his body. It made Harry feel lighter than he ever felt. Professor. Harry, how are you doing? It was Madame Bones that asked the question. Harry looked over and saw his friends were all looking at him with bright smiles. The parents looked on with knowing smiles. Even Wayne's mother, a Muggle, knew from the Daily Prophet Harry's story and Professor Sinistra's part in it. Harry blushed lightly but nodded. Harry cut his hand on the fall, but he and the others were otherwise unharmed. Physically. Madame Bones nodded. What happened? The question carried all the weight of the Magical Law Enforcement Department. Aurora could only look at Harry and the others. Harry, though, kept his mouth firmly shut. There were too many new people in the room. Wayne saw Harry's eyes twitch and spoke up. The stands just cracked. Everyone turned to Wayne. Harry gave Wayne a grateful nod. The stands, reinforced by magic, Wayne's dad said, they can't just break. Wayne's mum looked a little lost, but the MacDougalls were nodding at his words. That's my concern as well. Madame Bones, voice her opinion just as the headmistress walked through the doors. What exactly is going on here, headmistress? Madame Bones demanded. I was hoping you would be able to find out, or your oars, that is. McGonagall replied. Her face was set in grimace. The stands were cursed from what we can tell. Our students could have died. This merits an Auror investigation. regardless of whether the governors want it or not. All the parents including Aurora nodded at her words. Harry watched in awe as Madame Bones brought her wand up and cast a brilliant silver spell, Expecto Patronum. Out of her wand the silver mist formed into a small animal Harry recognized as a meerkat. Aurora Shacklebolt, you're needed at Hogwarts immediately. The silver translucent meerkat disappeared. Poppy, are the children okay? McGonagall asked. Madame Pomfrey nodded, they are fine, simply shaken up. Then perhaps they should return to the common room and be amongst friends, McGonagall. LL was dismissing them, but the headmistress looked to the parents for their permission. Harry saw the other parents give their children a final hug, with Wayne's mum patting him on the cheek before pushing him towards the door. Madame Bones checked over Susan once more before doing the same, and Isabel was trying valiantly to break away from her mother. Harry snickered but was drawn away as Aurora hugged him to her. I'll tell you if anything comes of the Auror investigation. Harry nodded into her shoulder and hopped off the bed and moved over to his friends. All three grinned at his happy expression, knowing it came from Aurora's treatment. The students left the hospital wing just as a large bald dark-skinned wizard in Aurora robes came down the hospital wing hall. He had a earning in one aya. Aaron gave the four students a wink before disappearing through the hospital wing doors. That was Auror Shacklebolt, Susan explained to them as they made their way to the Hufflepuff common room. Auntie Amelia says he's the best. He'll figure out what happened to the stands. It was Quirrell, Harry said in a near-silent tone. Are you sure? Isabel asked, a bit skeptical. Can't prove it, but when the teachers came he was muttering. Harry said. Did he blink? Susan asked. Harry shook his head. He could have been using a counter-curse, Isabel said simply for argument's sake. She did not look like she believed her own words. Too many things were adding up against their stuttering professor. Harry, I think you should skive off defense and talk to Professor Sinistra, Susan said as they entered the common room. A party was in full swing despite the almost tragedy, nothing like the resilience of youth. The noise stopped at once and all the Hufflepuffs turned to look at the four. Tonks was the first one to step up near them. Okay, you four, she asked and pulled them all into hugs, holding on to Harry a bit longer. The four first years nodded and were then pulled into the crowded common room for some fun to forget the troubles of the day. Harry sat in Aurora's office enjoying his study period, defense against the dark arts period. Harry had taken Sue's advice and spoken to Aurora about defense. Quirrell was cleared, mostly due to lack of evidence, but Auror Shacklebolt had thought the man was acting dodgy. The case remained open but with no suspects, just a person of interest. Aurora talked to Minerva, and considering everyone knew Harry still got headaches in Defesny class, he was granted an independent study. It had been a week since the incident, and in that time Harry had already taught himself the shield charm after having written a paper on it for his study. He was now working on reviewing for the upcoming exams. The door opened and Aurora came in from her 6th year class. I swear those boys are getting worse every year. Harry looked up and grinned at her words. Mitchell's was staring off into space for 10 minutes. Harry snickered. Oh, you like that, W. Then you'll be thrilled to know that his partner Miss Dubois cursed him with tongue-twisting hex for ignoring their project. Harry's eyes twinkled. What did you do? I gave Ravenclaw 5 points, Aurora deadpanned. Harry let a full laugh. Ravenclaw was Miss Dubois' house. Aurora sat down in the chair normally reserved for students, straight-backed and rigid. Harry was seated in her comfortably padded wingback chair. How goes the revision, little man? She had taken to calling him that on occasion. Man seemed to fit him better than boy. Good, defense is easy. It does seem to come rather naturally for you. Same with charms. Quote. Harry nodded. Transfiguration is bollocks. She frowned at his language and Harry fought a smirk. Well, let's take a look at it. She got up and moved the chair so she could sit next to him. She placed an arm around his shoulder and looked at his notes. Animal into a matchbox. Practical or theory giving you trouble? Theory. Tonks helped with the practical. Aurora was about to launch into an explanation where Harry hissed in pain. His hand flew up to press into his scar, trying to get any relief. Harry. Aurora screeched in fear. What's wrong? My scar. He bit out. Aurora looked at portrait with a flying Greek god. Hermes, get Madame Pomfrey and the headmistress. A banging sound was heard from the classroom, followed by the door slamming shut. Aurora looked up but quickly turned back to Harry when he yelled. It's worse. The door to the office was blasted open by a curse. In the opening stood an enraged Professor Quirrell, his wand ready. Aurora shot up and pushed Harry, chair and all, behind her. She grabbed her wand from the desk and held it on the man. "What do you think you're doing?" Her voice as sharp as a knife. "Out of my way, girl, he dies this time." Quirrell was no longer stuttering but speaking firmly with a slight edge to it, almost as if it were two voices. "So it was you. All the troubles this year." Aurora bit out, and pushed Harry back again as he tried to slip to her side. "Why are you hunting Harry?" she demanded. Quirrell gave a snort of derision. Dumbledore would have figured it out by now. "Figured what out? That you're demented psycho. I am after Harry for the same reason everyone else is." This time there was a definite second voice present, and it had a hissing quality to it. A hissing that Aurora recognized from Harry speaking Parseltongue. She paled and her eyes darted around the office searching for anyone else. Quirrell slowly reached up and unwound the turban from his head. He turned so that they could see. Harry made a gagging sound as the twisted skeletal face was revealed to be taking up residence in the back of Quirrell's head. Aurora paled even further but wasted no time. She sent a bone-breaking hex at the man. The purple spell shot out but the face hissed, "Fool." Quirrell turned quicker than should have been possible and blocked the spell. His counter was fast but Aurora was able to block it with ease. She smirked at the man and prepared to fire another. "Avada Kedavra," Quirrell shouted the killing curse. Harry recognized the green from his dreams. "No mum," he shouted. Eden pushed Aurora away as she banished the desk at the curse. The desk exploded in pieces. Most of the shrapnel hit Quirrell and Aurora. A rather large piece slammed into Aurora's head, knocking her unconscious. Anger surged through Harry and he shot across the now empty office in a sprint. His knife was out and Quirrell was still distracted by the debris. Harry slammed into him and struck out with his knife. It dug deep into the professor's flesh, causing him to cry out in pain. He grabbed a hold of Harry to wrench him back, but the professor cried in pain again. Harry looked at the professor's hands on his shoulders. They started crumbling to dust. Professor Quirrell cried in anguish and threw Harry back from him. Harry's head slammed into the ground as he fell back. He heard the classroom door bang open as he faded out into black. Minerva came charging in ready for a spell but froze as the body of Professor Quirrell disintegrated in front of her. She froze as a ghostly figure rose from the body with shriek. It flew towards Harry's body and went into him. She watched in horror as Harry's body seized before it fell still and the spirit was thrown out and went through the wall of Hogwarts, disappearing. "Minerva." The horrified voice of Madame Pomfrey. "What was that?" "I have no idea," Minerva replied, as Madame Pomfrey ran forward to assist Harry and Aurora. Aurora stirred as Medowitch started to cast spells to heal her wounds. "Harry." Minerva was at her side in an instant. "Lay still, Aurora, while Poppy works. Harry's going to be fine," she hoped. She looked to where Madame Pomfrey was over Harry. "We need to take him to the hospital wing. He needs rest. He's fine now but the head injury, I can't do anything for, just make him comfortable." Harry woke to all too familiar ceiling. He was in the hospital wing. A hand was grasped in his and he looked down slowly. His neck was stiff. He saw Aurora sleeping with her head on his bed and holding his hand. Harry grinned at her and laid his head back down. As it was still dark in the hospital wing. The next time Harry woke up, Aurora was sitting up reading an astronomy book. When Harry rustled the sheets with his the book was tossed away and Aurora hovered over him. "Harry," she spoke in an urgent whisper. She leaned down to pull him into a tight hug. "How do you feel?" Harry took a minute to answer, assessing his aches and pains. "Okay, achy." Aurora let out a sigh of relief and leaned forward, kissing him on the forehead. Madame Pomfrey came bustling out upon hearing voices. "Mr. Potter, this is becoming a habit," she stated, running her wand over him. Aurora was looking anxiously at the Medowitch. Harry just shrugged. "No linger effects," Madame Pomfrey announced. Aurora finally sat back in her seat. "What's going to happen to me?" Harry asked, his thoughts rushing back to what had happened, particularly stabbing his professor. "Nothing, lad." Headmistress McGonagall entered the hospital wing. "But McGonagall held up her hand to hush him. "You were attacked by a professor who was possessed by you-know-who." Madame Bones was already here and investigated the happenings. From Aurora's testimony, we know that the spirit possessing Quirrell was you-know-who. Minerva walked over to his bed and took the seat next to Aurora's. Minerva ran her hand over Harry's head and was pleasantly surprised when he didn't flinch away. She slipped his knife out and placed it in his hand. Harry smirked slightly, feeling the cold metal of his knife. Aurora saw the interaction but did not feel any of the worry she usually did. If that knife saved him once, it could do it again. For now, the fact that the spirit of you-know-who was involved is a state secret. Cornelius Fudge, she said the name with some distaste, our Minister of Magic, is being difficult. You may be asked to give your testimony, but as I was there to see what happened when Aurora was knocked unconscious, it is unlikely. Harry nodded. That green spell that he cast. Both women sucked in a breath. I recognize it from my dreams. He thought it might be the one Aurora told him about at the beginning of the year. Harry watched their face. Aurora closed her eyes and muttered a prayer while Aunt Minnie let loose some of her native tongue. Minerva placed her hand on top of his. I am sorry you have to remember that, lad. Professor Quirrell cast an unforgivable curse at you. The killing curse. Harry looked a bit far away, so Minerva added, it was the curse that killed your parents. Harry's eyes blazed with anger. He looked at Aurora. I'm not losing two mums, he muttered in a whisper. Aurora pulled Harry into a tight hug. Not if I have anything to say about it, she whispered to him. Harry tightened his hold on her. Minerva let the hug it out while subtly wiping a tear from her eyes. On another note, you lad have missed your finals, Minerva said once they parted. Harry grinned at her words. Don't look so happy, you still need to take them. Well, except for defense. Everyone's getting a pass this year. She did not sound very happy about that. When do I have to take them? Harry asked, his voice gravelly. He paused and he added, wait. How long have I been out for? 4 days, Aurora said quietly. Harry's eyes widened. We think that when Voldemort tried to possess you, it may have taken a toll on your system. He didn't, right? Harry asked. No, he did not, Minerva and Aurora said at the same time. As for your exams, you can take them after school is out. The professors will already be here for 2 days. After the students leave, and since you'll be here with Aurora, that works out fine. Harry nodded. Now I do believe your friends wanted to know as soon as you woke up. She gestured to a table near his bed. They've already been here leaving you things in case they weren't here when you woke up. Harry looked over and saw boxes of chocolate frogs, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, sugar quills, and cards, lots of cards. They got me all of these. Well, what happened in your mums? McGonagall grinned at the phrase as the boy blushed. Offices between us and the former Professor Quirrell. As such, the whole school naturally knows about it. She turned to leave and murmured, damned portrait gossip mill. Are you okay? Harry asked Aurora quietly. I'm sorry you were hurt because of me. Harry was looking anywhere but at Aurora. Harry, look at me, Aurora said in a sharp voice. Harry almost flinched back when he made eye contact. She was livid. This was not your fault. She took his hin in her hand and forced him to keep eye contact. It was nobody's fault but Quirrell and Voldemort. Do you understand? Harry nodded, eyes wide. Good. She gave him a chocolate frog box. Eat it and I'll tell you what happened. Harry nodded and tore into the box. The card fell out and Harry looked at it. Cool, Herpo the Fowl. That's a rare one, Aurora said, looking at the card herself. Look at those eyebrows, Harry muttered with a laugh. Aurora breathed a sigh of relief. He seemed to be past his blame, at least somewhat. I was only knocked unconscious, Harry. When the table exploded, taking the hit from the killing curse, a piece hit me in the head. I woke up seconds after Quirrell perished. Harry took a bite of chocolate and looked downcast again. Did I kill him? Not in the way you think, Aurora said. Harry looked like a confused puppy. Madame Bones brought an unspeakable with her to investigate. Apparently Voldemort cannot touch you physically due to whatever happened when his curse backfired. What's an unspeakable? They work for the Ministry in research and also kind of like Michigan 6 in some cases. Harry's eyes widened. Apparently they have been researching the Halloween night since it happened. Though it seems they have not gotten very far. I hope you don't mind, but I told him of your headaches this year. He seemed very interested and wanted me to take you by their department if you agreed to it. Harry shook his head that he didn't mind, that could be helpful. Especially if it had to with the extra face Quirrell had. So he did have an extra face. Wayne said loudly as he grabbed the box Bertie's beans and popped one in his mouth. Isabel elbowed him. Wayne, Neville, Susan, and Izzy came into the hospital wing and sat around her on his bed. Those were for Harry. I'm going to check and see if you can be released, Aurora said, getting up. Wayne shrugged and popped another one in his mouth. He frowned and swallowed. Haggis. Serves you right. Isabel grinned. Harry laughed quietly. He grabbed the beans from Wayne and popped a red one into his mouth. Harry's face turned red as he ate the chili pepper-flavored bean. Harry, Susan spoke up from where she sat on the foot of the bed. Are you okay? Harry looked away for a minute before turning back and nodding. Was it really you-know-who? Harry nodded again. They grew quiet and still before Wayne shrugged. You've kicked his ass twice. And now he's back to a spirit form. I'm good with that. Yeah right, boy who lived too, you know who, a big fat zero, Izzy said with a fist pump. I'm glad you're okay, Harry. Neville added. Harry grinned at his Gryffindor friend and offered him the box of birdie beans. Neville popped one in his mouth carefully. His smile spread across his face. Claire. Susan went next and got a broccoli-flavored one. Is got a strawberry. Ew, earwax. I'm done, Wayne said and grabbed a sugar quill, trying to get the taste out of his mouth. Why all started laughing at the look on Wayne's face. How were exams? Harry asked as he took another bean. This time he smiled pleasantly. He got apple pie. Transfiguration was brutal, Susan replied, and Neville nodded vigorously. Well, at least the theory part. Potions was pretty hard too, Wayne added, slurping the sugar quill. Iz made a face at him but nodded. Theory again, Izzy said. Profe. Snape didn't exactly teach us, any theory. She made a face at Professor Snape's name. The others weren't horrible but they weren't fun either, Susan said, grabbing a bean. She grimaced. She got cabbage. Why do we eat these things? This caused another round of laughter. Aurora came back over to them. Good news, Madame Pomfrey will release you for the feast tonight. The feast was in full swing and Harry was digging into his beef Wellington with vigor. The Hufflepuffs had welcomed Harry back with multiple hugs, claps on the backs, and proclamations of worries. He and his friends were placed dead center of the Hufflepuff table, surrounded on the left by 7th years and the right by Cedric, the other 3rd years. The hall was decorated in yellow and black. The Hufflepuffs were buzzing with energy. They were waiting for the official word that they had won the House Cup and the Quidditch Cup. It was the first time in over a decade that Hufflepuff had won the House Cup and the first time in 30 years Hufflepuff House had won the Quidditch Cup. Of course it was dependent on someone else, but the Hufflepuffs didn't really care all that much. You guys ready for summer? Tonks asked the firsties she chose to sit next to, mainly because she was still on edge and she was not sure when she would get to see Harry again. Definitely, Izzy said with a wide grin. Any big plans? She asked and they all shrugged. Tonks chuckled. What about you? Harry asked Tonks. He knew she was waiting to hear from the Auror Academy. Tonks' hair turned a bright pink color. I got into the academy. Tonks was given congratulations from all of those around her. Harry gave her a wide smile. A clinking sound was heard and everyone turned towards the head table. Headmistress McGonagall stood. I believe we have some business to attend to. The Hufflepuffs gave a cheer. McGonagall gave them a small smile before frowning as she announced, in 4th place with 56 points, Gryffindor House. Her displeasure at her old house was easily felt. Most of the Gryffindors looked like they wanted to crawl under the table. In 3rd place with 148 points is Slytherin House. The Slytherins did not look too happy with their final tally. In 2nd place with 295 points is Ravenclaw House. The Ravenclaws gave a loud cheer but some still looked disappointed. And in 1st place with 333 is Hufflepuff House. The Hufflepuffs gave a huge cheer and most shot up to their feet to cheer. Professor Sprout stood and accepted the House Cup that proudly bared Hufflepuff across it. The cup would be placed in the Hufflepuff common room. She raised the cup up and the Hufflepuffs gave another cheer. When they had finally settled down, the headmistress turned the floor over to Madame Hooch. Madame Ho-Ock had a large smile on her face and a large golden trophy in her hand. A plaque was floating behind her. Now for the Quidditch Awards. The Quidditch team coming in 1st place, captained by Cedric Diggory. Chance of Diggory followed. As Hufflepuff, the 7 players stood and made their way to the front of the hall and Cedric was given the large trophy. He kissed it to the cheers of Hufflepuff and gave it over to Tonks to hold. Tonks repeated the process. The plaque had a golden Hufflepuff shield and all the names of the players with their position engraved on it. Cedric would get the trophy. Y for the year and the plaque would go in the trophy case. After the Hufflepuffs settled down, the headmistress retook her position. I would like to thank you all for an interesting year, the students snickered. It wasn't often a headmaster got dismissed. Next year I'm pleased to announce that we will have a new potions master. Professor Horace Slughorn has agreed to come out of retirement. Air was scattered applause as the man was not actually there. I wish you all a safe and restful summer. A loud cheer went up from the students. Harry stood on the platform at Hogsmeade and waved to his friends on the train. Last night was a bit of a late one as everyone seemed to be excited school was over and that summer was officially upon them. Wayne and him played Exploding Snap well into the night with Oliver and Roger. Ernie and Justin were still being standoffish for whatever reason. Harry did not put much thought into it. See ya, in a week. Wayne shouted out the train window. Harry laughed as Izzy pulled him back in as the train took off. Ready, Harry? Hagrid asked. He had walked down with him to Hogsmeade. Yeah, thanks, Hagrid, Harry said with a grin. Not a problem, Hagrid. How you been since the attack? Hagrid stuttered, not sure how to go about asking. I've been fine, no problems. Harry grinned. Good, good. Hagrid had to slow his steps to match Harry. Hold on, Hagrid. Hagrid picked Harry up and put him on his shoulders. Whoa, Harry said but slowly relaxed. Cool. I can see to the lake, Harry said from atop Hagrid. Some advantages being tall, Hagrid said. With Hagrid doing the walking they reached the castle in no time. Aurora was waiting for him and gave the two a large grin. I have something for ya, Hagrid said, setting Harry on his feet. He pulled out of his large pocket a book of some sort. He handed it over to Harry and Harry flipped it open. It was a photo album. The first photo was of his parents. He assumed if he was to go by the fact that the teenager looked just like him. They were in Hogwarts uniforms and were 7th years according to the head boy and girl badges. He turned to the next page and saw a slightly older version of the couple. The whole book seemed to hold pictures of his parents and their friends. Most pictures came from Professor McGonagall. Hagrid said with a sheepish smile. It's brilliant. Harry grinned, setting Hagrid at ease. Thank you. It was the most Harry had ever spoken to the half-giant, leaving Hagrid grinning brightly. Harry turned to Aurora. Look what Hagrid gave me. He showed it to her and Aurora grinned. Thank you, Hagrid, Aurora said. Now I'll take that. You need to make your way to Transfiguration exam. Harry groaned but nodded. Taking exams was not the best way to start the summer. That's it for today. I will stop here. I hope you all enjoyed this video. If you please consider subscribe and make sure to hit that like button, share with your friends, and don't forget to check out my Patreon. Details in description.